Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Hey, that's me. I'm a little towel. How are you doing, everybody? Let me pause this video. How's everybody doing? Everybody having a good day? I'm a little towel. That's me. You see me? We have a new look. Look at the new look. Okay, your comment's right above my towel. You know I'm a towel. And then we have the background. We have the nice browser up here. I can just point at things. You see what I'm saying? How's everybody doing? My name's Grant Smith Ellis. So, let's talk. What has happened? All right. I have spoken to some people. I have spoken to the towel people. I have done my towel investigations. And I'm ready to render my final conclusion. I believe the Department of Justice outsourced a complex, multi-layered, multi-year investigation of the Massachusetts State Police to a firm called Five Stones Intelligence. I believe the reason they did so was because there are a number of conflicts of interest within the federal hierarchy, in particular the FBI, that would have prevented the FBI from doing an efficient investigation into the state police for a number of reasons, joint task forces, etc., etc. I believe this investigation started sometime after John O'Keefe's death. I believe John O'Keefe's death, although it was not the necessary trigger point, the trigger point was Sandra Birchmore. John O'Keefe's death triggered something. This operation, according to the government records I found, pulled in at least $70 million. The firm, that was doing this was paid hundreds of millions of dollars in different DOJ contracts over the years. They did not do a $75,000 audit of the Canton Police Department that was cover for them to continue their investigation. I think Aidan Keartney intentionally got charged. I think a lot of what's been going on was a structure designed to entrap the state police. Not really entrap, more like catch the state police and the Norfolk DA and a number of other local police departments doing bad things, and a number of Democratic DAs doing bad things. I think that one of the scary parts of this is that although this operation started as kind of an investigation of the people involved in this in the state police, I think what it spiraled out into was a federal grand jury that was impaneled on May 26, 2022. How do we know this? The Jessica Leslie indictment, or the information related to Jessica Leslie, the grand jury leaker. Over the course of May 2022 through 2025, we've seen a number of strange, really good busts of state police, local police, all really serious shit that would never normally get brought before the public. I think Five Stones was behind it all. I think they're a benevolent group that's been working with the DOJ to take on what is not just one instance of corruption within the state police in Massachusetts, but a lot. Therefore, when Sean on the Gulf came around in July of 2023, this was just an evolution of the investigation, and a number of people who are pro-Karen Read, anti-Karen Read, who switch sides, whatever, all they're really doing is trying to play a confidence game with the state police to get close to them on one side. So have people who look like they're diehard supporters of the state police out in public to gain their trust, to get behind the scenes, to get information to relay back to the DOJ vis-a-vis Five Stones Intelligence. That's my theory. Second, I think that a few other people were sent out to intentionally get criminally charged so that they could use the discovery process to find out what the state police would do to abuse discovery. Now, what are the implications of this? One, I think the state police did hire their own PI firm to try to counter Five Stones, but Marty Kraft's no match for Five Stones Intelligence. Sorry, bro. Next. I also think it's very possible a number of people who look like they're diehard supporters, really ride or die for the witnesses, for justice for John O'Keefe, for the Norfolk DA, for the state police, are not what they seem. They're actually people who are playing a confidence game by pretending to support those people while actually running information back. This evolved as well, though, because if you look at the Boston Globe Spotlight series recently on the state police's mistreatment of informants, what you're going to find, it's called Cop City, what you're going to find is that It wasn't just that there was a network of cop brothels. It wasn't just the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same state police unit that investigated Karen Reed and Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney. What it was there was like a network of informants, I'm pretty sure under the Norfolk DA's office, but it probably runs rampant throughout the state. There's 824 of them. A lot of them were women who were being like sexually blackmailed to service the state police. I think Five Stones also and the DOJ also stumbled onto that and then flipped the informants. And what I mean by that is some of these informants were approached and said and told, or the informants approached people who were in the Five Stones network and said, hey, like the state police are really mistreating me. I tried to help them. They now like are sexually blackmailing me to make me do what they want. Okay, now that makes a lot more sense of a lot of these people who were close to the state police, like caught up in criminal charges, and then all of a sudden working like close to Five Stones. This was a very good operation. Now, I want to explain to you something. I did not mean to expose this operation. I am not friendly towards the state police. In fact, I'm incredibly hostile towards them because I think they got close to my mother. Pretty sure she was working with them and got absolutely dominated by this Five Stones intelligence firm. I think Five Stones thought that I was potentially working with the state police because of my mother. I was not. My mother started retaliating against me as soon as I started piecing this all together because I think she is close to the state police. That's pretty obvious. Okay. So Five Stones, I didn't mean to expose this, okay, because I was reading this article, and this is what always happens with good journalism, and we'll talk a little bit about why I feel a little bit like Truman Capote right now, although I made the opposite choice that he did. He didn't tell the story of the Clutter family assassinations correctly on purpose. I did tell this correctly on purpose. But I didn't find it on purpose. I want to be very clear. My intention was not to blow a multi-million-dollar FBI, DOJ outsourced investigation. That was not my point. The work that I do is governmental oversight. So I'm going to find the fucking money. Okay, I'm going to trace the fucking money. So I trace the money, and then it turns out that at first, when I found the Telegraph article from the UK, I thought what Five Stones did, which would have been fucking outrageous, which is why I was so fucking mad. I thought what Five Stones was doing was running a domestic pressure operation to force defendants to plead guilty before trial. Do you know how mad I fucking was? And I'm pretty sure people were not upset at me because throughout the hierarchy, people were like, he really thought that they were like pissing on the Constitution. He loves the United States. He loves America. He was not going to stand for that. So I think they were okay. The powers that be were okay that I stumbled onto this. They would have been pissed if I blew this to protect the state police. I did not do that. I was simply looking to find out where the money was coming from. And I inadvertently, because I thought they were trying to pressure Karen and Aidan, blew the whole operation. I'm sorry about that. Okay. What I'm not sorry about, though, is what happened next. So by virtue of putting this whole money trail together, I started to realize what the end game here was. As a result, a lot of other pieces of this puzzle started to make sense. Okay. I'm not going to reveal sources and methods. I'm just going to tell you it's very clear to me that this was still ongoing when I stumbled onto it. When I actually figured out what was going on, it took about 12 hours after the kerfluffle with Sean on the Gulf. I was like, oh no, what have I done? But then I realized, wait a minute. This fiasco, this augmented reality game has gone on for way too long. I understand the importance of taking down this very entrenched, corrupt state police system and local cop system in Massachusetts. In fact, I'm so close to this story, I know all the players. So I know exactly who's doing what and what they're trying to hide in terms of the bad guys, okay? I had to make a very, very weighty choice. I had to decide whether all of this time, all of this effort, all of my ideological beliefs, all of my values, safety, country, God, family, in that order with academics thrown in there somewhere, whether all of that weighed in favor of disclosure or just shutting up. It was the most difficult decision I've ever had to make in my journalistic career. My heart told me to disclose. My brain told me I had to think very carefully about whether the operation had been going on long enough for me to reveal it. Third, I had to think about whether the harm on balance that was occurring, like to make this operation happen, was worth it against the benefits of what they had been trying to uncover. And on balance, when I took everything into consideration, when I prayed and I sat there, I said, and that's why there's the picture of me. I mean, I'll show it to you. There's a picture of me crying because last week or whatever, like this is a little bit of a hyperbolic amalgamation of a few different events, but there is no joke. A moment last week where I was on the blue line, I had to go like get a rental car, and I was just going through East Boston or something, and like I was looking out at the city, and I was just like crying because I knew I was close. Like everything was aligning, the way people were talking to me, etc. And so just in like knowing I was that close, it freaked me out. And I was like, I don't know if I even, like, my profession of journalism is incredibly important to me, but I don't even know if like that was worth this, the personal toll. Like they definitely drove me to bankruptcy, like almost. I have no money. Like they cost me everything. This cost me everything. It was incredibly horrifying. It's to experience intel tactics firsthand is like you have to study it so you don't get thrown off by it, because you would never know what's happening unless you know the playbook. And the playbook is confidential, so you better be studying stuff like 50 years old. That's why it was such a threat. They had to contain me. It was very important to them that I not get enough information to figure out what was actually going on. However, when I put it together, I was crying because it's kind of beautiful what they put together in some sense. It's one of the most intricate, stunning, impressive, glorious operations I've ever seen in my entire life. But it also was incredibly ruthless. And what I mean by that is like, it was I was exactly right. It was compartmentalized, but it was also ruthless because people were either like brought in for money or blackmailed or like controlled. And the control part is what I'm pissed about. I'm not pissed, like I'll get over it. But like, don't do that. Please don't do that. Not to a smart person. Because guess how they're going to react? Like, they're going to play along and then figure it out. That's what I did. I mean, come on. And then like stuff happened. Do not take this as me saying that I did not authentically, like, absolutely love so hard that I figured this out. I did. Okay? But there was one person who did not get that treatment from me. The rest of you, I just wanted to figure this out. And Mr. Cossie G, you drive safe. And about TurtleBoy. All right. All right. Let's talk about the brilliance of this man. Okay? Okay? We're going to do that. How do I even say this? I don't even know how to explain this to you all. It's that brilliant. It's just so fucking brilliant. So, don't cross Rachel Rollins. There was a time, it's not anymore. There was a time when you were not allowed to cross Rachel Rollins. I'm serious. Monica Cannon Grant crossed Rachel Rollins. Okay, you know who Rachel Rollins made sure got charged? Monica Cannon Grant. You know who helped her do it? TurtleBoy. Because he's a G. Now, here's the problem. I have a lot of respect for the man. I have a lot of respect for what just happened. I think it's glorious. They can't play this anymore. They're gonna have to. Like, he can go. Okay, how do I explain this? They're gonna have to actually disclose what he was doing, because they're gonna have to do like a modified burn notice, because he doesn't need to be burned. He did a great fucking job. But if you look at like Charles William Wiley, okay, please look up Charles William Wiley, all right? Read his biography. Read the stuff his best friends say about him. You're going to read a profile of a journalist / TV personality, whatever. And you're going to be like, wow, this man went around the world. This man was great at his job. You know what you're not going to read about? The fact that he was a CIA asset his entire life. How does Towel know this? Well, you know, Towel was researching Watergate, and Jim McCord, one of the burglars, like, was the handler for Charles William Wiley from 46 to 51. And, you know, maybe, like, the CIA team that was assigned to the Watergate break-in called William Wiley, and William Wiley talked to the CIA, and they told him to lie to the FBI, and then they put it in his file, and then I got the file, and, you know, it was declassified. So then I was like, oh my God, that's how this works. And then I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. So Aidan is a Charles William Wiley, but they have a problem here because, first, I didn't do this maliciously. I would not do that. But, like, I stumbled onto this. They're going to have to let him take credit. They never do that. Ever. I've seen it like 3 times. The guys, okay, there are 2 women who hunted Aldrich Ames, and they're part of this, like, special unit in the agency, the CIA, that hunts moles. Okay, read about them, look at their lectures. They're fucking amazing. I've seen the agency let people take credit for stuff they do, like, if those people really helped the country. Like, the operation, the agency, they call it the company. Like, the company, if you're working for the company. So, this man, Aidan Kearney, like, a lot of investigations. You know the easiest way to make something happen? Don't take credit for it. Take a little credit, get the rub, but, like, give the fucking spotlight to someone else. He was getting people for a while. And we'll talk about Rachel Rollins and Monica Cannon-Grant and how Towel was attacked yesterday. But the Aidan Kearney hearing is today. Now, here's my prediction. All these charges are going away. I know. People are a little mad. I possibly cost, like, a very, very large amount of money. But listen, come on. Come on now. There will be another contract. Go call the UK or the Australians or Germany or whoever. Just don't call Russia. No working with the fucking commies. I don't like the fucking commies. All right? I'm sorry. I fucked with the money. All right? I didn't mean to. You should have seen me in the federal courthouse yesterday. The DOJ people were just looking at me, the boss lady. Listen, I know the boss lady. All right? I don't talk to the boss lady. She scares the fuck out of me. I know the boss lady. Don't tell me that executive officer is not the boss lady. She's the fucking boss lady. I know she's the boss lady. I can tell a boss lady when a boss lady walks around. She's the hidden powers that be. You don't understand. She's the boss lady. She was there. Her 7 people around her. They were all hugging Adam Deutsch. Okay, Adam Deutsch prosecuted Monica Cannon-Grant. Adam Deutsch is running for Norfolk DA. That was the most incredible scene I've ever seen in my entire life. You don't understand. I know she's the power behind the seats. All right, boss lady. I don't know her name. I don't want to know her fucking name. She's boss lady. She took out Rachel Rollins. She's fucking boss lady. Boss lady's probably watching this like, oh no, he knows. Damn right, boss lady. I know you're the secret boss lady. I can just feel it on your aura. You walk around like you own the entire federal courthouse. Of course you're the boss lady. She's the boss lady. That's the powers that be. She is the government. That one woman, you would never know either. Unless you actually understood what you were looking at, she just looks like a woman. She just looks like somebody who's blending in. Oh no, boss lady, I know what you're all about. So anyway, listen, these people are so intense. When the DOJ OIG writes reports about them, they don't use their names, just their titles. You have to figure out who's who. By the way, Dustin Chow is the greatest lawyer I've ever seen in my entire life. I was totally wrong about him. He's a fucking boss. He's better than Alan Jackson. You don't understand. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life in court yesterday. Like, you do not want to fuck with these people. They were so proud of me, though. You don't understand. They were, first of all, they knew I was there. Second of all, I had my little Virgin Mother pin on. You know, I had it on my suit. I'm just sitting there like a little towel next to Shelley Murphy. I'm like, Shelley, is that Adam Deutsch? She was like, yes, he's in the back corner. I was like, I'm a towel. You want to know what's weird? Monica Cannon Grant has a new husband, and during the hearing, the judge was like, "Oh, do you want to point out your husband?" And she was like, "No." And judge was like, "That's weird." But then she blew him a kiss, and he was right behind me, so I know who he is. I kind of blended in. You don't understand. I even played the Monica Cannon Grant people. I had this sweatshirt. It reeks of weed. I kept it in my backpack, and then when I got next to Shelley Murphy, I put this sweatshirt over my leg so it looked like I was one of those like social justice people. I'm good. I'm that good. No, he's a skinny black guy. The guy she's married to now. He's like 5'8", like slender, like skinny, probably 165. Wore a hoodie. I got video of him leaving the court. He tried to leave before her, but I knew who he was, so I told all the press that was her new husband. Don't fuck with me. So anyway, the DOJ are all talking to Deutsch, and they're hugging him, and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I was right. Then they're all looking over at me, and they're smiling like they were proud. You don't understand, they were proud. And then they were like talking about me and like this, and I was looking at Adam Deutsch and them talking, and I was like, oh my God, that's the powers that be. I'm in the presence of greatness. And then Law Girls Not Attorney was there, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know if she realizes she's in the presence of greatness. Oh my God. And I was like, don't talk to them, run away. No, don't do it. You have to leave them alone. You don't understand. That's the entire governmental apparatus. That's the boss lady. Don't fuck with the boss lady. She's gonna know. Oh my God. You don't understand. They know everything. They know everyone. They know. She knew. Law Girls, you don't understand. You got too close. You can't listen into those conversations. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Listen, I'm very observant. I memorized the entire courtroom. I know everyone that was there, where they were sitting, and then I can figure them out. Like, it's like a facial recognition software, but in my brain. I just have to then go look for pictures and find out who they are. I played her family so hard, though, and her little security guy. Her moron security guy in the leather jacket almost fucking walked in front of the bar, and he got yelled at by all the federal probation officers. They were cute. They were debating a funding bill or something. They were trying to talk about, like, it was a very, I don't understand. You think state fucking, oh, it wasn't probation officers. It was the victim's advocate and the probation officers. You think their little, like, the fucking crew on the state level's, like, amazing. You should see these federal people. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, it is the most intense experience you can imagine. The clerk, listen. The clerk's like 30. He looks like if you walked in front of the bar, he would take out some kind of weapon and murder you before you got 2 steps towards the judge. You don't understand. That's the most intense thing like you can be around. But I'm a very observant towel, so the atmosphere doesn't bother me. I just study everything. I don't even take notes. You don't understand. Well, I was in court yesterday. I didn't even take my pen out or my paper or use my computer or do anything. I just listened and memorized everything and then went outside and talked about it. There's a little routine we have when we go to federal court. So I'm like, the news isn't really allowed in. You can send in a reporter who can tell you shit, but like a lot of fucking stuff happens in a federal hearing very quickly. It's complex. It's legalese. You need to know what they're talking about, and even someone like listening from the laity is not going to be able to just convey it to some dude outside on a cell phone. So what you need is a reporter to run out of the courtroom. It's kind of like when the Supreme Court delivers its slip opinions and they have the race of the interns. You need like someone who's like basically a lawyer, who's also a journalist, who also like sprints the fuck out of the courtroom, goes to the marshals, collects all his electronics, turns them on, runs outside. Then we have this tradition where whenever I'm there, we have like, I hold court when I get down there. All the journos, WGBH, Channel 7, Channel 5, whatever, anyone who wasn't in the courtroom, they huddle around me in a little foyer there when you leave the federal court. And they're like, what happened? Well, first I got to do my tradition with the marshals because they're all like, what happened? Then I tell them, then I go out the door, and then we have our little circle. It's like I hold court, and I tell them verbatim what happens. I give them the lead. I tell them what went on in the court, what was the shocking part, what was the stuff I wasn't expecting, what was the dynamic, what was the atmosphere, what was the sentence, where is she, who was she represented by, who was the prosecution, what was the vibe, how many people were there, who was in the gallery, etc., etc., etc. Do my briefing. Okay, that takes 60 seconds. I don't have a lot of time for them. Like, get in, get out, get gone. Then I go out the front door. Then you see me turn on my camera. You want to see the report I delivered? It was incredible. I'm a little towel. So anyway, don't fuck with me is the lesson of this story, because I'll inevitably find out where your money's coming from, and whether intentionally or not, I'll probably cut it off. So don't fuck with me. Even if you're well-meaning, don't fuck with me, because then I just get more mad. Just be honest with me. And if you don't think you can read me in, okay, well, you have a problem. If you're doing something you can't read me in on, you got a fucking problem. All right, here we go. Let's watch Towel outside of court. I'm a towel. This is me. I'm a towel. All right, I'm going to mute my mic.
Hello from Federal District Court in Boston, where Monica Cannon Grant has just been sentenced to 4 years of probation, 6 months of home confinement, 400 hours of community service, $106,203 in restitution, which could go up to $210,000. No custodial sentence from Judge Allen, who ruled that Monica Cannon Grant, because she was similarly situated to a defendant a few years ago who got probation for a $750,000 investment advisor theft. Therefore, Monica Cannon Grant got no custodial interrogation. Adam Deutsch, running for Norfolk DA, was inside the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. He is a beloved man in the DOJ. I watched him get hugged from about 7 different DOJ staffers. It was fascinating. Deutsch and Dustin Chow had prosecuted this case related to Monica Cannon Grant, a woman who Judge Allen asked prosecutors to answer the question about who is Monica Cannon Grant. And Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Integrity Unit at the Boston DOJ, said, Monica Cannon Grant is a tale of 2 human beings. Yes, she is at the same time a community advocate and a grifter. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Judge Allen called Monica Cannon Grant a grifter during the sentencing portion of this hearing. There will be further updates over the next week, as the restitution amount could go from $106,000 to $210,000, depending on the interpretation of a 1989 case from in front of the Supreme Court. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm standing in front of the courthouse waiting for Monica Cannon Grant, and I gotta say, TurtleBoy pulled this one off. Congratulations.
I'm a towel. Okay, now you want to see what happened next? I tried to ask her questions. I was attacked. You don't understand the 7 News man.
Ms. Cannon Grant, did TurtleBoy bring you down?
What are you doing? You're bothering me.
Holy shit, I want in charge with it.
We weren't ready. Pause. How dare you, computer? How dare you? I am in charge, computer, not you. You can't just play the damn video, computer, when I'm not ready to play it. That's illegal. That's a violation of towel law. How dare you? Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you all. Now, listen, I was attacked, okay? Thank you. I am a good reporter. I was attacked, all right? So before we watch this video, if you're like, Grant, what do you need right now? Like, how can we help you? I just need some donations, okay? I had to get a rental car. Someone cut my brake lines as I was about to figure this all out. They took everything from me, all my money, everything I had, my entire life. I have nothing. I have so much debt, it's incredible. I just need to be able to, like, eat and get another rental car. So if you want to help Towel, okay, I'm going to drop this in the chat. Please consider sending a donation. If you've been saying, Grant, I'm waiting for you to say when you need help, now's the moment, okay? I need help. This was incredibly intense. It took everything. It took 9,000 hours over 3 years. I got paid nothing. I paid to figure this out. You don't understand. Thousands of dollars. Not because I care. I don't care about the fucking money. I would rather starve. I told you all multiple times. I just want to know what happened. And now that you know what happened, I just want to let you know I need help. I need a lot of help. Just day to day. Just need to get some money to eat and then get another rental car tomorrow. And then start of the month is next week. Then I'll be okay again. But let's just get Towel some donation so he can live. I worked very hard on this. I'm not taking any credit. I'm just telling you I need help because they didn't want me to figure this out. I get why, because I don't shut the fuck up, and I will just tell people because I'm a journalist and I feel it's important, unlike Truman Capote, who covered up what actually happened with the Clutter family assassination. Literally, Truman Capote's In Cold Blood is such a good microcosm of true crime as a genre, because nowhere outside of economics have I ever seen a discipline so rife with conflicts of interest. Capote went into that Kansas town, wrote letters to Harper Lee, and basically lost his mind because he found out it wasn't just a fucking robbery. Like, the whole thing was fake. If you read the book, And Every Word is True, which is by the son of one of the Georgia Bureau or whatever, Kansas Bureau of Investigators who was on the case, you're going to find out very quickly that, like, that case collapses. Capote's book collapses when you look at this map that one of the assassins got while he was in jail. He said that he got it from a guy who worked at the farmhouse a few years before with Clutter. and that they were told there was $10,000 or something in a safe. Bro, the map he had was from an updated version of the Clutter's house that was not actually like built, the addition, until the dude was in prison. Like, that was a political assassination because the patriarch of the Clutter family was on Carter's agricultural board and was into some shit. And Capote, defining true crime as a genre, refused to tell the true story because he probably got approached by spooks, and they were like, shut the fuck up about this. All right, bro, this is the modern version. Sorry, I'm not Truman Capote. I'm closer to Ida Tarbell. Little Hunter S. Thompson thrown in there with the Jeffersonian streak, some Teddy Roosevelt, little JFK. I'm a little militant, but I also wield the power of the American establishment for good. You'll never get to me. You'll never make me be evil. You'll never stop me. I don't care if I die. Put me on the cross. Kill me. I don't care. I'm trying to fix this. If you kill me, people will probably be like, oh my God, everything he was saying was right. We need to actually do it. All right, that's all I really care about. It's the reform. I don't care about me at all whatsoever. However, I do need your help because if they get to me, I can't do my fucking work. So I cannot do my work if I'm bankrupt and can't like have my basic needs met, and that's what they tried to do to me. So I need you all. If you have benefited from my work, if you like what I'm doing, if you care about this, Little Towel needs you. All right, let's watch the video. This was wild. By the way, they even got to my old mom. I'm pretty sure my mom was actually working with the state police, and she was a target of Five Stones because they drove her to the brink of madness. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Absolutely wild. Never seen anything like it in my life. Poor woman. She's mad at me, but I feel bad for her. That tends to happen most of the time. I don't think she's ever going to expose herself, though, because I think she's been a long-term intelligence asset. Like, I'm serious. Why would this random woman, Wendy Murphy, who worked for like 2 years in the DA's office in the little at Brody Hardoon's, Perkins, and Keston, be nationally famous on TV? Why would she be on like Power of Attorney in the 90s with Dominic Barbera? Why would she be in page 6 of the New York Post? I think she's been an intelligence asset for a long time. My sister told me that once, actually. She was like, I think Bomb's a spy. And I was like, yeah, bro, I think you're right. We never really talked more about it, but anyway, my point is, like, my mom, I'm pretty sure, was actually like using her powers. Like, she knows like Eddie Davis and all this shit. Like, the former commissioner of the Boston Police, like, she talks to him all the time. I think she actually does contract work for him. So it's very possible what we have here is a situation where the state police realized they were getting investigated by the DOJ and tried to run counter tactics interference on it by bringing in not just Kraft, but I think it was probably Eddie Davis or someone. But then the DOJ figured out what they were doing and just double fucked them. This was like a spy versus spy game, but like outsourced. It was very privatized. It's like, it turns out the world of private intelligence isn't private intelligence. Like, the government is allowed to outsource it. So there you go. Oh, God bless you, Jen's Dog Donut. You are a super towel. Thank you for the support. Let me just write a little comment here. Oh, God bless you, Jen's Dog Jonah. You are both, hold on, fluffy super towels, and I am very grateful. There you go. I love writing those comments. All right. I might, if this all works out, I might be able to get lunch delivered. I can stream with you all day. I just need to not be bankrupt. Oh, someone sent a donation on Cash App and says, oh, they can't write a comment. What is it? Oh, thank you very much for the person who sent that. God bless you. I'm a little towel. Oh, they did write a comment. 7-Eleven pizza. I do love 7-Eleven pizza. I'm thinking a cheeseburger today, though. All right, we got 55 minutes. Thanks for listening to me spiel. I'm on this. I figured it out. I don't know what's going to happen. If I'm right about all this, here's what's going to happen. TurtleBoy's charges are going to get null-prossed. There will be no more charges. And then a lot of state police are going to get arrested by the feds. Because that's the only logical conclusion to this. Like, TurtleBoy's charges, as real as they were like a honeypot. That's what I didn't understand. The state police weren't honeypotting and targeting TurtleBoy. He was honeypotting them. He's a G. You got to have balls of stone to do that. Balls of stone. Like, no wonder why, like, he acts the way he does. He's being so respectful now, though. Because I think he's like, Grant figured this out for the right reasons. I haven't talked to him, but like, I think that was I'll tell you, the vibe was celebratory. Celebratory for them. Like, it was almost like someone at Maine Justice was like, all right, that's enough. They were like, great job. You all did really well. That's enough. I almost feel like I can sense the op ending. When an operation ends, they what's called exfiltrate people. Here we don't have an actual exfiltration occurring on a fucking Bombardier 700 out of Peru. Shout out Sanchez. Trolling the fuck out of him with that recently. Sanchez was the biggest bust Sean's people ever made on the Columbia desk. It was very fucking impressive. They're not going to exfil them here, literally, though. Some of them, they moved down to Florida when they got busted, or like exposed. What they're going to do is exfil them with cover stories. All right? They're going to just get these people out of this op because it's very dangerous. Some of these people were actually like being tormented by the state police. Like, they were clearly capable of killing people. So we have a very serious situation. And the DOJ is left with no option. Like, they're great. They got these people. They're pleased. But now that it's out in the open, they got to do a bunch of things. One, like, they can't have Aidan going out there catching more charges because, like, look at those emails that the police started to send to some people being like, there's not enough probable cause here. I can't do this. Bro, they know. Everybody knows. So what do? The op's blown. You have to just get them. All right? So expect TurtleBoy's charges to be no prost or go away, whether it's like the judge who dismisses them. The easiest thing here is just like to grant the motion to force Cosgrove off the case. Like, I don't know if you all understand, like, it's choreographed. Like, they have ex parte communications, the lawyers and the judges and the powers that be, and then they decide how they're going to present it to the public. Look at Paula Prado's dad, whatever. By the way, if I'm right about this, that means Karen knew going into the second trial she was going to be found not guilty because the DOJ did put people on the jury. Okay. They have to pull these people out and they have to protect them, and the only way to protect them is to arrest all the state police people and local police. I know who was involved in this. It's not fucking hard to figure out. Come on. Who's that dude? What's his face? Dude from who just randomly called about John O'Keefe's death. Scott Brown, that cop. I'm not a moron. I know exactly what they're on to. Exactly. And they got to arrest him. So I think you'll see TurtleBoy's charges go away. I think you'll see sprawling arrests. I mean, it might look segmented, but it's not. Everything that's happened since 2022 towards the state police was like on purpose. The CDL investigation, Sandra Birchmore, Karen and John, everything. They got these guys, and they're brilliant. They are brilliant. I can't tell you how brilliant this is. I've never seen anything like it. It's the most impressive thing I've ever seen. They're all going to be like go down in history as like the greatest investigators ever. All of them. All of them. This was a huge effort. You don't understand. It went back years. Like Monica Cannon Grant, like being like snared was small potatoes compared to what they ran on the state police. I've never seen. Like seriously, kudos. I don't care. Like, come on, people waste money all the time. I've seen projects funded with hundreds of millions that are just stupid as fuck. This was great. This was all time. You don't understand. This will be written about for 50 fucking years. Movies, motherfucker. This is the greatest intelligence operation of all time. Hands down. No parallel anywhere ever. Never been done before and never will be done again. Greatest thing I've ever seen. You have to do it this way because the state police have a lot of contacts through their interagency task forces up and down, vertically, federally, local. How are you going to investigate them with the FBI, bro? You can't. This is so beautiful. But yes, if you get the buffering issue that does come up, just folks in the chat let folks know to refresh their feed. Sometimes mobile devices don't like that buffer hiccup, so they'll just hang and you'll want to refresh. All right, so 9:30 TurtleBoy hearing. Let's watch me get attacked yesterday. It was wild.
Ms. Cannon Grant, did TurtleBoy bring you down?
Holy shit, I want him
charged with assault. Miss Cannon Grant, did Turtle Boy bring you down?
Monica, thank you for feeding the community. Thank you, Monica. Thank you for feeding the community.
I want him charged. I want him charged. He hit my phone out of my hand. I want him charged. Criminally charged. You hit my phone.
You bumped into me. Bye.
Sir, you swung your arm on my phone. I'm filing a criminal complaint.
Listen, go file whatever the fuck
I want you arrested.
Go file whatever the
You
fuck
insulted
you
the Virgin
want.
Mother.
Your
Hit me. What, are
virgin
you gonna
mother.
hit me again?
I never hit you.
You swung in my
I don't
phone
hit
and I got
people.
it on camera.
I don't hit people. You don't
I'm
touch
gonna
me.
have you
You're in my
charged.
space. Go charge whatever the fuck you want. Go charge your mother. She should have been dead already, right? And you keep your hands off me.
All right, we're both going to get you criminally charged. Do it.
All right, so that was intense. If you're wondering, Grant, why are you at home today streaming? You could just be down there. Well, first of all, it's cold. Second of all, I don't have any money left until the end of the month, although you all are very kind to have sent some donations. I'm like, taking the stress away means a lot. I don't do this for money, so if I ask you for help, it's because I'm actually struggling, and the anxiety makes it hard to do my work, because I'm like, oh no, what if I can't afford my medication or my food or whatever, and then I just get nervous and upset, and then I go to bed. So let's keep towel, like, encouraged. As long as I have medicine and food, I'm a super towel. You don't understand. And energy drinks. I have a hypersensitivity to caffeine because I quit one time for like 3 weeks. And the second I quit, right, I quit caffeine cold turkey for 3 weeks. When I went back to it, I developed a lifelong hypersensitivity. So I can drink like one energy drink, a coffee, and an espresso, and bro, I'll go for 8 hours. It's the greatest thing of all time. Hypersensitivities to caffeine are incredible. It makes you a super towel. We get it, Grant. Hi, Allie. Oh, Allie, I was going to ask you, I was going to message you, actually. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you I'm live. If you wouldn't mind, like, every 30 minutes, just dropping the PayPal, Cash App, or whatever links in the chat, that would be really helpful. I'll drop them again right now. I just need some help this month. All right, so let's watch the next video. Wait till you see this one. I called this man a heathen. He told me he didn't believe in God or the Virgin Mother. I called him a heathen. So then watch the next exchange. Damn heathen. Hold on.
America. This is America. You cannot touch the free press. You're going to be dancing right into BMC Central, motherfucker.
Your mother's a fucker.
Say that about the Virgin Mother. Say it.
I don't believe in Virgin Mother. I don't believe in God or Jesus.
Heathen. Heathen.
All right.
America. This is America.
Now, I did call him a heathen, okay? I was very upset. So then, oh, by the way, they tried to not let Monica Cannon Grant get any, like, pictures on camera. That is why we call him the towel photographer, okay? If you're also saying to yourself, Grant, it sounds like you have, like, 3 years of stress lifted off your back. Yeah, I feel great. I'm a little towel. I'm so pleased. You don't understand. It's like being liberated. Set the fucking bird free. We set the bird free. She's free. You know that scene in Eyes Wide Shut where the woman has to give up her life to save Tom Cruise's character because he shouldn't be in that world? I pulled the opposite on them. I walked in and I was like, set that fucking bird free or we're going to have a problem. And they set her free. Bro. I went right into the belly of the beast. I met Professor Moriarty eye to eye, and I said, let that bird free. We will free this bird. That is my price. I want her free. I want the bird free. And I got the news. They let her free. And they knew. They fucking knew that's what I wanted. I just wanted her free. You don't understand. Being free in that world, bro, it's incredible. Because not only are you allowed to have all the information, you're free. It's the ultimate, like, gift you can give someone. Freeing that wonderful little bird. That's all I wanted. You don't understand. I'm a ruthless negotiator. Nothing is off limits. You should have watched my speech about the Overton window at the Internet Archive. I don't use violence. I use the power of petitioning the government. I wanted her free. I wanted that bird to fly free. I saw brilliance in that bird. And I said, you will let her free. No negotiation. You know why I have no money? Because I fuck with the money. Not only do I facilitate grants for small businesses in perpetuity vis-a-vis dedicated levies on the excise tax to stop corporate consolidation of emerging markets intentionally, I fuck with the money. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for some good measure. Do you see money on that list? Nope. So what do you think I'm going to do when I find out what's going on? I'm going to fuck with the money. Because if I put pressure on the money, it's going to cut off the funding, and then you're going to give me what I fucking want, which is that fucking bird free. Free to fly and do whatever the fuck she wants. And I appreciate that I was given what I wanted. And now I'm happy. Everybody good? We all on the same page? The bird is flying free. Towel is happy. Wonderful. Everything else is marginal, motherfuckers. I wanted her free. Thank you. The court starts at 9:30 today, and we'll have more to talk about. We'll talk about the Jen McCabe messages, but I'm telling you, it's all marginal. It's all important, but marginal for me, because I had a price, and it was the freedom of that bird, and she is free. I'm happy. We're all happy. It's not over, but I got what I wanted. Make no mistake about it. It was not malicious, subversive, or otherwise. I played those fuckers. I loved when they would mock me. Do you know how much intel you can get if someone like underestimates you? There's two really good ways to get, well, three ways. One, be good or be good at it, motherfuckers. Either have as much intel or as you're leading on, or fucking have more, or have a reputation for having so much intel that when you talk to people, they just tell you things because they're afraid of what you know. Lincoln Steffens used that tactic when writing his Tweed Days in St. Louis series. Very, very good series about corruption in St. Louis in the early 20th century. I recommend everyone read it. But anyway, Lincoln Steffens was talking to Teddy Roosevelt one time. And he was like, yeah, bro, like, he didn't use these words. They talked more formally back then. But I would have been like, Teddy Roosevelt, bro, what's good? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we would have had, like, coffee. We could have gone for walks in the fucking, like, Black Hills or whatever they're called. He could have told me about bears. That would have been like, motherfucker, let's rain hell down on these fucking trusts. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, Lincoln Steffens was talking to fucking Teddy Roosevelt, and he's like, bro, like, when I go talk to these fuckers, because Roosevelt was like, why do these politicians just tell you shit? And he was like, I just go in there and they think I know everything, so they spill their guts. Okay, well, it's worse with me because I actually do know everything and probably a little more. I just don't always miss. But sometimes when I miss, it's on purpose. You think I didn't know who Koala was? You think I was just accusing Jimmy of being Koala? I felt a little bad about using Jimmy that way, but you know, sorry, Jimmy. But I did that so Koala would put himself on camera so I could just put the final nail in the coffin, and then I dropped the UN passport to really fuck with him. All right, all of that was intentional. Like, they're playing their game, I was playing mine. I wanted to know what was going on, and I wanted that fucking bird free. You don't understand? Free bird. Free the fucking bird. This was not a negotiation. This was never a negotiation. That bird was going to be free. You don't understand. That was my bottom line. I had a red line. You weren't going to get over it. I'm not Obama, motherfuckers. I don't move on my red line. That bird was going to be free. No matter the cost. The bird's free. I'm happy. Everybody understand? I'm a happy towel. So anyway. What was I ranting about there? There was something interesting I was talking about. Maybe I'll watch the replay. Sometimes I have to watch my own DVR because I just start ranting. I think I was going to talk about... What was I going to talk about? There was some really interesting insight. Oh, I was talking about Teddy Roosevelt and Lincoln Steffens. So I'm like, Lincoln Steffens is a different version of me, okay? I don't do that. I'm like Aidan TurtleBoy. Motherfucker, I will go into some fucking obscure library where there's a paper copy only record of your fucking corporate holdings. I'll find out your trust and I'll break it up. And I won't apologize. You can call me Aidan TurtleBoy. You can refuse to say my name in public. You can mock me. that all works to my favor. I'm still going to meet the president and tell him what the fuck's going on. I'm a little bit different, though. Unlike S.S. McClure, I do not have egomania. I have the opposite. I'm very humble. I'm not trying to set up 4 different corporations. I'm not trying to reform the United States into some different form of government. I love my country. I love what we have. I'm just keeping it honest. All right? And that's the most efficient human being in the entire world. Someone who's underestimated, mocked, but at the same time is going around ruthlessly extracting information from you and then chasing the money and then cutting it off. So, I don't know, $70 million for the freedom of the bird. It's reasonable. I've cost companies more. I've cost the government more. I've made the government more. Do you understand, me and my friends helped bring in $7 billion in revenue for this state in 6 years? And you all want to know how I open doors? Because I don't do it for money or credit or clout. Get what you need, take the money, use it well, don't fuck around. And don't fuck with my laws. You know, I'm writing a bill or working on a bill, you fuck with it, I'm going to find out and I'm going to be a mad little towel. All right? God bless you, Allie. Thank you for sharing that. So that's really what went on. I inadvertently stumbled onto this. It's the biggest intelligence story in the past 50 years. It's kind of glorious because it's not corrupt. It's the opposite of corrupt. It's brilliant to catch corruption. You don't understand. Some of these people, Olivia, TurtleBoy, Lindsey, they're going to go down in history. This was fucking incredible. Like, Sean can get his credit too. All right? Even though he's Professor Moriarty. All right? Sean's a combination of Big Paul. He's a benevolent version of Big Paul, John Gotti, and Vinny the Chin. I've never seen anything like it. He's one of the best at this you'll ever see. You all should bow down to him and just be like, you're fucking incredible. He did this all. Him and Gallagher and fucking whoever that fucking guy was that did the... Why would a company with hundreds of millions of dollars do a $75,000 audit of the Canton PD? Whoever that guy was, that was Sean's connect to Dave Tinsley. These guys are fucking brilliant. You don't understand. We are in the presence of greatness, all of them, except for Christy. Fuck you, Christy. And fuck you too, Kate. My point is, we're generally in the presence of greatness. Julie Ginto's kind of an asshole, too. I don't like her. I don't like Twisted either. Let me just talk about the people I don't like. I don't like Barry Lewis. I don't like that mole they sent into my life. You know, Barry Lewis tried to run the same game on me. That's how I knew he was involved in this. The people that they use, though, sometimes are really fucking unstable. And, like, the criminals sometimes. That's what I don't like. Like, bro, be honest with me. What are you fucking doing? You don't think I'm going to put it together? Once I put it together, I'm going to be fucking mad. So that's the part that pissed me off. I think Lily's a boss. Koala's cool if he's being honest about actually hunting bad guys. If I find out that motherfucker hurt people and they're blackmailing him, I'm going to be upset. If he's truly noble in it and is actually doing good work and stopping human trafficking, good for you. By the way, now does like Kate's work, like doing anti-human trafficking, make a little more sense? Does the fact that Sean's firm specializes on anti-human trafficking and money laundering make more sense? Like, yeah, the state police, some of them may have been human trafficking people in brothels run by cops. And then they were acting as pimps for the brothels and threatening the girls who were then under, like, the auspices of informants so they could pressure them and threaten them with criminal charges if they didn't cooperate. Hello? Doesn't mean I like some of these people, though. They use fucking brutal tactics. You know do you know how many times they tried to spearfish me? So they definitely tried to bribe me, okay? I wouldn't do it. You cannot do that. I will say it openly. Then they gave me a handler. I'm not a moron. And then, like, I'm just such a force of personality, I fucked their whole shit up because everybody likes me. What are you going to do if everybody falls in love with the dude and he has connections in the government and will just go to the people who are paying you? What are you going to do? So eventually they were like, fuck it. Like, well played, kid. You get, and they figured out what I wanted, too, which was the fucking bird free. I like reforming the system. That was very important to me. This had one specific purpose. I wanted the bird free. I didn't know who was fucking caging the bird. I wanted the bird free. I'm glad we're all on the same page. All right, so we're going to watch this hearing at 9:30. And I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pleased. I need a few more things to happen for me to truly say, like, yeah. But by the time that happens, it's all going to be public anyway. And you're going to be like, oh my God. But, like, when you're so close to something that, like, first of all, you're the only one who figured it out. But second of all, when you're so close to something that you see all the moving parts, you know when it's over first. Obviously. Okay? But anyway, it was nice yesterday to go hang out at the federal court. The atmosphere there is always very telling. It was not dark and ominous, I'll tell you that. It was celebratory. Something's coming. Who else don't I like? Oh, I hate Broyles. He's a piece of shit. Sorry, I don't care if you had approval to do it. You're a piece of shit. I don't like you. I don't like anything about you. Who else? Mind you, I'm petitioning the government here. I think these people were all contracted in some way or another by the government. It was noble. They were trying to get the state police. But, you know, I don't like some of the tactics. And, bro, I don't care. It's domestic soil. You can do whatever the fuck you want in the UK. You can do whatever the fuck you want in Australia. You can do whatever the fuck you want in other countries. Like, do you understand the reason this country is a democratic republic is because of the Constitution? You can't say, oh, I want to get these really bad people, so I'm going to piss on it. No. There are limits. There are limits, and you met them in me. I said I don't feel happy about this. I'm kind of pleased. I wasn't happy when I figured it out, but I was pleased when I got what I wanted, which was the fucking bird free. As soon as they let the bird free, I was like, fuck it. I told people to back off. Dude, they were going to get sued. That was going to be really bad. See, I don't mind, like, dropping it now and dropping the mask a little bit. It's not really a mask. I was not manipulating you all. But, like, they were playing me, so how do you think I responded? I played them back. You think, like, come on, this is not a joke. It's not a game. This is very serious. You saw me do it to Will the other day. Dude, he was in awe. He knew I was close to. He was like, fuck, if he prods a little bit more, he's going to figure this out. Yeah, dude. I did. It took 12 hours. I told Sean, give me a few hours and I'll get you. It took like 12. I amaze myself sometimes because I don't really mean to do any of this. Like, I just have such a commitment to my faith and my country that, like, it always just works out like this. Like, I'm just so pure in my motives and, like, my, like, person that, like, people literally get around me and they're like, oh no, like, I shouldn't take advantage of him. And, like, even if you're, like, sent to do it, like, you'll start feeling guilty. So it's like, and then I don't drink, I don't do GABAergics, I don't have sex. So what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? Try to get to my mother? Okay, like, come on, I'm pretty hardened by the world, like, bro. So what are you going to do? Like, clearly I move a few steps ahead so everyone that I'm around, like, knows what's going on. Who are you going to get to? And then if I find out you did get to me, like, come on, like, who do you, like, if the chips are down based on what I'm capable of, even if you did, like, they're going to be more loyal to me at the end of the day. Because I'm very good at what I do, and I really love. I love very hard and authentically, and I care. And I do this work with a purpose for no money, and so it's hard to stop me. I think they were going to hurt me, frankly, a few times. Let me tell you a story. I was looking into a story one time, and I inadvertently stumbled onto something I shouldn't have. That was really fucking, like, scary. And some people, like, sources were like, do you want to meet up in, like, Dorchester? And, you know, I'm a little fucking oblivious. So I go down there, and thank God I didn't know, okay? Like, I had stumbled onto it, but didn't know, because if they got the vibe that I knew what one of them did, they were going to shoot me. I'm telling you right now, that was going to be an execution. I didn't know it at the time, all right, but it was really fucking scary. It was about another story. It wasn't related to this. I lived through that because first of all, I think the fucking Virgin Mother was like watching over me. You think I don't wear the pin? I wear the pin for a reason. Like, I need that kind of protection. But like, they're in the car asking me like very like circumspect questions that in hindsight I now realize were like trying to figure out if I knew about a specific thing one of the guys had done, which was really fucked up. Now, I didn't know at the time. I ended up learning a little bit later, but bro, they were going to execute me. I'm telling you right now, they were going to execute me in that car. So if you're wondering, like, is it traumatizing? Yes. And just because I can do it doesn't mean that it doesn't really fucking affect me. I just can't. I don't have time to deal with that, with the impact of it. It's part of the game. If someone stuck a gun in my head, I'd be like, okay, like, as long as I lived, I wouldn't think about it again. Unless I was trying to explain it to someone. Which is why I think I don't. Because first of all, why do you all need to know about this? Do you really want to go around like knowing that this happens? Does that make you feel safer? There have been multiple times where I was approached by the government while reporting on stories, and they said, like, we would really appreciate if you didn't cause a panic and like covered this up. So, I don't know. It's hard as a single person to make those judgment calls. And yeah, you listen to everybody and call the play, but I mean, it's very high stakes. Very high stakes. Yeah, I paid a heavy price for this one. Here, let's watch the video of me. I'm eventually coming around with that guy. Wow, it really hit me. I paid a fucking huge price for this. I wasn't even thinking about the impact it had on me. It really fucked me up. I mean, obviously I'm okay. I'm very analytical and composed, but like, it took its toll. The stress, the weight of it all. It definitely wore me down. I've lost so much weight, and I was just on it, like, driven by adrenaline for so long. I'm surprised I made it. All right, let's watch this part. He does use some coarse language, but I'm going to mute that part. But, like, he eventually, like, comes around.
Don't touch the press.
I was taking pictures of
you. Touched us.
You're rich and you got broken glasses with tape. Like,
no, I actually don't have a lot of money. I wanted to be a Catholic priest. You're a heathen who said you don't believe in the Virgin Mother.
Priest?
so I can reform the world from people like you, heathen. Get out of here, heathen. Damn heathen. Fucking heathen, get away from me. I want you away from me. You scare me. You're a heathen.
I'm more than.
You already touched me today. Get the fuck away from me. Look at they just threw that water bottle at me. They're trying to get more assault charges.
Oh, somebody threw water bottle at you.
Yeah, your boys in your car.
It wasn't me.
Goddamn heathen. Heathen. Get away from me. Phone. Get away from me, heathen.
Ave Maria.
Are you trying to hit on me? I feel like you're sexually harassing me. I'm not going to sleep with you.
You are not enticing at all.
I know. I'm not going to sleep with you.
Ave Maria.
Is this what Monica Cannon Grant's like in private?
Ave Maria.
Oh, are you converting?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm down with it, bro. I'm down with it, bro. Bro, I'm down with you converting. Let's go.
We're in church.
You want to convert?
Come on, let's go.
No. You got to come to the baptism.
Grant.
You're going to be baptized.
I'm already baptized Catholics.
You didn't. You told me you're a heathen. Were you trolling me? Are you actually Catholic?
Grant. I'm Catholic.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, okay.
I just don't believe in what's going on right now with the world.
What does that have to do with Jesus? You either believe in the Virgin Mother or you don't.
Jesus is not supporting us right now. Look
Okay, well, that you don't hold that against the Virgin Mother.
You're being evil to me.
You tell me you're a
being
Catholic.
evil.
Where'd you get your baptism? Where were you? Where'd you get your first communion? What church did you go to?
St. Patrick's.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm far from a heathen.
And you were the one who's the fuck the Virgin Mother. No, not until I know. No, you already you assaulted me today. I got to background check you first. If I find out you went to St. Patrick's and got baptized, we will revisit this. I don't know who you are. You could be lying.
Grant, why do I need to lie about a religion?
That's what I want to know. If I check you out and you're right, I will shake your hand next time I see you.
Me being Cape Verdean, we're all Catholics. Thank you.
I believe that.
Okay.
All right, God bless.
Have a good day, Grant.
You too.
I think he liked me by the end. He won me over. He was trolling a little bit. Now, you might be saying, Grant, there's no way that man who was clearly trolling, but also could not be mean to you because you got the vibe you were very holy. That was the vibe. He was like, fuck, I can't be mean to this dude. He is legit. And I was like, yeah, motherfucker, I am. So anyway, I look into this, thanks to Boston Tom for posting this. I look into this shit with this dude, and it turns out, listen to this. In 2021, Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins caused a criminal complaint to be filed against the plaintiff, Joao DePina, who was that guy, alleging intimidation after he heckled Rollins during a televised press conference. At the time, DePina was both a community activist and a defendant in 3 pending criminal cases being prosecuted by the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. DePina video recorded events beginning before and extending after the press conference, then uploaded the recording to his Facebook Live page. Boston Police Detective Dante Williams, who was present at the press conference, filed a police report detailing DePina's behavior at the press conference. Williams' police report was appended to an application for a criminal complaint filed in the BMC. Magistrate found probable cause to issue the complaint against DePina for intimidation pursuant to 268.13b. The Suffolk County DA's office recused itself, and the Worcester County DA's office took over the prosecution of the case. In 2022, a BMC judge dismissed the intimidation complaint for lack of probable cause. DePina then commenced this action in the Superior Court, alleging malicious prosecution, malicious abuse of process, retaliation for free speech, IEED, NIED against Rollins, Worcester County DA Joseph Early, ADA Anthony Mia, Boston PD Detective Williams. The judge allowed the defendant's motion to dismiss based on absolute and qualified immunity. DePina appeals only the dismissal of his claims against Rollins and Williams. The appeals court affirmed the dismissal. So, in short, it's now more clear to me what happened. Monica Cannon Grant and this guy went up against Rachel Rollins, and they lost. And let me just tell you, you really think TurtleBoy and Rachel Rollins' connection is a coincidence? It's not. He's been getting bad guys and girls for a while. All right, here's what we're going to do. Let's check in with Tommy. Actually, I want to check in with Erica. I said to Erica I would share a little bit of her stream earlier, and I think she replied to the link. So Erica Walsh has a new YouTube channel if you want to check it out. And I'm going to let us pop in on it for a second. So let me find it. Take a look at that nice view of the Boston skyline while we do. All right, where is it? Because the hearing's starting at 9:30, so I'm just going to take the pool feed. If anyone finds the pool feed, yeah, that was the guy. That's why I backed off, Iggy. Like, I backed off first because I realized, like, he was trolling, and then I didn't like that he swung at the camera, but then when I realized, like, oh boy, this is political, then I started to figure out. That wasn't until I got home, though. But yeah, I understood right away there was more to this. It only took me 10 minutes to figure out what it was. That was easy work. That wasn't like that important, but whatever. I wanted to know. If I want to know why, I'm going to figure out why and move on. All right, let me look for Miss Erica Walsh's YouTube link she shared. By the way, can I read this Shakespearean sonnet to you all? I posted it yesterday apropos of nothing, and I really like it. It's sonnet number 116. I just found it while I was scrolling on my feed. Do you mind if I read it to you? Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it's an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass came. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. Get it yet? Just because I have to use Shakespeare doesn't mean I am incapable of understanding the weight of my own feelings. I'm a towel, in short. Wasn't that a nice sonnet? What am I supposed to laugh about, Nunya? Nunya, you are in charge. I don't know what you're in charge of, but whatever it is, you can be in charge. Of Greenland? No, I think we already gave Greenland to someone. Who did we give Greenland to? I forget. I made someone president of Greenland on X already. Sorry, Nunya, you can't have Greenland. Nunya, we talked about this already. I think I gave your ship away too. Oh, to Emily C. That's right. And it's not Greenland. She's going to use your ship and invade northern France. Imagine Emily C. in a boat full of animals showing up to northern France. They'd be so fucking baffled. She'd be like, listen, I just think that it's for the best for everyone involved. It will reduce all of our problems if you just give us Norman Towel, which is the northern part of France. Just give it to us. They'll be like, oh, okay. And then the penguin will be like, that's adorable. Emily sees one of those sleeper agents, you know, you just send her in there, she talks to the French, and then all of a sudden, you're in possession of northern France. You don't know what's happened, you think she's wonderful, but she somehow gets northern France. That's Emily C. Olivia, I'm pretty sure, could overthrow the Chinese Communist Party, all right? All right? I'm telling you, I hate the damn commies. Let's do that, all right? Next project, Olivia overthrows the Communist Party of China, all right? Now, who we're going to use for the Russians? I'm going to have to think about that. The Russians, a little more dangerous. I don't want to put Olivia in danger. I just want her to fuck with the commies, all right? Fucking commies. I hate the damn commies. Call me John Birch Society Towel. Fucking commies. Now, so we send Emily to northern France because she'll pacify the French. They won't even see what's coming. Macron will be too busy with Candace Owens. He'll just give her northern France, all right? Then, all right, we send Olivia, not physically to China. We just send her to fuck with the Chinese Communist Party because fuck the commies, all right? Then, for the Russians, we got to get a little bit more creative. I'm going to have to think about this. The Russians are a little dangerous, all right? Let's just send Jason Broyles there. You know, fuck it. Worst comes to worst, he'll get sent to some Siberian prison and he can do hard labor for the rest of his life. That's a price I'm willing to pay, all right? I really would not be upset about that. Okay, I'm just telling you. Like, you know, all right, so there we go. We got it. Emily C., northern France. Olivia, the damn commies in China. And then Jason Broyles, we're just going to send him to Russia, and then we'll sneak a little note to Putin being like, that guy's a government agent for the Americans. Fuck with him, and then he can go to Siberia. We're going to have to work on Putin. I don't know what we're going to do about him. He might have to be kind of like Uncle Joe for a little bit until we fuck him over. You know what I'm saying? We got to pacify him a little bit to break up the BRICS. You see, I have a strategic vision here, right? I want to fuck with the Chinese Communist Party, destroy them, give China back to Taiwan. All right, Taiwan is clearly China. That mainland China, that's just a colony. All right, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to take over China using Olivia, all right? And Olivia can be the president of China. They're going to be a little confused. I don't think they've had a female ruler before. She's just going to be like, fuck you, I'm Olivia. I run China now. It'll be great. So anyway, the point is we're going to do that first. Then we're going to break up some other countries whose names shall remain redacted. And then we're going to take them over, all right? We're already working on this. Then we're going to send Emily C. to northern France. It's very important that we get control of Normantown. This entire operation is based around Emily C. taking a boat with some animals to northern France so that she can take control and baffle the fuck out of the French presidency. She's just going to be like, hi, I need this. And they're going to be like, why? She's going to be like, all right, well, it's a little complicated, but I'm trying to diffuse a situation between the goddamn commies and the Russians. And to do that, Mr. French President, I need Normantown. And also, look at this little penguin here. Isn't he adorable? The French president will look over at the penguin. The next thing he knows, he's in a railway car signing over northern France to Emily. That's a little bit of a morbid analogy. She can bring the penguins and the fluffy animals to the railway car, and we won't put it in the forest, all right? We'll put it in a city center. It'll remove the problematic elements of the analogy. You see where I'm going with that? We're all on the same page, okay? I have my global plan down. I'm going to protect the interest of the United States. I'm going to protect, I told you all, I have a very specific plan. I want to protect the petrodollar so that U.S. sanctions will have effect around the world. I want to prevent the Communist Party from resurging domestically or internationally. I want to break up the BRICS. I want to reassert American territorial and soft power hegemony over the international world order. I want to bring about an end to this era of post-polarity and return us to a unipolar hegemon world-based order based around the Enlightenment vision that came to be manifest in the American Constitution as drafted by Thomas Jefferson and others in the late 1700s. I have a very specific vision. Try to stop me. Fucking commies. Imagine me on a debate stage. How funny would that be if the media had to actually listen to me debate about this and be like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure he just actually proposed serious foreign policy. Oh no. Yeah, fuck you too. Yes, the sea creatures are on the boat. Jen's dog, Jonah, you must understand. A key part of this operational mission is sending the sea creatures on the boat so the president of France and his wife get confused as fuck. They go to look at the cute sea creatures. Emily's already got them to sign the agreement. Then we have Normantown. All right? Everybody's happy. We might have to give Macron, like, one of the sea creatures, but we can just make another one. You know? They're autopoietic. Or sui generis in the Latin. They're self-generating. Sometimes people are like, does this man just start speaking Latin and ancient Greek randomly? Yes. Trying to fuck with him, you know. What were we going to do? Oh, right, we were talking about the conquest of northern France by Emily C. All right, now, I don't really know which animal we should give to President Macron as a trade for northern France. I'm thinking the penguin. I just think he would love the little penguin. And I know Emily loves the penguin. We'll get her another penguin, all right? I'll go to Antarctica. I'll talk to whoever the fuck lives in Antarctica, and I'll be like, I just need one penguin. There's this woman. She's very smart. She conquered northern France. All I need is a penguin. And as you've learned, if I want something, especially if it's a bird that I want to set free, I'm going to get it. I will negotiate with the penguins in Antarctica. I'll learn to speak penguin to get her another penguin. But yes, Emily, we might have to actually give up your penguin. I'm so sorry. I'm very, very sorry about that. I feel a little guilty about it already. She loves a little penguin. But we got to give it up. It's the only way. Someone said you can buy Grant a coffee for a donation of as small as $3. Yes, you can help this little towel stay fluffy and invigorated and excited, and then I'll give you all sorts of information. Just go ahead and check out the Cash App or the Venmo. I forgot I should put them on screen. Hold on one second. I'm a little towel. Where's the Venmo? Oh, I turned it off the other day because we were watching something where I didn't want to have the Venmo up. See, I'm such a selfless towel. There's the Venmo. Just scan that little thing, and you could donate to Towel. Because I'm a towel. And I'm hilarious and entertaining. I was walking away from federal court yesterday, and the serious reporter for like Channel 7 or something was talking to her cameraman, might have been another station, and she was like, well, you got to give it to him. He's really entertaining. The cameraman, without missing a beat, like smiles approvingly, doesn't know I'm behind them, and says to her, yeah, he's great. I walk behind them to the right and interject in like perfect timing. of all time. You don't understand. Good morning. Am I playing Risk Grant style? Yes, I'm talking about how I'm going to overthrow the BRICS and then reassert American hegemony. You don't fuck with America. I love America. I hate the damn commies. Pete Bunny Towel. All right, let me just tell you. He may look like a Pete Bunny Towel. Bro, no. He's Charles William Wiley. All right? He got reincarnated as Pete Bunny Towel. Him and I are out to stop the fucking commies. All right? I've been telling you all this. You think I was just kidding? No, I hate the fucking commies. I really want to overthrow the BRICS and reassert American hegemony. And I don't see why that's a problem, frankly. If you got a problem with that, go fuck yourself. Oh, goodness. All right, let's go check out Erica's feed. Have I yelled enough about the damn commies? All right, I think I have. I think I have sufficiently yelled about the fucking commies enough. Alrighty. Alright. I love that we can swear so liberally on YouTube now. Change the rules so you can swear in the beginning of the stream and throughout the stream. I don't really know why. But I was like, fuck it. That's a license to just start cussing. Alright, where are we going? TurtleBoy posted, "Stop making me like you, Grant." That's hilarious. All right. Oh, and then I made a post for my stream where I wrote a poem. It's not really a poem. It's an interpolation of a Kanye West song. She's so precious. With the peer pressure, couldn't afford a car, so she named her daughter Alexis. Man, I promise, I'm so self-conscious. That's why I spent 9,000 hours on this, just to be like, Towels, you ain't up on it. All right? By the way, Kanye's first mixtape was called Freshman Adjustment, and one of the songs was Self-Conscious. Bro, if you've never listened to that fucking mixtape, oh my god. First of all, it's like a fucking blueprint to graduation, late registration, all of it. Like, it's Freshman Adjustment. It's almost like he could have done like College Dropout, graduation, all of that as one fucking album. Literally one album. But he did it as like a mixtape first, and then he reinterpolated the songs. Like Self-Conscious, like Mayonnaise Benz, I Push Miracle Whips. He never even dropped that fucking line. He used it as a throwaway line in Family Business on fucking through College Dropout. That man, before like shit went down, he was a fucking genius. And if you've never listened to Self-Conscious or some of those tracks, bro, Live in a Movie from Freshman Adjustment is one of the greatest fucking songs I've ever heard. Kanye West's a fucking genius. I don't know what happened to the man. I don't want to know, bro. That's some high level shit. That's what happens when you make too much money. The point is, when he back in the day was like on like with Common and on the Dave Chappelle show, like wearing a backpack, like there's this great story where he's like in the room with I think it was Chappelle and like maybe Jay-Z and a few other people and Dame, and Kanye gets a call and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And the dude's like, you can't hear what the dude says, but Kanye's like, "No, like I can't do that." And the guy's like, "Why?" You can hear Kanye like answering the question why, and the Kanye's like, "Because my life's dope and I do dope shit." And he just hangs up on him. That's fucking epic. So anyway, let's go find this video of Erica. Hold on, let me turn this off just so I can load up the YouTube. Aren't I hilarious, though? Am I not just, like, the funniest fucking person? Sorry, cough button.
I don't know. I'm a mess.
You're a towel. Hi, Erica.
It's like put something on the
She can't
page,
hear
but
us.
I didn't mean
We
to do
can-
that.
Hi, Erica. I'm a towel.
Yeah.
I know I was on mute. I was coughing. Sorry. Hi, Erica.
Erica
I'm a
needs to be
towel.
sponsored by who? What am I, ugly? No, I'm just kidding.
You're
I'm just
not
kidding.
ugly.
I'm just kidding.
You're a towel.
I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm on my own network.
You're a towel.
That's why I lost you guys in the elevator.
Erica's amazing. Erica, can we conquer Northern Ireland, please? Can someone go in her chat and be like, "Erica, Grant's restreaming you. He wants you to conquer Northern Ireland."
Oh, Bay Harbor Beauty. That's one of Jess Machado's people.
I'm kind of smart, I
She
guess.
said
That's
she,
very nice of
I
you to
actually
say.
spoke to her last night. Aidan, did you hear from Jess? Did you hear from Jess Machado? Yeah. She may have texted you. She was gonna come, but she was sick. So she was, she's sick. Yeah, but she was literally. I would talk to her at like midnight, and she was planning on coming, but I don't think she's gonna be able to.
Hold on. I know some people are having problems with the sound. Patrick Ford, thank you for the super chat. Before I can make you a mod, I have to talk to Dave Cullinane about you. I'll just be direct with you. Like, I don't know enough about you, so until I talk to Cullinane, like, I don't know. So, all right? My guard's up a little bit. Sorry. It's actually better in some sense for you not, like, for some people to not be on my radar, because then I have questions. Look at Erica Wall. She's like, we got questions. Yes, Erica, I'm a towel, and I too have questions. Actually, let's see if we can see TurtleBoy's arrival on Erica's stream, because I bet she got him coming in. She's Erica. All right, where is he? Oh, she's with Deanna. That's fun. Deanna one time, like, found me at a tire place getting my tire changed, and I was spooked by it. She definitely tipped her hand a little bit there. Not Deanna, the one with the blue glasses. Like, bro, don't tip your hand like this woman. So when she pulled up on me when I was getting my tire changed, bro, you don't think immediately I was like, oh no, we have a problem? You don't think I immediately, like, started scanning, like, all my stuff all the time? I was like, we have a problem here. Oh, I don't mind if people vouch. That's fine. I just got to talk to Cullinane. Sorry, I'm not going to hide it anymore. Like, if you come around me right now, I'm going to background check you, and I'm going to go to the people who know you. And even if you tell them I'm coming, they're still going to tell me what I want to know. And maybe you are a good guy. In which case, wonderful. I'm thrilled. I like Kirk. I think he did great work on The Case Season 2. Paid a price for it, but so did I for finding out some of this stuff. So I sympathize with Kirk. I think he's a good reporter. He's fucking hilarious, too. I see clips of him. I wish I could watch more. Honestly, I don't have time to watch, like, even my own stuff. I wish I could watch more of that, because Kirk Minahan's fucking hilarious. Like, he's like Portnoy. They're just so fucking funny. But that said, I still have to, like, talk to Cullinane, because, like, I'm not going to just get involved with anyone right now, even if you're on the up and up. By the way, I'm not doing this for no reason. I just want to... Oh, is that Aiden's arrival? All right, let's listen to TurtleBoy.
I don't like to do this to you if I can't talk to you. And I was like, oh, it's all good. It's whatever. So much. And she's like, I don't care. If I'm going to him or whatever, just like, get it. I'm like, all right. Like, she said she's smoking. I was like, no. You're homie gaps. So no shit. Yeah, they clean up good. They all look really well. They look good.
To answer someone's question about, I think Pat said Cullinane might be biased. You know why I love the movie Great Expectations? You know why I love the movie Crash and 11/14? You know why I love James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake? Because the best way to learn the truth about someone is to hear 5 different people tell you their version. Then you can amalgamate perspectives and find the kernel of truth that they're all sort of not even intentionally lying about, but it's a perspective. You're never going to get truth. Truth isn't... Humans have an asymptotic relationship with truth. Our understanding approaches but never touches what actually happened unless we were there. And even then, memories are faulty. Maybe not mine. Sometimes. It depends. I try to filter out irrelevant information. But anyway, I don't ask one person. Like, if you really are on my radar, I'll just, like, find what I want to know before I approach you. If I'm talking to you, it's already too late. It's a problem. Because it probably means I know more than I'm letting on about who you are, and then I want to see how you're acting to determine if you're hiding from me what I already know, which is a tip-off that you're not who you say you are, or doing what you say you're doing, which is what I do. I don't have time to waste. I do that with everyone. I may as well just tell you about it. If you're going to play on that level, that's what I'm going to do. All right, let's jump live.
Look at chat.
All right, I don't think court has started yet. Does anyone have a pool feed? We are I always look for the who, what, when, where, why, and how. If I'm answering one of those questions, I'm doing what I need to be doing. And also, like, you don't want someone who, like, gets investigators from different state agencies on things, like, looking into you. If, like, unless you're, like, ideological or whatever, and if you're doing anything that you shouldn't be doing. I'm the last person you want, like, even knowing your name. It's better for me just to not. So, I don't know. It opens a Pandora's box. Like, and a lot of people have fucked around and found out. Because I don't really care. I just move to what's next, bro. Like, I have a lot of friends in a lot of places. And it's just like, call them. And I'm like, I have a problem. And if I'm calling, it's a problem. I promise you, it's a problem. And they're like, oh, fuck, he's calling again. What are we going to do now? What does he want now? What law do we have to change? What do we got to do? And I don't give him a fucking dollar because I'm a towel. And I'm like, you know what I do, and I'm good at it. And I'm a little towel. All right? I don't think Jen Altman did anything to anyone. I think she's smart and knows Sean, and she's just smart. Natalie, too. Hello, Izzy B. Hello, I'm a towel. We're looking for a pool feed, by the way. If you have a pool feed, I would like it. I'm looking at Erica right now outside the court. I have her muted because I don't know when she's going to go into the court. All right? So, we are... Now, listen. I need to be direct. I think a lot of people were working for Five Stones. All right? A lot of very smart people. But anyway... I don't know Izzy B. He came in the chat, and then I said I was going to talk to Cullinane, and then I said I was going to background check him by using the Orson Welles strategy from Citizen Kane, just to baffle him a little bit. I'm a towel. Oh, that's right. Yes, why not, Izzy B? Do I have to ask Dave Cullinane about you, too? Yeah, but what we want is the actual pool feed. So we're looking for, what are we looking for? Like, one of the stations should have it. WHDH 25, whatever the fuck. Oh, thank you to the person who sent Little Towel a donation. I was down to $4.73 in my Venmo. Now I'm up to $9.78. Oh, you all are wonderful little towels. All right. Reminder, if you like what I've been doing, if you want to help Little Towel needs some help getting through the first, you can find my Venmo at Grant-E1. The Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis, and the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. And you might be saying, Towel, very rarely do you actually ask directly for help. I know. I'm a Little Towel. All right? So therefore, I'm asking for help. Where do I go to get my weed? So right now, the cheapest I can find is Garden Remedies in Newton. I'm a medical patient, and they gave me a coupon for after I renewed my certification. And by renewing my certification, I was... Hold on.
I don't know. It says someone saying something fresh. I don't know if they already deleted it or not.
Oh, she's just moderating. I thought she was going to say hi to me. But by the way, I support Erica's new channel 100%. I actually got to subscribe. It's called We Got Questions, and I gave a like. She's got 852 likes. So even though we're not listening to the audio, go ahead and give Erica a subscribe. What was I talking about, though? I'm the greatest towel that ever toweled. I know you say, I'm a little towel. It makes me smile. Oh, where'd I get my weed? Garden Remedies. They gave me a coupon for, like, recertification. I can get, like, my full week supply for, like, $45 to $55, which is really good. They don't take insurance in Massachusetts. They do in New Jersey. I'm trying to get the legislation reformed so that I can use insurance to pay for my medicine. It's literally medicine. I have colitis. It's either that or prednisone. I'm sorry, I hate prednisone. It makes me think weird. It makes my cheeks all puffy. Makes me like a little chipmunk towel, and I don't like it. So I like my cannabis, but it's very expensive, and they don't accept insurance. So I have to chase discounts. I'm very methodical. I research. I know, like, I help build the industry, so it's not hard for me to figure out the cheapest price, but I have to scour. Like, I'm not paying $100 for my week's supply. That's outrageous. 55 is too much. Like, I should be getting it for 35. I'm a towel. I built a fucking industry. I got you all $30 million fucking dollars a year in grants. Somebody just give me my medicine. What do I have to do? What more do you want from me? Yeah, Nunya, so I can get $55 no tax with medical card and a coupon, but I have to get the coupon. They're not unlimited. You get like 5 coupons when you renew your medical card. And like I know everyone, so like yeah, I get like discounts, but it's still hard to like get the medicine because it's not paid for by insurance, which is fucking outrageous. It's an insult to like the people who really need it. Why would you drive us to prednisone? That's what I think every time I think about this. Why would you ever want us on a drug that is extremely dangerous and harmful and has dangerous mental side effects and hurts the body? Someone said it hurts the bones. It fucks with everything. And it compromises your immune system. Like, it's a fucking terrible drug. I hate prednisone. The medical card is free. I don't pay for the yearly fee. That's waived. I have to pay $50 to $100 a year for the recertification because a doctor has to actually meet with you. And then I pay no tax. That's the best benefit. And then I get discounts. So I get benefits for being a medical patient, but like that still means I have to know which store has the cheapest available medicine. I might have to drive there. I don't always have a rental car. My mom took the car after the brakes got cut, and I can't get my new car, which was from my dad's like house because my sister needs to use it. I could get it, but I don't want to bother her. Like, I'm a nice guy to my own detriment. So anyway, I just need a little help. All right. And the fact that my medicine is not paid for by insurance makes everything so much worse. But yeah, I get by. Like, I always get exactly what I need and never more. And that's all I really ask for anyway. So I'd like a little cushion. It would be nice not to have all this debt, whatever. But money doesn't matter to me. I'll just, get by as long as I can eat. I like to help people too. So like that money's like a means to an end for me. I don't really care about money or spending it or going places or doing anything. I don't need to live lavishly. I need a fucking bed, a computer, the internet, food, weed. Like, that's it. Energy drinks. Coffee's good. Court should be starting up soon, by the way. Yes, if one of the links isn't working, by the way, that are getting dropped in chat, just let me know. Towel is the oldest of 5 siblings. 2 of them don't have colons. I have 3 sisters and a brother. They're all very wonderful. They all have struggles in their own way. They're all thriving in their own way. Well, maybe not my brother, but he's working on it. He got his colon out when he was 4. They used so many drugs to avoid having to take his colon out. I'm shocked he lived. All right, so he's a little, different. I don't know what to do about him, but, he just needs some help, all right? He's like a developmentally disabled little towel, and I'm a little protective of him, but I don't know what to do. My sisters, though, they're all fascinating. All just geniuses. So, anyway, no, Patrick Ford. No. I definitely don't like that. You're going the wrong direction now. No. If your goal is to have covered, that is not a good idea. Yeah, Kate Peter talks to Wendy. Wendy's in with the state police, like close. She knows Michael Proctor's uncle. Well, it's Liz Proctor's uncle who's still with the state police. Like, I don't fuck with that shit, bruh. Sorry. I don't fuck with that shit. I just don't. Even if you're my own mom. Bro, it's political. So, like, my own safety, the work that I do, all that shit is more important. Like, I love her. I'll take care of her, like, when this is over. But, like, I'm upset about how she acted, who she was working with, why, whatever. Okay, so Melanie Little does have the hearing. All right, I'm going to bring this up. I'm not going to join the Zoom because I didn't put a motion in. But Melanie's just broadcasting it on YouTube, and it's a pool feed from the Zoom, so we'll take it. If anyone sees an actual pool feed... does Dread Guy? Who the fuck is Dread Guy? No, Dread Guy was just insulting my mother. I think he knows. She writes for the Boston Herald, so everyone knows Wendy. Wendy Murphy has been on national TV since like the 90s. Wendy Murphy's written for the Herald for like 30 years or 20 years. Everyone knows Wendy Murphy. It's a little weird. And I think she got a little jealous of me. Like, once I started getting prominent, like, she really hated that. Like, she told me I was not allowed to, like, say I was her son. Like, I was like, fine, I'll make it on my own, bro. I don't need to say I'm your fucking son. And people will listen to me because I'm me. I never liked that. So I had to prove her wrong. I had to spite her a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? This is me in relax mode, by the way. I'm done. I'm done working. I've done as much work as I can do for you all over the past 3 years. Everybody else can do it now, okay? You all can do that on your own. I mean, I'll keep an eye on all this, but, I am in relax mode. All right? Don't need to interrogate anyone anymore. I figured it out. It was brilliant. It was beautiful. I love everything about it, but I'm done. I'm relaxing. We'll watch this hearing. I'll analyze it for you. Oh, those texts Lindsey released. So, another reason why I know these cases are going to be dismissed is Lindsey drops his fucking bombshell overnight, causing Jen McCabe to trend on Twitter. I bet Jen McCabe hates that. Jen McCabe, who definitely knows a lot of these cops. I think Jen McCabe's a target, too, of this probe. Just look at what Lindsey dropped. She's just such a boss. So, she drops this message where it shows 2 of Jen McCabe's family members and Jen McCabe planning, by watching TurtleBoy's lives, to then go spy on him in the South End. Hello, Laura. Welcome. Welcome. So, yeah, that's going to come up at these hearings. I have no doubt about that. There's just one of them. So, Julie Cristello says, are we planning, doing Operation Stakeout if he does his live from his car, being TurtleBoy? Jen McCabe, yeah, we should listen to live and make a plan. Julie Cristello, yeah, we can get a feel for it and see what we think. Okay, if not, we can always get breakfast and mimosas somewhere, says Julie Cristello. Lindsey says, sorry guys, trying to rush. We woke up late this morning, but yes, I'm in. Let me call you once I get the kids dropped off. This is just me reading the text. Jen McCabe says, should we go in voice chat? Jen McCabe says, Lisa, want to come get me? I will pay for gas. Just think best not to go in my car. Julie, I can pick you guys up at Walmart and we can go get Lindsey. Jen McCabe, okay, let's go. Woohoo! And then this is the video, this is the information showing and confirming that it's real. So, yeah, bruh, this is going to be some shit today. Let's check in on Melanie Little. We're not live yet. Oh, hold on, let me jump live. Nope, we're not live yet. But you can see I'm monitoring. Now, listen, don't think for 1 second. I don't want to hit you over the head with it, all right? Don't make me hit you over the head with it rhetorically. Just think. Oh, we're about to go live. All right, here we go. Hold on. Where's the audio? We're waiting for her. Hold on. Where's the audio? Where is the audio? Oh, it's muted. The court's still muted, but we have the Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have the Zoom. That is inside the courtroom. That is inside the court. You are all towels. I am also a towel. Now, we are in the court. Okay, Melanie Little, Attorney Melanie Little's head is providing the pool feed. She is an Attorney Melanie Little. All right, I'm pretty sure I have things to say about her brilliance, but not right now. I have things to say about Lindsey's brilliance, but not right now. All these brilliant women. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, all these brilliant women. All right, yes, Melanie Little. Tell me more about your Share MV7 driver that you're using. Please give me more technical information. Don't do that live on stream. I'm trying to help you here. If you reveal that kind of stuff, it is very bad OPSEC. Just don't show it on the screen. This is me being helpful. You don't show your drivers on the screen. What are you doing? Drivers are incredibly vulnerable to all sorts of attacks. What are you doing? Oh, she's doing it again. Oh, no. Just turn the display off when you show your drivers. Why? Yes, the court is just muted. Your volume is fine.
My coaches say I have really good.
Oh, that was Missy Lurch. Oh, that's so epic. Oh my God, Missy Lurch is one of those people who knows Kate. She just came on and started talking during the live stream. Oh, that was epic. I can't believe that just happened. You know, we can watch it back and record it. Watch this, because Melanie Little has DVR. Watch this. Hold on.
They say.
Hold on. I gotta mute my mic when she comes on.
They say.
Hold on. All right, watch this.
My coaches say I have really good.
Wow, she just got caught talking during court. That's one of those accounts on Twitter, Missy Lurch. She's like a headhunter or something for corporations. That's bad. Don't do that, bruh. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, x.com, Grant Smith Ellis, to watch today's TurtleBoy hearing. It's about to start. She's Melanie Little above my head. She's providing the pool feed. I'm a towel. Did you see how I just recorded a clip? All right, let's jump forward. Did you all like that? Was that not smooth? I'm a smooth towel. I'm a smooth little towel. I did that in real time, and then I DVR'd it and clipped it. I'm what's called a clipper. All right? Call me the towel clipper. That's not a type of boat. That's someone who goes on social media and clips things and then uploads them before you know what's going on. And then you're like, oh, no, I didn't just do that, but he clipped it and then put it up real time. Oh, no, I'm a little towel. That was that same woman who sent all those weird DMs the other day with spearfishing, and then she was like, my account was hacked. And I was like, no, it wasn't. You're just an obvious moron. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with little towel. Why do people fuck with me? Don't spearfish me. Don't fuck with me. Up the towel. My friends created the internet. What do you want from me? Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. The infamous Missy Lurch, who was sending around targeted hack DMs the other day on X, was caught with a hot mic during today's bombshell TurtleBoy hearing. Her coaches are apparently mad at her about something. Her coaches are apparently something about something. I don't really know what that means. Who is coaching her and why? Do you mean handlers? What are you fucking doing, lady? Why did you say that on the Zoom? What the fuck is going on? I'm a little towel. What the fuck? This is like living in some fucking alternate reality. I want a cheeseburger. God bless all of you who've been sending donations to facilitate Towel getting a cheeseburger. I promise you, I will let you know when it arrives. You are all wonderful. Oh, and someone's like, don't fuck with the relaxed towel. Dusty, it's so good to see you. A little towel. That, I cannot believe I got that video. It's uploaded. It's 33%, 36%. You don't understand. I watch videos upload. I get so mad when the percentages don't jump quickly. It's up to 47%. Now it's 50%. Now it's processing. Now I'm excited. This is how my brain is. I just live like this all the time, and then I mediate it so that when I talk to you all, like, you don't think that I know this much. I want you to think I know a lot, but not this much. But now I'm just letting you see what my brain's like when I just talk. All right, hold on. I want to put a link to the hearing. Watch live. Hold on. I'm a towel. I did it. I posted it. I'm a towel. So anyway, yeah, I'm a towel. I said cheeseburgers. There was a Hamburger Helper ad. I know. They're listening to your microphones. All right. Still no noise from inside the court because they're still being little towels. Court is just kind of hanging out. We're being little towels. I'm a little towel. You're all little towels. Why would Hank be in the car park near the court today? Because Hank Brennan is definitely involved in either with the state police or with the Five Stones. I don't know which one. But he's powerful, bro. Don't fuck with him. He knows, like, Leah Foley, and he made some of this shit happen. I think he's trying to get the state police because he's got a grudge, bro. Remember, they fuck with Whitey. And Hank was loyal to Whitey, so he wants to get the state police. I think he was a federal mole, obviously. That's why he would never talk to me. He knew if he talked to me, he couldn't keep it up. Even him. He's a gangster, though. Not in that way. Like, don't fuck with Hank Brennan. He's a G. He's like Dustin Chow. Just don't fuck with him. He was your friend the whole time. All of you. He was trying to get the state police. He had a grudge. Chip on his shoulders. Five Stones Intelligence is this really big firm that I think got contracts to investigate the state police. I think Aidan got arrested intentionally. I think Hank and stuff were like in on it. Karen was also used to help them get the state police. It was big. It was like 70 million in contracts, more or less. 56 to 70 million since 2022. John O'Keefe's death is what sparked them to get involved. John died on January 29, 2022. By February 8th of 2022, Sean on the Gulf's friend joined Five Stones. He's I think it's Dave McKnight joined, Brian McKnight joined Five Stones, and then right away the federal grand jury started in May of 2022, which is, we know this, it was May 26, 2022, because that's when Jessica Leslie was impaneled by Judge Telwani, according to the information. And, like, it was a big deal, bro. Like, Jessica Leslie got charged because she inadvertently leaked to help the state police. So they fucked her. Like, this whole thing was a federal op. Brennan was involved to help the feds. Laura McLaughlin was involved. TurtleBoy was involved. Sean on the Gulf. Kevin Linehan. All these people were actually spying on the state police. It was a confidence game. Some people were sent out there to be anti-Karen Reed and push it and get arrested. Some people were sent out there to be pro-state police, so the state police would then talk to them behind the scenes.
Right here is fine.
It was brilliant. Here we go.
Yeah, if you don't mind sliding down, that's great.
Yeah, I'm confirming that.
Thanks, Phil. Thank you. At all parties. And look, are we ready?
We are.
Court, all rise, please. Honorable court in session, please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Before the court is the matter of Commonwealth versus Aidan Kearney on Norfolk dockets 2382 CR 00313 and 2582 CR 0088. Mr. Kearney is present. Counsel, please identify themselves for the record, beginning with the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove.
Good morning, Attorney Cosgrove.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of Aidan Kearney.
Good morning, Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Bradle.
Before Mr. Kearney, Mark Betterow. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Betterow. Okay, just to be clear, we've accommodated as many people as we can in the audience. I understand there are some folks outside. The court has opened the matter to Zoom, primarily because of the weather and the parking conditions. I'm not going to say that we have it on Zoom every single time, but to those who can't be in the courtroom right now, we are broadcasting by Zoom. I further note the court was prepared to come out at 9, but the delay was due to the late arrival of some of the counsel. So with that, I would remind all parties who are attending by Zoom that any rebroadcast, if you are not qualified under SJC Rule 1.1119, rebroadcast is prohibited.
I'm
Those
qualified.
who are qualified and have registered are certainly free to rebroadcast as appropriate.
Okay, I can do it. She's not. Okay, hold on. Somebody send me the Zoom link. I'm allowed to do it. Somebody send me the Zoom link, please. I'm allowed to do it. All right, somebody please send the Zoom link. She's not allowed to do it. I'm sorry. She's great, but I need the Zoom link, please. Please tell someone that towel's permitted under the rules. Send him the Zoom link immediately. I can go on the docket and get it, but someone please get me the Zoom link. Hold on. Suffolk Superior Court Daily List. All right, someone please send Towel the Zoom link. I'm allowed to do it. I'm literally registered. He didn't say pre-approved. He just said registered. So someone just please send me the Zoom link. You can just send it to me. All right. That's what I need right now. You can send it to me on Twitter. You can send me the ID. Whatever you want to do, send me a DM. Just get me that link because I am permitted. I'm probably one of the few people actually permitted to do this. Okay, so just please go ahead and you can find me on Twitter. Whatever we need to do, let's get Towel this Zoom link immediately. All right, so hold on. All right, well, I can check the docket too, okay? But like, we need the Zoom link. All right, where is it? All right, where is it? Oh, it might be on the Norfolk daily list. Norfolk Superior Court daily list. All right, who's got this Zoom link? Did someone already post it? Is another channel streaming it? All right, I'll stream Baker. Hold on. But yes, I am permitted to broadcast it. All right, I'm going. Baker's in another country, so he doesn't give a shit. But Melanie can get in serious trouble. All right, hold on. I'm going backwards. I'm allowed to broadcast it, by the way. Okay, just so everyone understands, I'm actually. Judge just said I'm allowed to. I'm on that list. I fit every criteria. I'm registered, etc. So we're going to start again.
In the developed world, we have this thing called ether cables where you just...
Baker, we don't need to hear you. We need to hear the court. Oh, they kicked Baker out. All right, somebody get me the link. Folks, I need the link.
T-shirt. Yeah, that makes no sense.
I need the link, please. I need the Zoom. I'm going to be the only one they're going to let stay in and do this.
Honorable court in session, please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Before the court is the matter of Commonwealth versus Aidan Kearney on Norfolk dockets 2382 CR 00313 and 2582 CR 0088. Mr. Kearney is present. Counsel, please identify themselves for the record, beginning with the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove.
Good morning, Attorney Cosgrove.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf.
Allie, I got it. Delete it. Allie, delete it. They'll flood the Zoom. Delete it, please. Allie, delete it, because I think if I remove your comment, you can get in trouble, so just delete your comment. All right, I'm going in. Pause. We're going to watch Baker till I get in. He's going to get kicked out.
On behalf of Aidan Kearney.
Good morning, Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Bradel.
For Mr. Kearney, Mark Betterow. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Betterow. Okay, just to be clear, we've accommodated as many people as we can in the audience. I understand there are some folks outside. The court has opened the matter to Zoom primarily because of the weather and the parking conditions. I'm not going to say that we're going to have it on Zoom every single time, but to those who can't be in the courtroom right now, we are broadcasting by Zoom. I further note the court was prepared to come out at 9, but the delay was due to the late arrival of some of the counsel. So with that, I would remind all parties who are attending by Zoom that any rebroadcast, if you are not qualified by SJC Rule 1.1, broadcast is limited. Those who are qualified and have registered are certainly free to rebroadcast as appropriate. With that, my intention today is to cover papers 110, 117 in part, 125, and 127. Those are the matters which deal with the request for the recusal or removal of Mr. Cosgrove as counsel for the Commonwealth. Now, before we begin that, particularly Mr. Betterow, to you, and I know Judge Dolan may have talked to you about this a little bit.
That, well, we're not going to call Ms. Gaetani as a witness, and that certainly is right for the time being anyway as the prosecutor for the Commonwealth. But the defense may very well call her. Her credibility will be an issue, obviously, if she testifies in this case. At that point, having a prosecutor who has been accused of misconduct, who is named as a civil defendant, attacking her credibility and attempting to defend the credibility of other witnesses whose credibility could be impeached by Ms. Gaetani is a problem. It's a problem because the jury would have a right to know what the prosecutor's interest may be. It's not.
Well, you chose not to cross-examine her.
That's a decision that has to be made by a disinterested prosecutor.
What if you got someone else to cross-examine her?
That may or may not solve the problem. Certainly it would with the direct examination of her.
But he's not going to call her. He's made that clear.
I understand that. What I'm suggesting to the court is we may very well do that.
You may, and you'd have to get permission from the court to do that because you'd have to show me that it's relevant, but that's another issue down the road.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, respectfully, why it may be relevant beyond just the substance of her testimony. Mr. Cosgrove addressed the substance of her testimony as it relates to the allegations against Mr. Kearney. She also may very well be a witness who can expose bias of other important prosecution witnesses, who could expose conduct on behalf of some of those important prosecution witnesses, conduct which is not at all consistent.
Well, let's get to the nub of it, all right? Because I've read all your material, so you don't need to repeat the argument to me. Look, as I understand the issue here, Ms. Gaetani, that's the correct pronunciation, yes, is it not? Ms. Gaetani has an interaction with Special Prosecutor Mello in December, I think the 24th, was it, or the 23rd?
Something like that.
Of 2023. Mm-hmm. It's around that time that she's alleged to have some interaction with Ms. McCabe. Is that correct?
Among other times, yes.
Well, around that time is my understanding, based on the evidence you presented me. Around that time, Ms. McCabe urges her to go to the grand jury, do the right thing, go to the grand jury, something along those lines. All right, is that correct?
In substance, but I think it's interpretational, and the witness might expand upon that.
I understand that. All of those events occurred 6 months after the events that are in play here. So the relevance of those events is only as to the credibility, potentially, of Ms. McCabe. Now, you might be able to get into that. You might be able to even confront Ms. McCabe. But then you're going to have to raise an issue of whether or not you get into a trial within a trial, so to speak, the extrinsic evidence rule, which takes us to whether or not she is even going to be a witness to talk about potential bias after the fact. This is after the fact bias.
Yeah.
On an issue which, frankly, I'm struggling with a little because nobody contests the acts here. All right? Mr. Kearney is a citizen journalist, sort of a new breed of journalist, correct? He presents to this court that all of his activities are fully protected under the First Amendment. Very reasonable argument, okay? Mr. Cosgrove says different. He says this is witness intimidation. The motivation of Ms. McCabe to his acts is tangential by and large, is it not?
Judge,
now she's going to testify, yes, I was intimidated. But the main factor here is the nature of the comment, which is recorded, made voluntarily and recorded. Now, you are correct. There's an excellent argument to be made, perhaps, that Gaetani and Genduso and McCabe may have all had some idea that they were going to get together and get his bail revoked. But that's not what this trial's about. This trial's about what happened 6 months before. So you got to draw me to the relevance of that.
Well, her bias and motive against him, whether before, during, or after, I would suggest is certainly relevant. Moreover, it's
all after. There's no before.
Judge, you mentioned a moment ago about the fact that she's going to come in and say, I felt intimidated or I was emotionally harmed. I think we would all agree that would be relevant about what the impact that these horrible allegations had on her. There will be evidence through electronic communications between Gaetani and McCabe, which Gaetani may very well have to authenticate as a witness, because frankly, we don't assume or take any guess what Ms. McCabe will say, where shortly after Mr. Kearney was released from jail, from what Your Honor just spoke about, where Ms. McCabe recruited Ms. Gaetani and orchestrated surveilling him from various police stations and to other locations, joking about going on a stakeout. In other words, conduct not consistent with her being intimidated. Those actions will also
the intimidation doesn't have to last forever. intimidation, and we're only trying one slice in time. That's the bedrock of any criminal defendant, right? But not trying his entire life, we're trying that moment.
But these are questions that have to be posed to Ms. McCabe, and should be forced to answer them and explain them.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so the point is, we don't know what Ms. McCabe will say. We know, based upon messages that we've seen, which would need to be authenticated, presumably what Ms. Gaetani will say about these issues.
Which seems to move with time from poll to poll, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, it seems like her allegiances have changed as this case has developed.
She is, without question, a unique witness, which raises another interesting point, which could lead to the possible conflict with Mr. Cosgrove. She is a former prosecution witness. There's no question. She testified in grand jury. She testified at a trial called and vouched for by Mr. Cosgrove.
Quite enthusiastically, as I understand it.
I believe so, Judge. No question. And at that point, they had no problem with Ms. Gaetani. But at this point, she's now sued Mr. Cosgrove. She has sued Tully. She has threatened to sue or sent a demand letter to the DA's office. And when that happened, Mr. Cosgrove said, I have a conflict with her because he has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And I'm going back to what I first started with, Your Honor. The issue is not because she's an alleged victim. She's a potential witness in this case, and the prosecutor has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And the critical part comes in the argument to the jury at the end of the trial. When McCabe has testified, it's in Mr. Cosgrove's personal interest that she be credited, Gaetani not be credited. When Tully testifies, it's the same exercise. He's a co-defendant of his.
What's Tully going to testify to?
Is Tully going to testify? We're not calling Tully.
Mr. Cosgrove, what's Tully going to testify to? Is he even a witness?
I haven't made a determination as to whether I'm going to call Lieutenant Tully or whether I'll need to call Lieutenant Tully. It seems to me that the videos, which Mr. Kearney has himself made public, documenting his statements and actions, are pretty much self-authenticating. I'm not sure.
Well, I think you may have to make a choice here fairly quick if we're going to deal with this issue. But continue.
Look, the bottom line is Detective Lieutenant Tully is the lead investigator on this matter. Now, that doesn't obligate the Commonwealth to call him, but he is the driving force behind this. He built the investigation, and he got the search warrant.
This is not your classic whodunit.
No.
This is not the investigation where they find evidence on a scene, they develop the evidence on the scene, they trace the suspects, they get phone downloads, they do this, that, the other. This is a very unique set of facts.
Very. Where
the defendant recorded himself and then voluntarily broadcast his actions to the world at large. So the investigation essentially is press record. And then a jury of his peers, all right, would judge the mores of our society to determine whether or not this is acceptable First Amendment or not acceptable First Amendment.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is that Tully...
And I would like the jury of peers to make that decision. I don't want to make it. I want the jury of his peers to make that decision.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is on this issue is that Tully is the lead investigator. And certainly I can only speak from my own experience, perhaps others, that it would be extraordinarily rare not to call.
I don't find that to be accurate in my experience. I've seen it happen a number of times, much to my disappointment when I sat over there, okay?
I've seen it happen, and I've taken that from the other side of the table in prosecuting rather than defending, in letting juries know who built the case, what is going on here. But the point...
And fairly pointed out by the defense, and you didn't hear from him.
It could be. It may very well be, but that could also lead to the reason why. Okay, the issues surrounding Gaetani's claims, the defense wants to argue they're not calling Tully. Perhaps the jury may be entitled, not asking Your Honor to make evidentiary rulings now, obviously, but the jury may want to know and be entitled to know why isn't the prosecutor calling him, and might it have something to do with what Gaetani alleges. But moving away from Tully to the larger point, it's not even so much the cross-examinations, or other evidence, which I would suggest are improper being conducted by a prosecutor with a personal interest in favoring certain witnesses over the one that is suing him. It's the summations, it's the argument. If Mr. Cosgrove has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Gaetani, assuming he does, as Your Honor noted, maybe he won't, but I would suggest, again, that's a decision to be made by a disinterested prosecutor, not one with a personal interest.
Well, let's define the personal interest. It is, anybody can bring a lawsuit against anybody, all right? You know, the actions that are alleged here by Mr. Cosgrove, and most of them, frankly, seem to have occurred prior to his arrival in the case. But the actions are alleged were done solely in his role as a special prosecutor. You know, his immunity is almost impenetrable, correct?
In a legal sense.
Sir, this is a legal setting.
No, Your Honor, my point is this. Personal interests don't rise and fall. They're not black and white because you've been sued or not sued. She has publicly and loudly accused a distinguished prosecutor of misconduct that he himself recognized after the lawsuit was filed. This lawsuit that we're saying has no merit, what did he do? He sought removal because I'm ethically precluded from cross-examining her. It's the same issue.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's what he said, but I'll take that for what it is.
Well, Judge, I just want the record to be clear. What he said was, counsel states that a recent conflict of interest has developed which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters when Gaetani is an alleged victim or party, and we talked about whether we use alleged victim or witness as the issue. The point is...
Well, that's why I said that's not exactly what he said. What he said was...
Yes. No, I'm not trying to substitute that. We're trying to, in my view, suggest it's a distinction without a difference, because he has been attacked. And when he withdrew from the other case, the lawsuit against him was no better or no worse than it is now. So he didn't make that argument back then to say, this is some garbage lawsuit, I have no real conflict. What he said was, I am ethically precluded.
All right, I take your point. Mr. Cosgrove, if you're ethically precluded from one, why aren't you ethically precluded from two? I'll come back to this issue of the 2025 investigation too.
I reserve my answer on that.
Reserve it for when?
When it's my turn to speak.
I was about to give you your turn to speak, but I'll go back to Mr. Bedero. Let's talk about the 2025 investigation.
Your Honor, can I make one point I didn't get to? We kind of got. It's the summations where the real problem arises here. Because if Gaetani were cross-examined by Mr. Cosgrove, in essence, it is almost a free deposition. It is sworn testimony by a litigant against another litigant in a civil matter in which he has the power of the government cross-examining, which will benefit his personal interest. Then you go to summation. Presumably, his argument will be Gaetani is not believable, Gaetani is not credible, but McCabe is. Now, those are appropriate arguments by most people to make, not him, because it is in his personal interest, not just as a representative of the Commonwealth. It is in his personal interest that she be discredited. And the jury should know that. Now, I'm not saying that's an appropriate outcome either. The appropriate outcome is that he be removed, because if he's vouching for the credibility, not in an illegal sense, but advocating for the jury to adopt Jen McCabe and discredit Lindsey Gaetani, the jury should not be ignorant to the fact that this guy's getting sued and wants her to be discredited. That is not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in when they find out that the prosecutor who is judging everyone's credibility is discrediting her, crediting another, And it's tantamount to him giving unsworn
But
testimony.
this goes back to the issue of relevance that we talked about before. And this is where I'm a little bit hung up. What McCabe does 6, 8, 10 months after the allegations here, because the allegations with regard to McCabe, as I can tell, they occur on 6/6, 9/20, and 7/22. Those are the 3 dates where she's alleged to have been intimidated. So, so none of these matters involving Gaetani develop until perhaps December, right?
Gaetani's, some of her testimony, though, Judge, will corroborate other evidence we have of Jen McCabe's pattern of surveilling Mr. Kearney.
But when
before he was indicted.
But when?
In 2023, July of 2023. We have documented evidence of her, the intimidated and emotionally harmed witness, contacting Mr. Kearney on social media and alluding to the fact, I know where you are, which is exactly what we're talking about with Gaetani.
That's a fair point to cross-examine her on. No doubt.
Don't know what she's going to say. From our perspective, having seen some of her other testimony and other proceedings, we don't just assume that she's going to be forthright. And we have a right. She's the star witness of this case.
I mean, you need to know a little bit more about that. In terms of, if you want to file something and pound it to me, that's fine.
The final point I'll make, to Your Honor, before you have any other questions, is it's important that we're raising this now. This is well before trial. The prosecution is clearly on notice. I don't know where this may lead to, what else could be discovered. You know, this is a unique case, as you've noted, and evidence is discovered in all kinds of odd ways, believe me, with how these cases proceed and who shares what and those kinds of things. It's critical for us to make this record now, alert the court respectfully.
I have no issue with you making a record.
Because if it comes up later after a jury is impaneled, there is a risk of a mistrial, and that will not be our fault. And we think at that point,
Listen, Mr. Bitter, I have no issue with you bringing the motion. You're supposed to. You need to advocate for your client in any way you think is appropriate. I'm just trying to flesh it out here, so I understand exactly what the issues are. I'm struggling with the relevance issues. You may have to give me more information on that, so I understand it a little bit better, because the way I read things, they're much later in time. Now, if you've got something that's more contemporaneous to the alleged intimidation, I think that's very, very relevant. And we'd have to sort of play out how that would come in and what the form of that evidence. So we'll come back to that at some point when you're ready to talk to me about that. But talk to me about this. Your motion had 3 parts. Your affidavit had 3 parts. And one was the 2024. That's moot because it's already been done. The second was this issue. The third was this idea that I could preclude the executive branch from investigating things in 2025. Can you give me some authority which says I have the ability to do that?
It's a unique situation, Your Honor. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there is a case law roadmap to what's happening, but what's important to recognize here, you've been asking us these questions about how is Gaetani relevant. She is extraordinarily relevant to what we're calling the 2025 investigation, which results in the search warrants for the phones of Karen Reed.
Which is still pending with Judge Krupp.
Right.
Let me play that out 2 ways. What if Judge Krupp says he can have access to the phones? Then we're going to have a much longer issue, correct? Is that going to come into this case?
Well, they're telling us that 2 people are under investigation. I mean, it's hard for us to know, right? I mean, they're attempting allegedly to indict Mr. Kearney and Karen Reed for actions in which they already tried to indict and a grand jury said no. And now 2 years later, with phones that have been gathering dust, we need to look in these phones and, God knows what we'll find. But the point is, the search warrants in that case are critical and certainly could relate to evidence used against Mr. Kearney. There are 2 informants in that search warrant. One of them is Lindsey Gaetani. And the affiant of that warrant is Detective Tully. And there are about 10 paragraphs, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact number.
I read the warrants.
Relying on her, and it is loaded with information which she provided them. And we're back to the personal interest of Mr. Cosgrove. So that really was meant to just inform the court that this is a living, breathing issue.
I will agree with you. It's a living, breathing issue. It's just not a living, breathing issue over which I have authority.
Fair enough.
When that comes to me, if it comes to me, I don't know if my special assignment encompasses that. We'll see. But if it comes to me, then we'll deal with that issue. I can find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict that activity. Judge Krupp has the authority on the search warrants, and he'll make a decision in due time. But I find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict prospectively an investigation that's being done by the executive branch.
Judge, just before I sit down, and unless the court has any other questions, I just want to correct one last thing. Your Honor had mentioned about a lawsuit being settled. That is not the lawsuit involving Mr. Cosgrove. There's no...
Sure it is. I looked at the docket this morning.
Not with him. That's with other parties to the litigation, is my understanding.
Well, let me play this out for you. It's, as I said, I have some familiarity with this immunity issue since I routinely see these motions. It's a very strong motion to dismiss. If that motion is filed and heard, again, an accusation is one thing, but it would seem like there's a little bit more. You'd have to have some substance to it to actually disqualify him. But I'll keep an open mind on it. Anything more?
Anything else?
No, I read all your stuff.
Thank you.
Anything more?
No, sir.
Mr. Braley, anything?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kearney, Mr. Cosgrove. If not, if you're conflicted out on one case, why aren't you conflicted out on the other? That's the real big question here.
Well, I don't think the two necessarily follow, Your Honor. Obviously, before I filed my motion seeking to withdraw in the other case, I would have been a poor attorney indeed if I didn't think about whether it also required me to withdraw in this case. And the motion to withdraw was, at least I attempted to phrase it quite carefully, to say that I had a conflict because Ms. Gaetani was the alleged victim in that case. Not that she was a witness in that case, but that she was the alleged victim. And as we all know, Your Honor, the Commonwealth does not represent the victim. The Commonwealth represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But nevertheless, it was essentially an argument that I would be making in that case that Mr. Kearney committed crimes against Ms. Gaetani. That, it seemed to me, put me in the impossible position of raising the suggestion that I was going forward to vindicate Ms. Gaetani's interests, perhaps to mollify her or to persuade her to withdraw the action against me. That's not the case where she is simply a witness.
Well, what do you say to the idea that you'd want to discredit her for your own benefit if it came to trial?
Well, that's a very interesting point, Your Honor. And there's a couple of problems with it. One problem is the practical matter. I don't see how any way that I went about discrediting her testimony in this trial would spill over to the other litigation, because it doesn't seem to me that it would be in any way relevant to the other litigation. I suppose I could adopt the defense theory that everything is relevant to every issue, but I don't see how indicating that Ms. Gaetani was not credible in making statements about the investigation of Mr. Kearney here would have any relevance to an accusation that I breached some sort of duty to her by turning over a police report, which is the contention. Also, Your Honor, assuming that this even survives the motion to dismiss, and I'm talking now about the Middlesex case, I don't think there's any factual dispute.
Worcester case. There's nothing in Middlesex, right?
I'm sorry, Worcester, yes. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate the correction. I don't think there's any factual dispute as to what happened. In my capacity as a prosecutor, I provided Mr. Bradel with the police report in question as discovery. It made its way by whatever means from Mr. Bradel to Mr. Kearney, who then publicized details of it and turned it over to a friend, an associate, whatever you want to call him, who actually put the whole report, as I understand it, on the internet and began pillaring Ms. Gaetani over her credibility. I don't dispute I turned that report over as a matter of discovery. If this case ever develops in Middlesex and comes to fruition, I couldn't possibly dispute that. That's the absolute factual truth. From that point on, it becomes a pure question of law as to whether I breached some sort of duty under the statute to Ms. Gaetani under the mistaken belief that I had a Rule 14 obligation to turn this over as the statement of a witness who had testified against Mr. Kearney in another matter, and as bearing on her credibility and her possible bias. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was wrong legally, but that's not a matter of discrediting her. That's a matter that is purely a question of law. And it's also not a matter...
How do we avoid the circumstance that she's called to the stand and there's some relevant testimony that she can offer? You wouldn't call her, but the defense calls her. And you're in the midst of cross-examining her and she says, well, this is why I sued you. What do we do with that?
I'm not sure what you do with it, Your Honor. Maybe we deal with that with the motion in limine to preclude her from mentioning the Middlesex suit.
Doesn't sound like a terribly controllable witness.
No. That's why we have skillful Superior Court judges, Your Honor, if I could
you can find one.
Be a little obviously self-serving in my comment. I'm sure Your Honor, both in his prior career, as I have in mine, and in your present position, has dealt with witnesses that are difficult to control.
What about the possibility of someone else coming in? Is that something that's realistic or not realistic?
I didn't quite hear you. Something else?
What about the possibility of bringing someone in to deal with Ms. Gaetani if indeed she's a witness?
Could be done.
Well, it would solve a lot of issues. Fair, Mr. Bedero? You're not contending that the case goes away completely. You're contending that he can't deal with Gaetani.
Unless, Your Honor, I understand what Your Honor is saying, and it sounds at first blush that the idea that if there's some kind of ethical screen, for lack of a better term, that just keeps a separate wall between Mr. Cosgrove and Ms. Gaetani, but if the issue of the lawsuit comes out in any way, whether it goes...
Well, if he's not the one asking the question, I'd be hard-pressed to figure out why the issue of the lawsuit would come out.
It could. I don't know.
But that is my job to control what comes out. But so
yes.
Legally, let's think about it not from a witness point of view, but from a legal point of view. If Mr. Cosgrove is not the one examining the witness, I preclude that evidence because it's really not very relevant. I think we all agree.
Your Honor, I mean, look, it's certainly not for me to suggest what could happen. It's for the court to rule and the prosecutors to figure it out. I guess the first question is, why are we having this conversation, and why haven't they done that? Why is this a one-man show when this is a serious issue that there could be peril?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation.
Right.
Ahead of time, as you properly noted.
The other thing, if I could just respond briefly, I don't know if Mr. Cosgrove.
I think he's not done yet. I just was raising that one point. Right?
I'll hold it.
Cosgrove has barely started, but go ahead.
All right. So it would appear to me what you're saying to me is, if there was a replacement for that issue, that would resolve this problem.
I don't know that it would. It's certainly a much more realistic situation where you could avoid, no question, having Mr. Cosgrove comment on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani.
You'd agree with me that does happen in trials, not with some frequency, but it's not unheard of for that to happen.
No, it's not unheard of at all. I mean, there are times, again, where you have a prosecutor who takes a statement of a defendant.
Sure.
They have to be a witness, these kinds of things can happen all the time.
We find ways around them.
But we're also, to be clear, we're dealing with a very rare situation where the witness is a former prosecution witness accusing the prosecutor who she testified for previously of misconduct. Now, if the prosecution and the court approves of that process, wants to have that laid bare, then I suppose it could. But the other problem, just
on this issue, we're not going to hijack the rest of the argument.
Okay,
just on the issue of replacement.
I had a brief response.
Yeah, he's not done. You only get to respond when he's done.
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, just on that point, I have yet to hear how any comment that I might make on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani's testimony in the case before the court would even come in or be relevant in the Middlesex case or assist me in any way. Am I going to go over to Middlesex Superior Court and, frankly, I find it hard to believe that I or whoever would be representing me would be brazen enough to say to the judge, well, I wanted to talk about all the ways in which my client, Mr. Cosgrove, impeached Ms. Gaetani in a case that has nothing whatsoever to do with the case before the court. There's just not going to be any bleed through whatsoever, it seems to me. We don't even have, frankly, Ms. Gaetani's now at the point, based on her public statements, where she has faced in so many different directions, that I find it a little difficult to believe that either the Commonwealth or the defense is going to call her in this case. Mr. Counsel has carefully said we may call her for the defense. This may be a contingency that doesn't even arise, but that's sort of a side point. Let me just take a couple of points. I was going to ask Your Honor to take judicial notice of the pleadings in the Middlesex case and the docket. It appears you've effectively done that, but let me make an oral motion on the record.
Any objection, Counsel?
No. Purpose.
Okay. By agreement, I'll take those as judicial notice as to the Worcester Superior Court case.
And one of the interesting, unique things about this alleged conflict of interest, which is a little different from a typical conflict of interest case, at least I haven't found anything precisely on point, and I don't think the defense has either, but maybe they'll prove me wrong in a moment, is the whole operation by which this alleged conflict has come about and the Middlesex case has come about. What is it that enables Ms. Gaetani to make the claim that she's seeking to make against me in the Middlesex case? It's that the defendant took the report I gave him as discovery, or I gave his counsel as discovery in the other case, publicized it, and then created a harm that Ms. Gaetani alleges accrued to her from that publication. In other words, if we're applying but-for causation, to sound like a tort lawyer for a minute, if we take Mr. Kearney's actions out of the whole proceeding, there's no harm whatsoever to Ms. Gaetani with my, as I see it, fulfilling my Rule 14 obligation. So Your Honor has the unusual situation here of a defendant who has been but for cause of the alleged conflict, seeking to profit from that conflict by removing the prosecutor of his case, which I think is worth some consideration by the court. What I would like to do now, Your Honor, since it has had the opportunity for a reply brief, which frankly doesn't particularly go to these motions, particularly, but more to the point, the defendant's reply in support of the motion to disqualify Robert Cosgrove. I'd like to examine that in some detail and take the opportunity to reply to some of his.
Well, it really hasn't become an issue here. That involves another party whose case has been dismissed. The case regarding the defendant and that witness is gone. That's dismissed. So I don't really know if that's all that relevant to any. Mr. Beto didn't even raise it.
For purposes of this, Your Honor, the briefs are what they are. We submitted them. I just raised the issues I thought would be helpful for the court today.
Yeah, I didn't find that anything with regard to that particular trooper terribly compelling because I don't understand how he would be part of this case. Fair to say?
You're talking about which trooper?
The trooper whose case was dismissed, Bouchard.
I'm not talking about the, I'm sorry for interrupting, Your Honor. I'm not talking about the motion that they filed with respect to discovery for Mr. Proctor.
Oh, I'm not dealing with discovery right now. Yeah.
I'm talking about the motion that's captioned, Sir, reply in support of motion to disqualify Robert Cosgrove.
Paper 127 you're talking about.
I don't know the number, to be honest with you, but
this one here?
yes,
Yep,
exactly.
that's 127.
Okay.
Okay, go on, I'll hear you.
All right. So, the defense begins by complaining that my response envisions my conflict in a vacuum, and that it ignores the whole context, which is basically a preface, Your Honor, for talking about everything else that the defense is unhappy with about the case, except issues that are relevant to whether or not I should be disqualified. There is, on page 1 of that motion, a suggestion that Mr. Morrissey recused his office from prosecuting Mr. Kearney due to a conflict created by an investigating journalist who publicly accused the DA's office. I'm not sure that Mr. Morrissey has made a statement explaining why he appointed a special prosecutor, but I'm ready to stand to be corrected, but certainly this is the explanation that might sound most favorable to the defendant, but what does it have to do with disqualifying me? He then talks about accusations against Lieutenant Tully and former Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. What does that have to do with disqualifying me? He talks about actions by Sergeant Buchanan taken after he left the Norfolk District Attorney's office in support of legal civil that I'm being sued for intentional misconduct by Ms. Gaetani. Then we hear that Lieutenant Tully is being sued by Ms. Gaetani. So what? The Detective Tully has been sued by Karen Reed. What's that got to do with the price of beans, as they say? that there were disciplinary proceedings against Lieutenant Tully.
That might be relevant on cross, you'd agree?
Oh, yeah, it might have some relevance on cross, but what has it to do with disqualifying me, Your Honor? They weren't disciplinary proceedings
Fair point.
against me. We hear that Ms. Reed is suing Sergeant Buchanan. Well, good luck to Ms. Reed, but what has it to do to disqualifying me in this case? We hear that Buchanan was disciplined. That Proctor has been sued by Ms. Reed. That Proctor has had disparaging text about Ms. Reed. There are two things that the upcoming case should not be about, Your Honor, and I'm sorry I'm losing my voice here, excuse me. One, it should not be a trial of the case that has been null pros concerning Ms. Gaetani. And two, it should not be a retrial of the Karen Reed case. None of this stuff is relevant. Gaetani's testimony will undermine the credibility of Detective Lieutenant Tully and Ms. McCabe, which will subject her to cross-examination by Mr. Cosgrove. Now, let's look specifically, if I can skip ahead in the memorandum. The argument that's been made a little later on in the memorandum, in which Your Honor has heard again today. And I'm looking now at page 16, Your Honor, the first full paragraph. Ms. Gaetani will testify that Detective Lieutenant Tully intentionally mishandled her cell phone by tampering with and or deleting its contents. Detective Lieutenant Tully will deny this. Mr. Cosgrove has accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. Well, I don't know how the defense knows that I accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. But let's put this on a timeline. It has been the contention of the defense from the start of the case that certain items were missing from the download of Ms. Gaetani's cell phone. And their explanation is that must be because Detective Lieutenant Tully deleted it. I responded to that. Ms. Gaetani is a latecomer to this discussion. She is only now, in the form of either public statements or representations by the defense as to her new position, suggested that this is because Detective Lieutenant Tully tampered with it or deleted its contents. By the way, I don't know how she would know that because she was not there during the download of her cell phone and the transfer of it. But at any rate, my response as to what happened to the cell phone occurred before Ms. Gaetani made any of these statements whatsoever. I don't know how it can be that I have been siding with Detective Lieutenant Tully over Ms. Gaetani. I haven't seen an affidavit from Ms. Gaetani. I haven't seen anything from Ms. Gaetani other than hearsay, which is just a representation. And certainly, but let's assume that I do, as they put it, side with Detective Lieutenant Tully in cross-examining Ms. Gaetani and in the closing argument. What does that have to do with defending my position in the Middlesex case, and how is it relevant, and how would it even be introduced? I have no idea. Let me back up and make a couple of other points. I want to turn to the legal argument, say a little bit about the law, and I suspect Your Honor has probably already looked at the two cases cited by Mr. Betterow, Commonwealth versus Dunlap, and the other case is named US v. Health, which involves a complicated civil action involving the Church of Scientology and others. The first thing to say about these cases is they're Pennsylvania cases, not Massachusetts cases. So at best, I would say they are persuasive authority, not binding authority.
I don't think Ms. Betterow contends otherwise.
The second thing I would say is that they are both opinions in which the court declined to rule for the defense on the conflict of interest argument. In the first case, Dunlap, the decision of the Superior Court judge was affirmed by an equally divided court. The dissenting justices characterized the other side as the majority, but the opinion itself says that the appellate court was equally divided. So I'm not sure if it's even good as dicta. It seems to me it has no precedential value at all, but if it does have precedential value, it was a ruling in favor of the Commonwealth. And what were the facts? In a sentence from the dissent, that is, those who believe there was a conflict of interest, the district attorney who prosecuted this case also represented the victim in a civil suit arising out of the same transaction. That is a mile away. That is a stadium away. That is a continent away from the facts in this case. I am certainly not representing Ms. Gaetani in a civil suit arising out of the events that bring the defendant into court. Now let's take a look at US v. Health, Health, I guess it is, which is the federal case. That does have some interesting parallels to this case. According to the decision, and I apologize for not having the pin sites, but I think Your Honor will readily find them. The defendants contended on appeal that they were denied due process because two prosecutors were defendants in a civil action filed by the Church of Scientology 10 days after the events that went down in this particular case. And they alleged, and the events that went down were a search of the Scientology's office in Los Angeles, and they alleged that the raids were conducted in bad faith with the intention of violating Scientology's constitutional rights. You can look back at the memos filed by the defense, and the contention they're trying to make, well, one of them is that this is a bad faith prosecution. So that applies here. What is different here is the civil suit apparently precedes the raid that the prosecutors make in the defense office in the Church of Scientology. Here, there's nothing like that. The events that the defendant was charged with in this case occur before any involvement by Ms. Gaetani, before any involvement, by that matter, with me. And those issues are pretty well set and have consistently been followed through. Now, here's another similarity between Height and the current case. I'll just read a sentence or two. The government contends that prosecutors cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant because defendants could then remove whichever prosecutor they please simply by suing him. Now, of course, the defendant isn't actually suing me here. He's simply seeking to profit from a witness suing me. But certainly a suit by the defendant would be a much more direct potential conflict. I have not gone so far as to represent to the court that I cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant or by Ms. Gaetani. I think in fairness, the court can look at it. But the federal court, the argument was that any suit complaining of an action taken in in a prosecutor's quasi-judicial capacity would be frivolous and non-disqualifying because he enjoys absolute immunity as a prosecutor. Cite to a U.S. Supreme Court case. I believe as Your Honor reads through, we'll find that the court in Height pretty much bought that argument. And they go on to say that appellants have made no credible claim of actual prejudice based on the prosecutor's alleged pecuniary or personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution. I certainly have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this prosecution. I have no personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution. And nothing in this prosecution is going to affect anything that's going on in Middlesex. In Worcester Superior Court, Your Honor.
Understood. Any further? From Mr. Cosgrove.
Sorry.
No, I'll stop at that point, Your Honor.
Mr. Betterow.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We might as well start from the back with U.S. v. Health, Your Honor, which is 668 Federal 2nd, 1238, the D.C. Circuit, 1981. Mr. Cosgrove has buried the lead about Health and about Dunlop. Those were appellate arguments post-conviction. Now, that is a huge distinction about a timely motion in advance, raising issues which could lead to a conflict. We all know that raising a conflict on appeal when you could have raised it before is looked at in an entirely different way. And the relevant language from Health that I would direct the court to is on page 1276, which states, given the need to promote the appearance of justice, a trial court on timely motion, to wit, like here, should disqualify a prosecutor from participating in a criminal action when he has a personal conflicting interest in a civil case. That's here.
Well, the key words there are alleging bad faith. I'm not sure that there's an allegation in those other complaints of bad faith. There's an allegation he violated the statute. I'm not sure where it talks about bad faith.
Sued him for intentional infliction of emotional distress, coercion.
Negligent infliction. There's a difference.
She sued for intentional.
I read negligent, but I'll go on.
Respectfully, Your Honor, there are deliberate allegations of intentional misconduct in the complaint, but that's, the court can obviously go back and one of us.
We took judicial notice.
Exactly. One of us is right.
I read this morning as negligent, but that's, I could.
Dunlop is the same situation, Your Honor. It's post-conviction. The other issue, and I want to go back to the beginning that Mr. Cosgrove started with, he illustrates the whole problem here. He's defending himself, and I have no opinion on the merits of Ms. Gaetani's claim, okay? As a lawyer, I sympathize. But he started by telling you that this case is going to get dismissed, and all I did was turn over this. he is illustrating front and center his personal interest, that Gaetani is accusing him of things he didn't do. And the conflict, the personal interest, isn't the outcome.
He's not accusing things he didn't do. He acknowledges doing.
But he's justifying it and saying she's trying to do this, she's not credible. The point is this. The personal interest for Mr. Cosgrove is not whether he was wrongfully sued or whether it has any merit. His good name has been attacked. And like anyone else, he has an absolute right and a personal interest in defending himself. And again, the proper forum to do that is not while prosecuting a case in which his accuser is a witness, his co-defendant is a witness, and Ms. Gaetani is going to probably impeach, assuming she's allowed to, their star witness, Ms. McCabe. When someone's integrity is attacked, they have a personal interest, especially someone as credentialed and respected as Mr. Cosgrove. We all understand that as lawyers and judges, but that doesn't mean you get to prosecute the case. That's for you to decide, obviously. And we're talking about an appearance. This looks terrible, which leads to my next point. Mr. Cosgrove went through all of these allegations in our papers about, Proctor had this, Tully's been sanctioned, Buchanan, it's literally aligned with Jennifer McCabe, which we wrote about, supporting her. Buchanan was a witness in this case too, and part of the investigation.
But not anymore.
No, but the point is this. He is looking at this in a vacuum. The public must have confidence. Part of the analysis of a conflict of interest is the first sentence of the brief that he just cited from, is that the public must have confidence in the criminal justice system. And this latest conflict is a pile on conflict after conflict after conflict in this case. And if the cherry on the sundae...
But let me slow you down, because we're conflating two different issues. I'll agree with you. There's all sorts of issues that have developed over the course of these interrelated prosecutions. Mr. Cosgrove's role, though, is a latecomer and really had nothing to do with any of these other issues. So I can't sit and say I impute all of those other things to Mr. Cosgrove. And therefore, if we look at that mass of problems that have developed, he's out. Because the same logic would say the next person who sits in that seat, the same argument would apply.
Let me be very clear. I'm not accusing...
I didn't take it that you were.
Fair enough.
But my point is, all of those things are conditions which are already present in this prosecution.
They are.
So really the only thing that I'm dealing with is this one issue, because the rest of those things he had nothing to do with.
But one of them, he had this other conflict which he voluntarily sought.
But that came out of the same exact issue.
Yes. Well, that's our point. We think it's the same conflict.
I agree with you. But what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to draw and the distinction is, all of these other problems that arose out of the Reed prosecution, real, imagined, substantial, that's really not for me to decide, right? They're all out there, all right? And they're all going to be there no matter what. So whoever sits in that chair right there is going to have all of those problems.
Difference, I don't mean to cut you off, Your Honor. The difference is that if it's not Mr. Cosgrove, the man or woman who would be sitting in that chair is not being sued by Ms. Gaetani and co-defendants with D.L. Tully.
That's my point. That's the only thing I have to analyze. Okay. That point.
Our point, respectfully, was that given the public's need for confidence in this case, not the Karen Reed case, that's a whole nother conversation for someone else on another day. But this case is filled with conflicts, and I don't think we can all just avert our eyes to and say, but none of that matters, but we're going to have a prosecutor now cross-examine his accuser and then say she's not credible. He also indicated, Your Honor, they're not even committing calling Ms. Gaetani. I can't fathom how that might happen. They use careful language. They may call her. We're the defense. We don't have to do anything. We can take a nap throughout this trial.
Understood.
And there may be such a terrible joke of a case they present that we stand up and rest. So, of course, why would any credible, serious lawyer commit a year in advance, I'm calling this witness? We're alerting Mr. Cosgrove to what we think is his conflict and the court, and we may very well do that. The last point for this, he said there's no affidavit from Ms. Gaetani, or it's all just hearsay about, tampering with her phone. The best basis for that will be the posting online social media by a third party and long-time known critic of Mr. Kearney of messages which did not appear on an extraction report that we got from Tully of Gaetani's phone, and then we never got anything from Tully's phone. We got screenshots of what he claimed were messages. That's the basis for that. Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to set another date. We penciled in the trial date. I gave you a very long date, longer than I wanted. Your schedule has changed. Can we get this thing done earlier? Assuming it's live?
Judge, it's probably gotten worse.
All right, well, we're not moving the case back. That trial date's not going to go backwards.
Okay.
This is a 2023 case. It's 2026. It's not going backwards. If anything, it's going to move forward. Don't.
I know you'll relate to this, Judge. I have the usual slate of like fall murder cases.
I get it. But this one's an old one, and it's set. So I was going to try to move you forward. But if you tell me that can't happen, then that can't happen.
I'm sorry.
All right, but understood. This court is willing to take this case much faster than the current schedule.
We do have a few other pretrial matters to address. Your Honor mentioned the motion to dismiss. Maybe we should schedule that.
What we're going to do is this. I'm going to take this under advisement. We're going to pick a date right now. And either we do a motion to dismiss that day, or we're on for appearance of new counsel that day. Right? We're going to know. I'll get your decision beforehand. Now, I am open to the idea that if I accept there's a conflict here, I haven't made that determination yet, but if I accept there's a conflict, I'm open to the idea that it's resolvable by having someone else step in and cross-examine her. I think that solves all of the issues. So that might be the easy way here, so everybody can get this thing moving and have this trial, which all parties seem to desire.
So just on that point, I appreciate you kind of reflecting your thought process, but even if counsel stays on the case but doesn't actually do the questioning, it still remains that there's a conflicted counsel on the case, and the jury ought to know
you and I both know
that interest.
Mr. Bradley, you and I both know this happens with some frequency, and we work our way around it. All right? The jury's concentration in this case is on the events of the case. Now, Ms. McCabe's credibility, I expect to be a robust cross-examination based on all the information that you've gathered. And if it's appropriate to bring in an extrinsic witness, and generally, as you're well aware, it's not. If it's appropriate to have an extrinsic witness on that issue, then we'll take that as we go. But Mr. Cosgrove raises a reasonably good point that, there's been some recent case law talking about, the police can't create their own exigency. And to some extent, the defendant has created his own exigency here. Because, in fact, the plaintiff in that case is suing because the contents of her phone were put on the internet. The defendant did that. So there is some, you got to be fair to both sides here and say this is something which only happened because of steps taken by the defendant.
Well, Judge, I don't want our lack of response to that to be perceived as an acknowledgement. I don't want to address that.
I'm basing that simply on what I read in her complaint, not on anything that's been represented to me today.
Right, exactly. And so, just a couple rewinds here, judges, that the government themselves, in Lieutenant Tully's own affidavit at the time of this, back in December of 23, swore in the affidavit that Ms. Gaetani was a witness in the matter. And so I don't think the government can do a 180 and say, oh, she's not really a witness.
Oh, she's a witness, but she was a witness at that point. They were trying to indict your client for some sort of conspiracy charge, which failed.
Right.
All right, and
but
the grand jury didn't
live and under investigation.
Well, that's another matter.
I've told you, I have no authority to affect that. What I do know is that was no build.
No build.
Even worse. Okay. That was no build. So I can't imagine a circumstance where I would allow evidence in about a no build issue. I remain to be persuaded on that. But
So what, and just to go to the lowest hanging fruit on why Ms. Gaetani would be a witness, there's all sorts of screenshots and text messages. And we need these things authenticated before we use them.
I'm not necessarily saying that can't happen.
There's all sorts of reasons.
I get that, but
no one's trying to trigger a recusal. There's a lot of good reasons why she's involved in this. The government's own affidavit.
I'm not discrediting what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, I think there's a way around this. And I don't know that a closing argument is going to change that, because the closing argument is based on what's heard at the trial, and I'd add, in this court's view, and in the proper practice, would be confined strictly to the evidence that's presented before the court. So, no, it's not going to.
I appreciate your reflections, Judge. If I could just have one moment.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, that's all we have. And just
let's pick a date.
Okay. Are you late February, March? Okay, early March. What would you like, Your Honor?
Let's go later in March.
All right, March 27th.
Is that a Friday? Fridays are generally best.
I can do that. It is a Friday.
Do it on a Friday.
Thank you.
I don't know if we'll be in this room. I'll have to consult with the occupant, who has generously lent me this room today.
I want to say one other thing, if I could,
Sure.
Your Honor. I am concerned that some protective orders that have been issued by the court have been the subject of violations. I'm not prepared to address it today, but I want to put defense and the court on notice that I do think there's a basis for that argument, and I will plan on raising it at the next hearing.
Well, raise it first with the other side, so that they're aware of your concerns.
I will, of course.
All right. If it's not resolvable, then the court will step in. Nobody benefits by undermining protective orders. Again, the way this court looks at this is that this is an important First Amendment issue, which should be decided by a jury of the defendant's peers to decide the mores of our society, whether or not this is journalistic activity or it's not journalistic activity. Let's try to focus on that, folks.
I absolutely agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay? All right. Anything else we can do today?
No, sir.
March 27th, the purpose of that hearing to be determined, but it's going to be one of those two things.
Thank you.
Okay? All right.
Your Honor.
All right, both matters continue to March 27th, time and session.
Court, all right, please. It ends in the courtroom at this time, please.
Free Turtle Boy, free Turtle Boy, free Turtle Boy.
Oh my God. I just had the most intense roller coaster of emotions. We laughed. We cried. We were stunned. We were in awe. Do you all understand what has just happened? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. We need to have a towel conference. All right? Get the towels, get the pets, everybody gather around. So, thank you, next witness, for asking. Yes, this is a public information service, so all content may be used with attribution. Everyone go ahead and settle down so I can do a quick recap and tell people what just happened. Everyone breathe, okay? Everybody breathe. We're going to be good little towels. All right? All right, everybody breathe. Take deep breaths. We're going to do some Lemaze breathing exercises, although I have no idea what the fuck that even means. However, I want everybody to breathe, okay? Everyone breathe. Take it very slow, and then we will do our recap. That was it. We waited years for this. Now we're going to talk about it. I was the only one allowed to broadcast that, apparently, because no one else follows the rules. It was a little weird. It's like they wanted me to have that moment. I would just like to begin by saying I am a towel. Okay, as is tradition. So I don't know what the fuck Lemaze breathing is, but that's what we're going to do right now, okay? So everybody breathe in for 7 seconds and then breathe out for 4 seconds. Then I will talk about this. All right, everybody. Now you might say, Grant, this is drastically different than every other time we've seen you reacting to a bombshell situation. Are you pulling a Walter Cronkite during the JFK assassination? Ladies and gentlemen, at 10:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, Robert Cosgrove's world collapsed before a live national audience. It was unlike anything anyone has ever seen. He realized in real time that he was targeted by informants who were collecting information about his abuses of prosecutorial discretion to help the state police. And then he realized and started confessing to crimes. He admitted it was illegal to release Lindsey Gaetani's unredacted essay report. He almost started crying during the speech. Judge let him go for 30 minutes, and he lost his voice and basically almost fainted. If there's not an ambulance called to Suffolk Superior Court, I'll be shocked. We're going to have an adult conversation about this. We're going to talk about it in a respectful way. And my brain's breaking. I'm not having a panic attack. I'm just impressed, motherfucker. Sent Olivia a message. I was like, she was like, bro, I am incredibly impressed by you. Your work. They must all think I'm really smart, which is cool. I think they're really smart. They're just like puppet masters. I don't do that shit, bro. Analytics. Like, give me the facts, give me the documents. They have so much respect for it. It's kind of crazy, though. They just bow down. They're just like, all right, today's the day. This is great. They're not going to say anything, folks. The beauty of this is you saw it already. It's meant to happen. Like, you don't go ambush him with a question now. He confessed to crimes. Cosgrove confessed to crimes in open court. He's going to argue sovereign immunity, but they don't give a fuck. They just wanted the confession, bro. Spent every dollar I had, and some I didn't. Drove me to the point of the lowest weight I've ever been. Nothing in my life that I've ever done, ever, has ever rivaled this in scope. I've never seen anything so impressive. Special assignment, my ass. Your judge played it so cool. Aidan had such a good poker face. Federer wound Cosgrove up by saying Lindsey was an informant. Cosgrove must have been like, not an informant for me. Oh, fuck. Brilliance. Brilliance. Just bow before it. Just look at it and just bow. Bro, but don't think for 1 second that that was fake. It's like calling wrestling fake because it's staged. Bro, they took lumps. Oh my God, they really sacrificed themselves. Bro, this is not a job. That's unlike anything. Bro. Oh my God. It must pay really well. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Dude. This can't be happening. Are you all like losing touch with what you thought was real? I'm not, because I knew this was coming. But now do you understand why today was the big day? Bro, it's incredible. Just stand in awe, all of you. Whatever you did when you were in high school that made you really happy, do that today. They set that moment up for me, too. They let me stream that. Dude, the clerks were in on it. And the judge. Oh, that's really nice of them. They must think I'm really smart. I'm a little towel. Oh, no. I need my little fidget thing. Hold on. I don't know what to say. I didn't really do it for this reason. I'm pretty sure if you run the DVR back and watch my reaction when Cosgrove admitted to the crime of releasing the SA report, like I just started flailing like the wacky inflatable flailing arms towel man, and then I started crying. I don't cry, motherfucker. I do not cry. I didn't cry at my dad's service of life. I didn't cry at my grandfather's funeral. I do not cry. Like, I have on stream, I cried one time when I realized someone stole U.S. missile defense secrets. That made me really upset. But I've never cried like that. Dude, I haven't cried like that in a while. Like, crying is unnecessary. I just started crying. The weight of it all. It was incredible. I had my mic off because they were talking. It was like, wow. I'm so proud of them. Dude, you don't understand. You don't understand how much they suffered. And yeah, Karen knew about it, but Karen was part of a different, like, compartmentalized aspect of this. Dude, those two, they really, really threw themselves on the fire. Lindsey, too. Oh my God, that's incredibly impressive. Dude, bow down to them. Remember over this, don't you feel like it's all fate? Remember over the summer we were watching a lot of Sherlock Holmes for like educational purposes every Saturday? And there's this episode I really like called The Scandal in Bohemia. And I like it because Sherlock Holmes is a very analytical man. He has his weaknesses. But he's very analytical. And he only once in his entire career came across anyone who was smarter than him. And that was Irene Adler. And he said of her, according to Dr. Watson, which was really Arthur Conan Doyle writing, that she surpassed all of her sex. She was not a woman. She was the woman. Never be the smartest person in the room. I learned that a long time ago. Otherwise, you'll never go anywhere. It's funny what a pure heart and just unrelenting drive and a photographic memory and good analytical skills and counter-intel training, self-taught through reading declassified documents can do for you, right? I guess if you just bundle that all up into one person. No, we are not liberating Iran right now. I don't have time to think about that. That's somebody else's problem. I want to talk with you all and do a recap and retain my sense of self, which I never lost. Did cost me a lot of money, though. Which, by the way, I still do need some help. So we got a few donations. Thank you very much. If you would like to know how to donate. If you're saying to yourself, Grant, what do you want? Like, well, one, I just want reform. I want bad people to be held accountable. Two, I need a little help. It's the end of the month. So, like, I don't know, that would be nice if you'd like to send some donations. Got some very nice PayPals. Thank you for that. There's a Cash App. If you're like, Grant, you put a lot of time into this. Yeah, I don't want anything. I don't want temporal rewards. I don't want a fucking movie telling you do whatever you want, but I don't want it. All I want is to not be nervous day to day. So if you really value, if you're like, Grant, it's impossible that you did this. Yes, I did. It was pretty hard. It was 3 years. These people worked harder than me, but I also think, like, there was a system in place. Good for them. I'm a little different. If you're standing there and saying, I can't believe what I just saw, I can't believe Grant was right, I can't believe this happened, it was because I had 4 goals. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. And I never wavered. It cost me dearly. Like, they really did not want me to figure this out because of this moment. They were okay with me talking about it this week. My guess is because, like, even if you're the state police in Cosgrove and you're reading me saying that shit, you're just going to be like, Grant's tilting at windmills. Don Towel Quixote again over there with his fucking windmills. So that's the only reason they didn't, like, come, like, yell at me. Although Sean did kind of yell at me. Bro, it was all about today. That's why Judge Krupp never ruled. Man. So cool. It's like holding in your hand, like, the strings of everything. And just kind of being like, oh, like, just pull that one, move that one, pull that one. It's like Zygmunt Brzezinski's grand chess game, but on, like, an 8-dimensional level. And you just wait for that, like, opponent to make one move. You know, it's a lot of building. That's why they were so mad. But they were happy because they knew Cosgrove was going to fall into this today. He's a little bit too slow. And he walked right into it. Dude, you read back these comments. Read them back. I was saying it in the comments. I was saying he's going to do it. He's falling into it. And then he confessed. I mean, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. I'm so proud of them. I'm so taken aback by the scope of it. I'm so in awe of how effective it was. Just imagine a single human being completely left without recourse to the scope of the realization that they went through. There's no point in like talking about it. I'm talking to you about it. There's no point in running around, waving a flag, saying, look at this. No, dude, it's like the feeling of being able to say that one missing piece that I knew was there the whole time and explains everything, you know? And when you're like in it, like, you know that that's what it is, but you can't prove it. Like, it has this feeling of like, what is the unspoken here? Like a good jazz song. And you just chase it. Oh, you just chase it. And it's not like the dragon, because you will catch it if you're good enough. It's like, it's a dragon kind of, because it's exhilarating. Right? You chase it, you will find it if you know what you're doing. You got to be really good. Really, really good. And you might learn something about yourself along the way. You'll definitely meet some amazing people. You'll be impressed. You'll be sad. You'll be horrified. You'll question yourself. You'll question other people. It's like a race, and I'm the last one standing. Everyone else who knew or is involved already knew. I'm that one outsider that they couldn't bribe, they couldn't really handle, and then eventually I put it together. Most of the people trying to put it together were actually working with them so that no one could put it together. Very impressive. That's why the DOJ was smiling yesterday. Never seen anything like it. No, bossy Texas chick, I'm actually going to remove you from the channel because I have people who watch you comment in other channels, and I know what you've been saying. So drop the mask, bow before greatness, and rewatch the replay. Don't troll. Do not insult my intelligence. I think you're okay, but no more bullshit. I've had people watching you in the other channels the whole time. Then I would just fake it. Mostly because I wanted to see what you were up to. But my patience was wearing really fucking thin. Yeah, it's going to end soon. Someone asked if the case is going to end. I need a second. I've never, in anything we've covered, needed a second to, like, actually... This hasn't been a second. It's like 20 minutes. I'm not ready to do the recap. Like, I'm that shocked that it actually happened. I wanted this to happen for so long. But it couldn't because they had to get it along to this far. But you don't understand. I feel so vindicated, like I don't have to, and I'm not talking just about, I can only talk about my own personal experience, okay? I don't want to speak for other people. I'm in awe of other people. I want to be very clear, but this is not about them. This is just about my own personal experience. I have never, covering anything, ever been tested like this. Never been pushed like this. Never been in the presence of anything like this. I thought I was in the Bush Leagues, bro. I thought, like, the Cannabis Control Commission stuff, I thought I was, like, actually seeing some stuff, which I was. But to know that that's the Bush Leagues is just, oh, no. Oh, my God. They have their fingers everywhere. Everywhere. It's incredible. I kind of love it. We got to talk about it as a society, because, like, obviously, eventually you're going to learn, but to just have so many of you in chat being like, I can't believe this is happening, and knowing. Oh, I have to move my car. Let me put on the replay for you. Just give me 1 second. Someone was screaming downstairs. I'm a little worried about my mom, but just watch the replay.
The Zoom. Delete it, please. Allie, delete it, because I think if I...
The motivation of Ms. McCabe his acts is tangential by and large, is it not?
Judge,
Now she's going to testify, yes, I was intimidated. But the main factor here is the nature of the comment, which is recorded, made voluntarily and recorded. Now you are correct. There's an excellent argument to be made, perhaps, that Gaetani and Genduso and McCabe may have all had some idea that they were going to get together and get his bail revoked. But that's not what this trial's about. This trial's about what happened 6 months before. So you got to draw me to the relevance of that.
Well, her bias and motive against him, whether before, during, or after, I would suggest is certainly relevant. Moreover,
it's all after. There's no before.
Judge, you mentioned a moment ago about the fact that she's going to come in and say, I felt intimidated or I was emotionally harmed. I think we would all agree that would be relevant about what the impact that these horrible allegations had on her. There will be evidence through electronic communications between Gaetani and McCabe, which Gaetani may very well have to authenticate as a witness, because frankly, we don't assume or take any guess what Ms. McCabe will say, where shortly after Mr. Kearney was released from jail, from what Your Honor just spoke about, where Ms. McCabe recruited Ms. Gaetani and orchestrated surveilling him from various police stations and to other locations, joking about going on a stakeout. In other words, conduct not consistent with her being intimidated. Those actions will also...
The intimidation doesn't have to last forever. Intimidation, we're only trying one slice in time. That's the bedrock of any criminal defendant, right? But not trying his entire life, we're trying that moment.
But these are questions that have to be posed to Ms. McCabe, and she'll have and should be forced to answer them and explain them.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so the point is, we don't know what Ms. McCabe will say. We know, based upon messages that we've seen, which would need to be authenticated, presumably what Ms. Gaetani will say about these issues.
Which seems to move with time from poll to poll, correct?
Folks, my mom's definitely in on it. She got caught. Listen. So I'm sitting here streaming. It was like 3 minutes ago. Let me catch my breath. Oh my God. They're having a crisis meeting. Oh my God. It was real. Okay, so what you just saw 3 minutes ago. I was just talking to you all. I hear someone screaming, like downstairs, like there's a lot of snow, so in the driveway. And I hear someone screaming about like moving my car. And I'm like, okay, like let me put on the video. You saw me, like I heard the yell. I got up and was like, let me go move the car. Bro, 10 seconds later, my mother's on the phone with the police. I'm worried about her welfare. She is screaming to the police, like incomprehensible, like, my son won't move his car, I'm trapped. Like I'm saying in the background, like you just screamed 10 seconds ago, it was on camera, why are you calling the police? Bro, she was in on it with the state police, they know, they're having a crisis meeting. Oh my God, she called the police after 10 seconds because I wouldn't move my car. Bro, she was in on it the whole time with the state police. She just lost her mind, she was screaming. Folks, like I'm worried about her, I'm not kidding anymore. Like I was not even kidding before. She was screaming. Like just screaming, like she looked like she collected all her shit and sprinted out of the house. Like immediately after the hearing ended. Bro! Oh my God! Somebody's gonna get arrested! Oh! Listen, that was so fucking scary. But at the same time, I saw she's losing her mind. Oh no! Dude, that could not be a coincidence. It's happened right out. Dude, I need to eat food. All right, thank you all for supporting me. I'm going to just use my... Oh no, I don't have... Oh, I might have a Cash App balance. Okay, I think I can use my Cash App. I don't want to leave the house right now. I want to stay on stream. I'm really worried about my mom. Bro, you all heard that? No, oh, I'm really worried about my mom. Like, that was not okay. Like, what happened was, I was on stream, you heard the yell. Now, me, I'm like, all right, let me just put the video on. Like, I only need 10 seconds to throw a video on. I don't want to be rude to you all while I go move the car. Bro, she was on the phone with 911 within 10 seconds, and she was screaming. So there's a recording of her clearly, that 911. Why would she do that? Like, she didn't even come up and, like, knock or ask, like, can you move your car? Like, I would have done it in 5 seconds. Oh, my God. Oh, thank you, Joe Pa. You're very kind. I don't know who you are. Welcome to the channel. I'm sorry I haven't been giving out wrenches or anything. Dude, she's in on it. That's why Five Stones thought I was a risk, because they thought that I was working with her. I'm not. Like, she clearly fucking hates me. Oh, my God. Dude, somebody's going to jail. Somebody's actually going to federal prison. Oh, my God. And they know. Dude, everybody knows now. Aiden's still going to play cool. But no, everybody knows. Everybody knows. I saw it in her eyes. She was, and to scream like that on the phone with 911. Dude. She sprinted out of this fucking house. She is in that car driving to some law firm, I'm sure, because they're all losing their minds. She was it wasn't even about just me stopping speaking. Like, she was trying to leave the house, like, right as the hearing ended. Like, she must, like, have been watching the hearing, and like, right when Cosgrove probably melted down, I bet she was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to go somewhere after this hearing. But, like, she didn't come up and say anything, and I'm not, like, reading anything, or, like, I look at my phone, but she doesn't text me. And so I didn't get a call. She didn't come up and say, hey, like, I got to go at the end of this hearing. Can you just move your car? Probably would have done it in, like, an hour ago. As soon as the hearing ended. That's wild. Hold on one second.
I'm not sure what you
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back. Listen, this is not good for her. The police just arrived. I spoke to them. This is very concerning. I asked for a wellness check on her after speaking with them. Folks, I'm very worried. I've never seen anything like it. So I spoke to the police. They were like, we are very confused. And I told them, she came up, started yelling to move the car. Within 10 seconds of her yelling, she was calling 911. I came down, moved the car. They found the car moved, so it was obviously I had moved the car very quick. And I started saying, I've never seen her react this way. It was right after the hearing with the cop clients. Then I trolled the Belmont PD a little bit because I was like, it involved like kind of Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor and, his brother-in-law Jimmy's on the force. I use his first name. The cop's eyes just, oh no. And I was like, yeah, so I don't know where she went. I don't know where she's going. And then I was like, if I'm right about this, she'll be at Brody Hardoon's, Perkins, and Keston. And they're like, all right, we're going to call her. And I was like, I'm requesting for the first time ever a wellness check on her because I'm so concerned about her right now. Wow. Dude, I didn't know it was this bad. It must be really bad. Dude, it must be crisis level bad. It must be really... I'm telling you, I have eyes on this. I'm telling you, she couldn't even hide. Bro, any normal human, if you're in a crisis and you want to hide it, just come up and be like, hey, can you move the car? I go move the car. Screaming and then calling 911 10 seconds later reveals that the crisis. It betrays that you've lost it. Oh, no, she can't do stuff. No wonder they think she's a liability. You can't do stuff like that, Tao Mom. That's crazy. Dude, they don't even know who she is. She just is like out in the world somewhere just after they think she's a risk. I'm worried she's a risk to herself or someone else. She was fucking screaming and she just drove off somewhere. No, she took her own car. So I just quickly, because she was screaming, you heard me sprinting. I didn't want to delay. I'm so glad that was caught while I was live because you don't understand. Nobody believes me that this was crescendoing. She was acting so weird over the past month, and week in particular. All of a sudden, for that to happen right after the hearing ended, no, bro, no, I don't know. I knew in real time what that was. I looked at her like I was saying to her, I'm worried about you. She's just screaming. Oh no. Oh no. Somebody's going to federal prison. Oh no. Oh my God. She really was. She was right in the middle of it for the state police. Dude, they're in crisis. Dude, they are losing their minds right now. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know what's going on. I just watched that hearing. Dude, they are losing their minds. There's a crisis meeting happening right now. That team, that whole group, Cosgrove and everyone around them, got targeted, and the state police got targeted by a federal sting, and they all know that reaction. Come on. Wow. You'll never see a moment. I'm leaving that. You'll never see a moment like that again. I was the only one who had the broadcast too. Oh, they're so mad. They're so mad. All right, now I'm sufficiently freaked out. I just need support and some food, and I'm not leaving the house. And I'm hungry, and I'm disorientated, and I'm upset, and I'm shocked and baffled and just so confused. And at the same time, somehow this is exactly what I thought was going to happen, and yet I'm still shocked. And I can't believe the police just had a 3-minute conversation with me where I'm explaining what happened, and then the reaction was they're going to go wellness check her because of how concerned they were. I mean, they weren't concerned about me, because if you think about it, the call came in about me not moving a car. I think they rushed over here because they're worried about her, bro. And they were just kind of talking to me like I was a regular Joe, and I was like, I'm worried about her. And they quickly realized the scope of it. listen, I've never seen anything like that before. She's kind of, I told you earlier in the stream before this happened, she was like rocking in a chair. Yeah, I'm gonna stay online. I don't want to go anywhere. Like that, this is weird. This has never happened before. Like, this is weird. Like, weird. Yeah, Peggy might just not have been paying attention. Peggy, I'm telling you, there was a sting on Cosgrove. It just got revealed, and then my mom lost her mind. So, yeah, I'm going to stay on camera. It has nothing to do with me, okay? It's my mom. It's definitely my mom who is not well right now. I don't know what just happened. I think I know what's going on. And by the way, the cops will end up knowing that I'm right, or it will be confirmed, if they find her at Brody Hardoon's, Perkins, and Keston. Like, they're going to go find her. Like, think about it. It's not just me who is now concerned for her. They got a 911 call from someone screaming. And they get over there, and they talk to the son, who's just like, I'm baffled. Like, she didn't give me 10 seconds to move the car, and then she called 911 and was screaming. Like, something's not right. And the cops are talking to me about it. I'm telling them why I'm concerned. Immediately, like 60 seconds later, they leave. I could tell I was the adult in the room. The cops knew I was the adult in the room, too. They were addressing me as such. And I was like, listen, I'm really worried about her. And they were like, do you know where she went? I was like, no. And they're like, oh, can we have her number? I was like, yeah. I would. And then it ended with me standing at the top of the stairs, like 4 of them at the bottom of the stairs, and me being like, for the first time ever, I think I want to request a wellness check on my mother. And they were like, yeah, we're going to do that. And then they just left. And then I said, God bless and thank you. And they said, thanks, Grant. And they left. Dude, first of all, like, I apparently have a lot of respect from the government because they treated me very respectfully, like literally like the adult in the room. They were worried about her. All right, what else is going to happen today? Oh, someone sent a donation. Maybe I can get lunch now. Oh, God bless you. It's going to be a long day, says Emily. Oh, you are a super towel. I'm getting my favorite cheeseburger. Wait, should I get Mama Goose or a cheeseburger? I think I want a cheeseburger. Mama Goose is my favorite because they have homemade honey mustard, but I want a cheeseburger today. And plus, Uber Eats is easier to deal with through Venmo, so we're doing that. It sucks to have negative money in your bank account because then you have to live on Cash App and Venmo balances, and only certain things take the digital card. Oh, Jesus. All right. No, it's not open till noon. This is a travesty. This is a sham. This is a mockery. I object. I object. I object on principle. I want my cheeseburger. All right, fine. I'll wait 10 minutes. All right. Yeah, I think the cops are going to find her, and then they're going to make sure she's okay. I don't know if she's going to avoid a section. I'm telling you, that was not good. Just think about how I've acted this whole time. She was tormenting me, filing evictions, like, over money. Like, bro. Like, now I'm actually worried. I'm going to talk to counsel later. I'm worried. Like, I am so beyond now just, like, on the, like, defense against what she was doing. After that reaction, I am deeply concerned for her. I don't know if she's thinking rationally. I don't know if she can make rational decisions. I don't know what decisions she's been making. And then for her to react like that, I don't know if she's a threat to my brother, who she's like the guardian of. I don't know if she's a threat to herself. I don't know if she's so angry she's just going to drive into someone because they won't get out of her way. Like, dude, that's scary. I have no ulterior motive. I'm literally just scared for her, and I don't know what to do. I already did the only thing in my power, which is talk to the police who are now on some kind of hunt for Wendy Murphy. All right? I don't understand what is going on right now, although I completely understand. It is the weirdest juxtaposition of all time. When I went into Walter Cronkite towel mode, I literally didn't mean we were at a day as big as the assassination of the president. That is not what I was trying to imply, bro. Now I'm like, oh no, this is the day. This is the day. Wow. I need to eat. We're going to stay live. I need to eat. What's the most reasonable thing for me to do right now? I'm just stunned by the scope of this. I'm stunned that it was so close to me and I didn't know. No wonder. Bro, does it really surprise you now that Five Stones needed to get close to me because they were worried that I was working with my mother because I was so pro-prosecution? I wasn't. Sorry. Like, she's weird. And, like, I'm telling you, she has lost her mind. And she's definitely close to Yuri and all them. Bro, they got him. Cosgrove just gave them all up. And then my mother reacted by losing her mind. I was meant to be here. This was all meant to happen. Literally the way that it just happened. Wow. They just needed to make sure everything was lined up. Like, I just needed to, like, be where I needed to be, doing what I needed to be doing, and they were all going to do their... It all lined up. I mean, I'm just, like, blown away. Can't believe it was all centered so close to me. Why me? Well, I guess I get why me, you know. But, like, why? Really, why me? Okay. It was inadvertent, kind of. It was really my mom's fault, I guess. Like, that's why they were so interested in me. Dude. I mean, I'm worried about her, but at the same time, it all makes... It's not like I'm confused as to... I'm confused by her behavior, but I'm not confused as to the why. I know the why. Her law firm represents Yuri and Haldeman. All of them just got stung. They're fucked. Haldeman touched that report. So did Tully. Cosgrove just admitted he committed a crime and is going to try to hide behind the shield. You can't hide behind that on obstruction. You can hide behind immunity in a civil suit, bro, but good luck hiding behind that in a criminal case. Dude, bow to Lindsey Gaetani and TurtleBoy. Bow to them. Go make statues. TurtleBoy is going to lose it because someone's going to actually make a fucking statue of him now. Lindsey gets one too. Bow to them. Bow right now. Just get off your chairs, get your animals. See, this is why we conquered northern France, Emily C. You know what I'm saying? I needed a base of operations. Now, Operation Norman Towel begins. Got to take out the commies in China. Got to take out the Saudi Arabians. I don't trust that MBS character. Sorry. Got to deal with Greenland. Sorry, Canada. You can come along for the ride willingly, or we'll get our payback for you invading Detroit. That's my opinion. I'm a towel. All right, are we all on the same page? I'm not raiding anybody's fridge. I'm going to get a... What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a towel cheeseburger. It's almost noon. And then I'm going to do my recap. Well, I'm glad I waited to do the recap because now I have more to say. Bruh. I have a lot more to say, motherfucker. Look at me. I'm like Doc Brown from Back to the Future. I'm both befuddled and the man with all the answers. I don't know how that's possible. It's a very interesting juxtaposition. Have you ever thought to yourself, what if you inadvertently discovered the wildest story in the past 50 years? Well, that's how I feel. I feel baffled and confused. And also confused. Mostly confused. But mostly baffled. And also confused. And also strangely pleased that this is all being exposed. But also baffled. Then a little bit upset. And then also kind of like I was meant for this. And then also it feels artificial because they knew I was meant for it, they just let me do my thing. So it's weird. It's like the Truman Show. I thought Aidan was the subject of it. It was me, motherfuckers. Aidan's definitely in part of this, but he was acting. He was read in. They didn't read me in. They Truman showed me, motherfuckers. Shaking my towel fist. You are going to see a lot of different versions of towel today. This was the day Apparently this was the day. I'm ready. Maybe I'm not. Listen, if that broke Robert Cosgrove, how is it not supposed to break me for at least like 30 minutes? Then the thing with my mom, I'm lucky I'm back to a regular heart rate right now. Oh my God, my whole life was building up to this moment. All my skills were required to get myself back to baseline so I could do the recap. Listen, God bless the United States of America. I'm a towel. I don't even know what a towel is. All right, Joe Pa, I'm not really sure about your name or if you're even real. Let's see, when did you create your account? Let's see. No, hold on. I'll save you the embarrassment of bringing this up on the stream. Let's see. Who are you? Joined 19 years ago. All right, Joe Pa, you can definitely get a wrench. Unless you got a 19-year fucking burner, which would be just, I mean, you can have a wrench just for having a 19-year burner in that case. But God bless you. Welcome to the towel. Welcome to the towel channel. You have a towel wrench. I gotta wait 4 more minutes to get lunch. We can do our recap now, I guess. I'm sure something else fucking crazy is going to happen today. Greatest federal sting of all time. I should be interviewed. People should... I don't know what to do. Good thing I extended my car rental with, like, the last of my money. I was like, I was going to go return my car rental today and just, like, rebroadcast the hearing later. And then something told me at, like, 6 in the morning. I was like, you know... Let me just move the last bit of my money around. I'll extend the car rental for another day, and I'll just make myself available to stream. Well, holy shit. Like, sometimes I feel like angels are just walking with me. Like, no one told me to do that. I want to tell you. There's not a single human being who reached out to me and said, Grant, you should stream. Nobody reached out to me. People were going to just let me do whatever the fuck I wanted, which was to return my rental car. Dude, it was fate. Fate. I'm telling you, it was fate. I was thinking, like, do I go return the rental? You know what's weird? I'll tell you what my morning was like. I was thinking to myself, it was almost like a test of my intuition. I was like, should I return the rental car and then take the train over there? And, like, my body said no. Like, my gut and my soul was just like, no, that's not what you should do. And I was like, oh, but that's going to fuck my day up. Like, what do you mean? And then my gut was telling me, like, just extend the rental car. So I had to go through this whole convoluted process to extend it. And then my gut was just like, just stream it. Like, start streaming. And I did. That was the right thing to do. Wow. There's a... Analysis is like medicine. Western medicine. Well, maybe Eastern medicine. We'll do both analogies. Analysis is like looking for boxes that things should fit into. Like in medicine. At least if you're thinking from a Western perspective. Why that doesn't work, though, is that when confronted with something novel, you will not be able to see it using traditional methods of analysis. This was very fucking novel and brilliant. Heroes. American heroes. I have a headache. I should eat. I feel disorientated. I feel like I just watched the collapse of the state police and Robert Cosgrove. And the DA. And Jen McCabe. I'm pretty sure Jen McCabe just lost her mind. I don't think Kate Peter was ever Jen McCabe's friend. Or the state police's friend. They just had to keep it together till today. And I was the weak link. Not because they read me in, but because I was going to figure it out. Somebody tried to hurt me. I think it was the state police. I can't figure it out. Somebody cut that brake line, and then my mom took the evidence before I could call the police. I think they tried to cause me to get in a crash. Then they were going to have someone respond and, like, frame me for something. I'm almost positive. I noticed right away, though. As soon as the brake light warning went on, it tipped me off. And then I saw this shit on the right tire. Dude, they were going to really get me. Oh, wow. They were going to fuck me. Not 5 Stones, the state police, definitely, with my mom's help. Because she's the one who covered up the evidence. I'm going to order it. Oh, yeah, it's past noon. All right, let me get my cheeseburger. I'm very excited for this. I need to eat. Not going to say where I'm getting it from. Do you know why I eat at different fast food restaurants, like, all the time? For the same reason President Trump does. You're never going to find out where I'm going to get my food. And I don't want you to. Fuck yeah, I want a fucking cheese on my fucking burger. And I think I want something else too. Another side of fries. I think my body is telling me that I've served my country well. And I'm saying to my body, I'm tired. And I gave it my all. And I hope I've done some good. Wow, bro. All right. Well, that food's coming. Thank you. God bless you to all the people who have been supporting Little Towel. My cheeseburger is on the way now. Yes, no, it's not McDonald's today. It is a special cheeseburger from a local restaurant because someone sent a very kind donation that covered a cheeseburger, a side of fries, and a $7 tip or $6 tip for the driver, and I'm very excited. I don't get to eat a lot. For the past few years, like, I don't know, I probably eat like 1,000 calories a day, maybe, like with my coffee, 1,500. I'd say like most days I have as many like liquid calories from coffee as I do food. If I eat once a day, I'm lucky. I have to prioritize, you know? That was hard, man. It was hard. All the other stuff we've sort of experienced, there was like a rush to it. Kind of like adrenaline, kind of like what's next, what's coming. Today was different. Very different. Everybody knows. That's the crazy part. Like, if other people were kind of saying, like, no, I don't see it, I'd be like, oh, we're not there yet. No, today was the reveal. And then to add in my mom, I don't even know how to talk about that during the recap. I don't know what to do, bro. This is the first time I've ever run into something. And I think it's kind of... It's like a unique position for a reporter to be in because, you know, it's one thing to do new journalism as an art form like Hunter S. Thompson. But, like, life is not journalism. It's not. Like, journalists don't bring it home most of the time. And this was both. And no one ever told me, because they were worried, on both sides probably, that if they tried to bring me in, I would blow their operation. This is what it was meant to be. You were meant to see me figure it out live. You were. You really were. That was the whole thing. Like my process. I was inadvertently documenting it live. Well, I was doing it intentionally, but not for the reasons that I thought. They wanted it to be me. I'm honored. You know the movie the movie Big Fish? I really like that movie because the son spends his whole life with this dad who just keeps telling stories about these incredible people. Like his trip to the university to meet the love of his life and win her back, you know. Like this giant who worked at the circus. Just all these characters, like you would not believe that they're real. And the movie tries to give you the impression through the son's eyes that none of them are real. The dad tells tall tales. But there's a moment at the end of the movie when the father dies. They have a funeral and the son drives up and they're all there. They're all real. Just finding people to believe me. It's a beautiful profession. It is. It's very rewarding. It's more like a vocation. That's why I'm very protective of journalists. I appreciate all of you in the chat. You know, one of the things about doing the work that I do is you go up against these institutions and they move in the shadows very efficiently. So you're always like tilting at windmills until you're not. And so it's easy to just be like, oh, that guy is tilting at windmills. Don't look behind the curtain. But as a journalist, you do what you do because you know eventually, like, people will come to understand what you felt was linking all of this. And in that moment is your catharsis. Because no one wants you to... if you were onto anything of importance, no one would give a fuck if you were talking about it. Excuse me, if you were onto anything that wasn't important, no one would give a fuck that you're talking about it. It's the stuff of importance where you face the most resistance. And that's why it's a rewarding profession. Never seen anything like this, but it's incredibly rewarding. I knew they were ending at 2 yesterday. I told you, you can watch the pre-show back. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I love conversations that aren't what they appear to be about on the surface. I finally got it. I finally learned how to do it yesterday. And I was just so confident, too. The unspoken. I figured it out. I knew yesterday. That's why I didn't say anything today. I just shut up. I mean, I was kind of talking in the pre-show, but I didn't say anything about what I really thought was going to happen. I mean, I telegraphed it. If you go back and watch, it's very clear I was hinting at it. Bro, set the bird free. I'm not a moron. These are big feelings. And it's okay to have big feelings. You know? I don't think anyone could possibly unpack everything that just happened without big feelings. Everything before that, the difficult stuff, the bombshells, everything. Child's play. Oh my God. All right, we'll watch it one more time while I eat. Today's a very big day. Oh my God. I don't even think Walter Cronkite, if he were that close to that story, could have done it. You're very kind, Allie. God bless you for that comment. This is not what I wanted. It's not what I expected. Sorry for turning your comments off. I've been with you through thick and thin. They're everything. I've been with you through it all. Never felt like this. And I could always keep it up, you know, like, oh, I got to get into news reporter mode. I got to, keep them, I have to help them understand by, being composed. And even in the moments where I would lose it, I was doing it intentionally because I was so passionate about the country. I really do care that much. But this is different. I don't know how to dress this up. I don't know how to package anything. I don't want to. I don't want to do that anymore. It's very taxing. They did what I wanted. I can't believe it. It was going to keep going a little longer. But they had to end it early. I don't think they're mad at me. I think they're actually a little proud. They had enough. Somebody made a call. Probably I'd say Wednesday night into Thursday. I'd say maybe more likely Thursday morning. Probably somebody at DOJ. I don't know. Somebody said we have enough on them. And I'm pretty sure it happened between 11 p.m. Eastern Wednesday and maybe 1 p.m. Eastern Thursday. I would guess it happened 9 a.m. Thursday morning is when they made the call to end it. And then they had to activate the last part of it, which was today. That's why they were comfortable ending it. They had a hearing right around that time where they could just sandbag him. Bro. Just incredible. If you don't realize, if you're new to this, we'll try to talk about it once I eat. We'll be here for at least a couple hours. If you're not new to this, please try to help your fellow towel friends understand what's going on. A lot of people are going to be both blown away, confused, overwhelmed, like questioning like what they thought about people over the past few years and why they thought it. And we haven't even gotten to rewatching Robert Cosgrove yet. We're going to watch it, bro. We'll watch me reacting to it. Apparently I was crying. I remember crying. Yeah, I think my mom was setting me up, and I think it all came crashing down to, I think by setting me up, they may have actually got themselves in a lot of trouble. Like, I think somebody somewhere is like, don't fuck with that towel. And so as soon as they went for me, bro, it got really ugly, like really fast. Like, I think once, I knew it a few weeks ago, like when someone wellness checked Towel Mom. But like once they went for me, like I noticed immediately that like she started taking shit. Like they really fucked with her for fucking with me. They were not happy that she fucked with me like that. Somebody somewhere who was powerful got really upset. All right. So while I eat, we're going to watch the replay from earlier. If you're just tuning in, it is, hands down, the strangest day you will ever see, ladies and gentlemen. You'll never see anything like it again. Robert Cosgrove's broken. I'm a towel. Let's continue watching. You got to watch the build up to this. I can't even do the recap right now. I feel like my soul has been drained from my body. I need to eat. But I want you to watch this hearing if you're just tuning in. I didn't even talk that much today or yell. I just feel so drained. Like I was sprinting on a marathon route for 3 years. And my body was like, just don't stop. Like, we'll give you every resource you have, just don't stop. And you definitely borrow against your future self when you do that. You don't pay the price in the moment, you pay it like years down the line. Fuck. Alright, let's watch this. I need to just watch this. Alright, and we'll talk in a little bit.
Well, it seems like her allegiances have changed of Ms. McCabe.
So we're going to listen to the full hearing, okay?
Someone else to cross-examine her.
The Zoom link, please. Oh, they kicked Baker out. All right, somebody get me the link. Folks, I need the link.
Yeah, that makes.
Hold on. So eventually I get the Zoom link thanks to Allie, the super towel. But then we have to wait for me to like log into the damn Zoom. There, here we go. Let's
and the witness might be.
Hold on.
Because I've read
if you missed the hearing this
on behalf of some of those or is not going to having call her credibility will be an issue, obviously, if she testifies in this case. At that point, having a prosecutor who has been accused of misconduct, who is named as a civil defendant, attacking her credibility and attempting to defend the credibility of other witnesses whose credibility could be impeached by Ms. Gaetani is a problem. It's a problem because the jury would have a right to know what the prosecutor's interest may be. It's not...
Well, he chose not to cross-examine her.
That's a decision that has to be made by a disinterested prosecutor.
What if you got someone else to cross-examine her?
That may or may not solve the problem. Certainly it would with the direct examination of her.
But he's not going to call her. He's made that clear.
I understand that. What I'm suggesting to the court is we may very well do that.
You may, and you'd have to get permission from the court to do that because you'd have to show me that it's relevant, but that's another issue down the road.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, respectfully, why it may be relevant beyond just the substance of her testimony. Mr. Cosgrove addressed the substance of her testimony as it relates to the allegations against Mr. Kearney. She also may very well be a witness who can expose bias of other important prosecution witnesses, who could expose conduct on behalf of some of those important prosecution witnesses, conduct which is not at all consistent.
Well, let's get to the nub of it, all right? Because I've read all your materials, so you don't need to repeat the argument to me. Look, as I understand the issue here, Ms. Gaetani, that's the correct pronunciation, is it not? Ms. Gaetani has an interaction with Special Prosecutor Mello in December, I think the 24th, was it, or the 23rd?
Something like that.
Of 2023. It's around that time that she's alleged to have some interaction with Ms. McCabe. Is that correct?
Among other times, yes.
Well, around that time is my understanding, based on the evidence you presented me. Around that time, Ms. McCabe urges her to go to the grand jury, do the right thing, go to the grand jury, something along those lines. All right, is that correct?
In substance, but I think it's interpretational, and the witness might expand upon that.
I understand that. All of those events occurred 6 months after the events that are in play here. So the relevance of those events is only as to the credibility, potentially, of Ms. McCabe. Now, you might be able to get into that. You might be able to even confront Ms. McCabe. But then you're going to have to raise an issue of whether or not you get into a trial within a trial, so to speak, the extrinsic evidence rule, which takes us to whether or not she is even going to be a witness to talk about potential bias after the fact. This is after the fact bias.
Yeah.
On an issue which, frankly, I'm struggling with a little, because nobody contests the acts here. All right? Mr. Kearney is a citizen journalist, sort of a new breed of journalists, correct? He presents to this court that all of his activities are fully protected under the First Amendment. A very reasonable argument, okay? Mr. Cosgrove says different. He says this is witness intimidation. The motivation of Ms. McCabe to his acts is tangential by and large, is it not?
Judge,
now she's going to testify, yes, I was intimidated. But the main factor here is the nature of the comment, which is recorded, made voluntarily and recorded. Now, you are correct. There's an excellent argument to be made, perhaps, that Gaetani and Genduso and McCabe may have all had some idea that they were going to get together and get his bail revoked. But that's not what this trial's about. This trial's about what happened 6 months before. So you got to draw me to the relevance of that.
Well, her bias and motive against him, whether before, during, or after, I would suggest is certainly relevant. Moreover, it's
all after. There's no before.
Judge, you mentioned a moment ago about the fact that she's going to come in and say, I felt intimidated or I was emotionally harmed. I think we would all agree that would be relevant about what the impact that these horrible allegations had on her. There will be evidence through electronic communications between Gaetani and McCabe, which Gaetani may very well have to authenticate as a witness, because frankly, we don't assume or take any guess what Ms. McCabe will say, where shortly after Mr. Kearney was released from jail, from what Your Honor just spoke about, where Ms. McCabe recruited Ms. Gaetani and orchestrated surveilling him from various police stations and to other locations, joking about going on a stakeout. In other words, conduct not consistent with her being intimidated. Those actions will also
the intimidation doesn't have to last forever. Intimidation, we're only trying one slice in time. That's the bedrock of any criminal defendant, right? But not trying his entire life, we're trying that moment.
But these are questions that have to be posed to Ms. McCabe, and she'll have and should be forced to answer them and explain them.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so the point is, we don't know what Ms. McCabe will say. We know based upon messages that we've seen, which would need to be authenticated, presumably what Ms. Gaetani will say about these issues.
Which seems to move with time from poll to poll, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, it seems like her allegiances have changed as this case has developed.
She is, without question, a unique witness, which raises another interesting point, which could lead to the possible conflict with Mr. Cosgrove. She is a former prosecution witness. There's no question. She testified in grand jury. She testified at a trial called and vouched for by Mr. Cosgrove.
Quite enthusiastically, as I understand it.
I believe so, Judge. No question. And at that point, they had no problem with Ms. Gaetani. But at this point, she's now sued Mr. Cosgrove. She has sued Tully. She has threatened to sue or sent a demand letter to the DA's office. And when that happened, Mr. Cosgrove said, I have a conflict with her because he has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And I'm going back to what I first started with, Your Honor. The issue is not because she's an alleged victim. She's a potential witness in this case, and the prosecutor has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And the critical part comes in the argument to the jury at the end of the trial. When McCabe has testified, it's in Mr. Cosgrove's personal interest that she be credited, Gaetani not be credited. When Tully testifies, it's the same exercise. He's a co-defendant of his.
What's Tully going to testify to?
Is Tully going to testify? We're not calling Tully.
Mr. Cosgrove, what's Tully going to testify to? Is he even a witness?
I haven't made a determination as to whether I'm going to call Lieutenant Tully or whether I'll need to call Lieutenant Tully. It seems to me that the videos which Mr. Kearney has himself made public, documenting his statements and actions are pretty much self-authenticating. I'm not sure.
Well, I think you may have to make a choice here fairly quick if we're going to deal with this issue. But continue.
Look, the bottom line is Detective Lieutenant Tully is the lead investigator on this matter. Now, that doesn't obligate the Commonwealth to call him, but he is the driving force behind this. He built the investigation, and he got the search warrant.
This is not your classic whodunit.
No.
This is not the investigation where they find the evidence on a scene, they develop the evidence on the scene, they trace the suspects, they get phone downloads, they do this, that, the other. This is a very unique set of facts.
Very.
Where the defendant recruited himself and then voluntarily broadcast his actions to the world at large. So the investigation essentially is press record. And then a jury of his peers, all right, would judge the mores of our society to determine whether or not this is acceptable First Amendment or not acceptable First Amendment.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is that Tully...
And I would like the jury of peers to make that decision. I don't want to make it. I want the jury of his peers to make that decision.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is on this issue is that Tully is the lead investigator. And certainly I can only speak from my...
All right, I'll help you understand this until my lunch gets here. So this is, in my opinion, the setup. This is Judge making it seem like he's hostile to Betterow. Watch what happens when Cosgrove's about to start speaking. And by the way, the fact that they're not going to call Tully, Cosgrove started to realize something was weird. Wait till you see where it goes next. We're watching the replay while I eat lunch. Then I will do my recap. I'm finally calmed down after that chaotic series of events. If you missed it, my own mother literally had a meltdown as soon as the hearing ended. It was a very bad situation. Hello, I am a towel. Hello, Linz. It is good to see you. I am a towel. So my mother, at 11:30 a.m., immediately as the hearing ended, came screaming. About 10 seconds later, she was on the phone with 911 screaming to them that my car was in the driveway. Well, I'll tell you, no, there's going to be no remedy at trial. The Commonwealth was set up, and Cosgrove literally confessed to crimes during the hearing. It was wild. And let me just tell you, with my mother, though, I knew it's not a coincidence. My mother's firm represents Yuri Buchanan and Karen Reed's case, her old firm, Brody Hardoons, Perkins and Keston, and they represent Dylan Haldeman in the Lindsey case. let me just tell you. So at 11:30, my mother, Lindsay, people on the stream can talk to you as well. There were people in the chat when this happened. At 11:30, my mother comes screaming. I've never heard her scream like this. Oh, Joe Pa, God bless you for that. Let me just drop the link for the PayPal. It's not the most important thing to me right now, but I don't want you, having put in all that effort, to feel like you don't know, so I'll just drop it. At 11:30, my mother starts screaming, and we have it on the recording, like not her scream, but me. She's like screaming through the house, and I'm the only one broadcasting the hearing. It was right as it ended. I, within seconds, just get up and go to move my car, but she's within 10 seconds of screaming, calling 911, saying, like, my son won't move his car. And I'm like, but you just asked me 10 seconds ago, like, Mom, I'm worried about you. I'm sure there's going to be a 911 recording of this, because I'm, like, in the background being like, Mom, you just asked 10 seconds ago. I'm worried. Why are you screaming? So I go downstairs, I'm sprinting, I play the video on the stream of the hearing right after it ended, and I run out to my car, I move it. She just drives away. She's screaming as she's getting into her car, as she's pulling down the driveway. She's just screaming. I couldn't even make out, it was unintelligible. I couldn't understand what she was saying because she was just screaming. So I move the car, I pull it around the corner, I go inside, I'm like, I'm concerned, okay, but I need to go back to the stream, and then I start talking to people again on the stream. Not 5 minutes later, which I knew was not a normal response, 4 or 5 Belmont police officers show up at my home, okay? They come inside, they yell up, Grant, are you here? I go down, I talk to them. They're like, what just happened? And I relay it to them. You know, she screamed, 10 seconds later called 911, ran out of the house screaming, got in her car and just drove away. And they're like, was there any interaction before this? I was like, not that I don't know. She didn't try to call. She didn't come up. She didn't like say an hour earlier, hey, I got to go. Just at this time, she just started screaming. And they're baffled by this. And I'm telling them, like, I have never called a welfare check on my mom. I have never seen her react this way to anything. I'm very concerned for her. I'd like to call in a wellness check. So 60 seconds go by. They're not there concerned about me at all. They go downstairs, and then the 4 of them are at the base of my stairs, and I'm telling them, like, here's my mom's cell phone number. Like, if I'm right about this, she's driving to Brody, Hardoons, Perkins, and Keston right now. Like, she probably is involved with some of these cops. There was a case right now. Something very bad happened to them in Suffolk Superior Court. And then I trolled the Belmont police by being like, and, you know, I think she knows, like, Jimmy, you know, like Michael Proctor's brother-in-law, who's on the Belmont PD. Dude, the cop's eyes, one of the cop's eyes just wild. Just went wide-eyed. I know I'm not on the screen right now with my camera because I'm waiting for my lunch. Just wide-eyed, okay? And I'm sitting there like, I cannot believe this has just happened. And then the cops just leave. And I'm like, please let me know when you know if my mom's okay. I'm worried about her. I've never seen her act this way. And that's how it played out. And it was the strangest series of events. And it was right after Cosgrove had his meltdown, which is what we're about to watch. Like, I'm pretty sure this is what there's a panic meeting happened. Yeah, and it was so odd, Lindsay, to see it because over this past week, I knew something was coming. She was just rocking herself in a chair at night. She was like pounding chocolate on the desk for no reason. Like, it was weird. She was just being, it wasn't weird. It was like she was under a lot of pressure and like something bad was coming. And today, like, I can't say like it's 100% connected because she wasn't speaking coherent English and I didn't get to ask her anything. She was just screaming. Then she got in her car and just drove off. So I think they're in a crisis meeting because Robert Cosgrove, what we're about to watch, just started spilling his guts to Judge Belzios. I can't believe it happened. So we're going to rewatch this part and my lunch is on the way and then I'll come do my recap.
My own experience, perhaps others, that it would be extraordinarily rare not to call.
I don't find that to be accurate in my experience. I've seen it happen a number of times, much to my disappointment when I sat over there, okay?
I've seen it happen, and I've taken that from the other side of the table in prosecuting rather than defending, in letting juries know.
You're wondering, judges slow rolling Cosgrove right here. Judges making it look like he's hostile to Betterow, and then watch what happens to Cosgrove. He just gets railed on. Like, judge doesn't even interrupt him. He lets him talk for 20 minutes, and Cosgrove eventually almost has a panic attack, is unable to breathe, and just starts confessing to crimes. He actually admitted it was illegal to release Lindsey's SA report on the record in open court. Bruh.
Know
Okay,
who built the case, what is going on here. But the point...
And fairly pointed out by the defense, and you didn't hear from him.
It could be. It may very well be, but that could also lead to the reason why. Okay? The issues surrounding Gaetani's claims, the defense wants to argue they're not calling Tully. Perhaps the jury may be entitled, not asking Your Honor to make evidentiary rulings now, obviously, but the jury may want to know and be entitled to know why isn't the prosecutor calling him, and might it have something to do with what Gaetani alleges. But moving away from Tully to the larger point, it's not even so much the cross-examinations, or other evidence, which I would suggest are improper being conducted by a prosecutor with a personal interest in favoring certain witnesses over the one that is suing him. It's the summations, it's the argument. If Mr. Cosgrove has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Gaetani, assuming he does, as Your Honor noted, maybe he won't, but I would suggest, again, that's a decision to be made by a disinterested prosecutor, not one with a personal interest.
Well, let's define the personal interest. It is, anybody can bring a lawsuit against anybody, all right? You know, the actions that are alleged here by Mr. Cosgrove, and most of them, frankly, seem to have occurred prior to his arrival in the case. But the actions are alleged were done solely in his role as a special prosecutor. His immunity is almost impenetrable, correct?
In a legal sense.
Sir, this is a legal setting.
No, Your Honor, my point is this. Personal interests don't rise and fall. They're not black and white because you've been sued or not sued. She has publicly and loudly accused a distinguished prosecutor of misconduct that he himself recognized after the lawsuit was filed. With this lawsuit that we're saying has no merit, what did he do? He sought removal because I'm ethically precluded from cross-examining her. It's the same issue.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's what he said, but I'll take that for what it is.
Well, Judge, I just want the record to be clear. What he said was, counsel states that a recent conflict of interest has developed, which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters when Gaetani is an alleged victim or party, and we talked about whether we use alleged victim or witness as the issue. The point is...
Well, that's why I said that's not exactly what he said. What he said was...
Yes. No, I'm not trying to substitute that. We're trying to, in my view, suggest it's a distinction without a difference, because he has been attacked. And when he withdrew from the other case, the lawsuit against him was no better or no worse than it is now. So he didn't make that argument back then to say, this is some garbage lawsuit, I have no real conflict. What he said was, I am ethically precluded.
All right, I take your point. Mr. Cosgrove, if you're ethically precluded from one, why aren't you ethically precluded from two? I'll come back to this issue of the 2025 investigation too.
I reserve my answer on that.
Reserve it for when?
When it's my turn to speak.
I was about to give you your turn to speak, but I'll go back to Mr. Betterow. Let's talk about the 2025 investigation.
Your Honor, can I make one point I didn't get to? We kind of got. It's the summations where the real problem arises here. Because if Gaetani were cross-examined by Mr. Cosgrove, in essence, it is almost a free deposition. It is sworn testimony by a litigant against another litigant in a civil matter in which he has the power of the government cross-examining, which will benefit his personal interest. Then you go to summation. presumably his argument will be Gaetani is not believable, Gaetani is not credible, but McCabe is. Now, those are appropriate arguments by most people to make, not him, because it is in his personal interest, not just as a representative of the Commonwealth, it is in his personal interest that she be discredited. And the jury should know that. Now, I'm not saying that's an appropriate outcome either. The appropriate outcome is that he be removed, because if he's vouching for the credibility, not in an illegal sense, but advocating for the jury to adopt Jen McCabe and discredit Lindsey Gaetani, the jury should not be ignorant to the fact that this guy's getting sued and wants her to be discredited. That is not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in when they find out that the prosecutor who is judging everyone's credibility is discrediting her, crediting another, and it's tantamount to him giving unsworn testimony.
This goes back to the issue of relevance that we talked about before, and this is where I'm a little bit hung up. What McCabe does 6, 8, 10 months after the allegations here, because the allegations with regard to McCabe, as I can tell, they occur on 6/6, 9/20, and 7/22. Those are the 3 dates where she's alleged to have been intimidated. So none of these matters involving Gaetani develop until perhaps December, right?
Some of her testimony, though, Judge, will corroborate other evidence we have of Jen McCabe's pattern of surveilling Mr. Kearney. But when before he was indicted.
But when?
In 2023, July of 2023. We have documented evidence of her, the intimidated and emotionally harmed witness, contacting Mr. Kearney on social media and alluding to the fact, I know where you are, which is exactly what we're talking about with Gaetani.
That's a fair point to cross-examine her on. No doubt.
Don't know what she's going to say. From our perspective, having seen some of her other testimony and other proceedings, we don't just assume that she's going to be forthright. And we have a right. She's the star witness of this case.
I mean, you need to know a little bit more about that. In terms of, if you want to file something and pound it to me, that's fine.
The final point I'll make, to Your Honor, before you have any other questions, is it's important that we're raising this now. This is well before trial. The prosecution is clearly on notice. I don't know where this may lead to, what else could be discovered. You know, this is a unique case, as you've noted, and evidence is discovered in all kinds of odd ways, believe me, with how these cases proceed and who shares what and those kinds of things. It's critical for us to make this record now, alert the court respectfully, because if it comes up later after a jury is impaneled, there is a risk of a mistrial, and that will not be our fault. And we think at that point,
Mr. Bitter, I have no issue with you bringing the motion. You need to advocate for your client in any way you think is appropriate. I'm just trying to flesh it out here, so I understand exactly what the issues are. I'm struggling with the relevance issues. You may have to give me more information on that, so I understand it a little bit better, because the way I read things, they're much later in time. Now, if you've got something that's more contemporaneous to the alleged intimidation, I think that's very, very relevant, and would have to sort of play out how that would come in and what the form of that evidence. So we'll come back to that at some point when you're ready to talk to me about that. But talk to me about this. Your motion had 3 parts. Your affidavit had 3 parts, and one was the 2024. That's moot because it's sort of been done. The second was this issue. The third was this idea that I could preclude the executive branch from investigating things in 2025. Can you give me some authority which says I have the ability to do that?
It's a unique situation, Your Honor. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there is a case law roadmap to what's happening, but what's important to recognize here, you've been asking us these questions about how is Gaetani relevant. She is extraordinarily relevant to what we're calling the 2025 investigation, which results in the search warrants for the phones of Karen Reed.
Which is still pending with Judge Krupp.
Right.
Let me play that out 2 ways. What if Judge Krupp says, he can have access to the phones. Then we're going to have a much longer, longer issue, correct? Is that going to come into this case?
Well, they're telling us that two people are under investigation. I mean, it's hard for us to know, right? I mean, they're attempting allegedly to indict Mr. Kearney and Karen Reed for actions in which they already tried to indict and a grand jury said no. And now 2 years later with phones that have been gathering dust, we need to look in these phones and, you know, God knows what we'll find. But the point is, the search warrants in that case are critical and certainly could relate to evidence used against Mr. Kearney. There are two informants in that search warrant. One of them is Lindsey Gaetani. And the affiant of that warrant is Detective Tully. And there are about 10 paragraphs, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact number.
I read the warrants.
Relying on her, and it is loaded with information which she provided them. And we're back to the personal interest of Mr. Cosgrove. So that really was meant to just inform the court that this is a living, breathing issue.
I will agree with you. It's a living, breathing issue. It's just not a living, breathing issue over which I have authority.
Fair enough.
When that comes to me, if it comes to me, I don't know if my special assignment encompasses that. We'll see. But if it comes to me, then we'll deal with that issue. I can find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict that activity. Judge Krupp has the authority on the search warrants, and he'll make a decision in due time. But I find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict prospectively an investigation that's being done by the executive branch.
Judge, just before I sit down, and unless the court has any other questions, I just want to correct one last thing. Your Honor had mentioned about a lawsuit being settled. That is not the lawsuit involving Mr. Cosgrove. There's no...
Sure it is. I looked at the docket this morning.
Not with him. That's with other parties to the litigation, is my understanding.
Okay. Well, let me play this out for you. It's, as I said, I have some familiarity with this immunity issue since I routinely see these motions. It's a very strong motion to dismiss. If that motion is filed and heard, again, an accusation is one thing, but it would seem like there's a little bit more. You'd have to have some substance to it to actually disqualify. But I'll keep an open mind on it. Anything more?
Anything else?
No, I read all your stuff.
Thank you.
Anything more?
No, sir.
Mr. Braley, anything?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kearney, Mr. Cosgrove. If not, if you're conflicted out on one case, why aren't you conflicted out on the other? That's the real big question here.
Well, I don't think the two necessarily follow, Your Honor. Obviously, before I filed my motion seeking to withdraw in the other case, I would have been a poor attorney indeed if I didn't think about whether it also required me to withdraw in this case. And the motion to withdraw was, at least I attempted to phrase it quite carefully, to say that I had a conflict because Ms. Gaetani was the alleged victim in that case. Not that she was a witness in that case, but that she was the alleged victim. And as we all know, Your Honor, the Commonwealth does not represent the victim. The Commonwealth represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But nevertheless, it was essentially an argument that I would be making in that case that Mr. Kearney committed crimes against Ms. Gaetani. That, it seemed to me, put me in the impossible position of raising the suggestion that I was going forward to vindicate Ms. Gaetani's interests, perhaps to mollify her or to persuade her to withdraw the action against me. That's not the case where she is simply a witness.
Well, what do you say to the idea that you'd want to discredit her for your own benefit if it came to trial?
Well, that's a very interesting point, Your Honor. And there's a couple of problems with it. One problem is the practical matter. I don't see how any way that I went about discrediting her testimony in this trial would spill over to the other litigation, because it doesn't seem to me that it would be in any way relevant to the other litigation. I suppose I could adopt the defense theory that everything is relevant to every issue, but I don't see how indicating that Ms. Gaetani was not credible in making statements about the investigation of Mr. Kearney here would have any relevance to an accusation that I breached some sort of duty to her by turning over a police report, which is the contention. Also, Your Honor, assuming that this even survives a motion to dismiss, and I'm talking now about the Middlesex case, I don't think there's any factual dispute.
Worcester case. There's nothing in Middlesex, right?
I'm sorry, Worcester, yes. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate the correction. I don't think there's any factual dispute as to what happened. In my capacity as a prosecutor, I provided Mr. Bradel with the police report in question as discovery. It made its way by whatever means from Mr. Bradel to Mr. Kearney, who then publicized details of it and turned it over to a friend, an associate, whatever you want to call him, who actually put the whole report, as I understand it, on the internet and began pillaring Ms. Gaetani over her credibility. I don't dispute I turned that report over as a matter of discovery. If this case ever develops in Middlesex and comes to fruition, I couldn't possibly dispute that. That's the absolute factual truth. From that point on, it becomes a pure question of law as to whether I breached some sort of duty under the statute to Ms. Gaetani under the mistaken belief that I had a Rule 14 obligation to turn this over as the statement of a witness who had testified against Mr. Kearney in another matter, and as bearing on her credibility and her possible bias. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was wrong legally. But that's not a matter of discrediting her. That's a matter that is purely a question of law. And it's also not a matter...
How do we avoid the circumstance that she's called to the stand and there's some relevant testimony that she can offer? You wouldn't call her, but the defense calls her. And you're in the midst of cross-examining her and she says, well, this is why I sued you. What do we do with that?
I'm not sure what you do with it, Your Honor. Maybe we deal with that with the motion in limine to preclude her from mentioning the Middlesex suit.
Doesn't sound like a terribly controllable witness.
Well, that's why we have skillful Superior Court judges, Your Honor, if I could
if you can find one,
be a little obviously self-serving in my comment. I'm sure Your Honor, both in his prior career, as I have in mine, and in your present position, has dealt with witnesses that are difficult to control.
What about the possibility of someone else coming in? Is that something that's realistic or not realistic?
I didn't quite hear you. Something else?
What about the possibility of bringing someone in to deal with Ms. Gaetani if indeed she's a witness?
Could be done.
Well, it would solve a lot of issues. Fair, Mr. Bedrow? You're not contending that the case goes away completely. You're contending that he can't deal with Gaetani.
Unless, Your Honor, I understand what Your Honor is saying, and it sounds at first blush that the idea that if there's some kind of ethical screen, for lack of a better term, that just keeps a separate wall between Mr. Cosgrove Ms. Gaetani, but if the issue of the lawsuit comes out in any way, whether it goes...
Well, if he's not the one asking the question, I'd be hard pressed to figure out why the issue of the lawsuit would come out.
It could. I
don't know. But that is my job to control what comes out. But so
Yes.
Legally, let's think about it not from a witness point of view, but from a legal point of view. If Mr. Cosgrove's not the one examining the witness, I preclude that evidence because it's really not very relevant. I think we all agree.
Your Honor, I mean, look, it's certainly not for me to suggest what could happen. It's for the court to rule and the prosecutors to figure it out. I guess the first question is, why are we having this conversation and why haven't they done that? Why is this a one-man show when this is a serious issue that there could be peril?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation.
Right.
Ahead of time, as you properly noted.
The other thing, if I could just respond briefly, I don't know if Mr. Cosgrove...
I think he's not done yet. I just was raising that one point.
I'll hold it.
Cosgrove has barely started, but go ahead.
All right. So it would appear to me what you're saying to me is, if there was a replacement for that issue, that would resolve this problem.
I don't know that it would. It's certainly a much more realistic situation where you could avoid, no question, having Mr. Cosgrove comment on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani.
I'd agree with me that does happen in trials, not with some frequency, but it's not unheard of for that to happen.
No, it's not unheard of at all. I mean, there are times, again, where you have a prosecutor who takes a statement of a defendant.
Sure.
They have to be a witness, these kinds of things can happen all the time.
We find ways around them.
But we're also, to be clear, we're dealing with a very rare situation where the witness is a former prosecution witness accusing the prosecutor who she testified for previously of misconduct. Now, if the prosecution and court approves of that process, wants to have that laid bare, then I suppose it could. But the other problem, just
on this issue, we're not going to hijack the rest of the argument.
Okay,
just on the issue of replacement.
I had a brief response.
Yeah, he's not done. You only get to respond when he's done.
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove.
Well, just on that point, I have yet to hear how any comment that I might make on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani's testimony in the case before the court would even come in or be relevant in the Middlesex case or assist me in any way. Am I going to go over to Middlesex Superior Court and, frankly, I find it hard to believe that I or whoever would be representing me would be brazen enough to say to the judge, well, I wanted to talk about all the ways in which my client, Mr. Cosgrove, impeached Ms. Gaetani in a case that has nothing whatsoever to do with the case before the court. There's just not going to be any bleed through whatsoever, it seems to me. We don't even have, frankly, Ms. Gaetani's now at the point, based on her public statements, where she has faced in so many different directions, that I find it a little difficult to believe that either the Commonwealth or the defense is going to call her in this case. Mr. Counsel has carefully said we may call her for the defense. This may be a contingency that doesn't even arise, but that's sort of a side point. Let me just take a couple of points. I was going to ask Your Honor to take judicial notice of the pleadings in the Middlesex case and the docket. It appears you've effectively done that, but let me make an oral motion on the record.
Any objection comes? No.
Purpose.
Okay. By agreement, I'll take those as judicial notice as to the Worcester Superior Court case.
And one of the interesting, unique things about this alleged conflict of interest, which is a little different from a typical conflict of interest case. At least I haven't found anything precisely on point, and I don't think the defense has either, but maybe they'll prove me wrong in a moment. The whole operation by which this alleged conflict has come about and the Middlesex case has come about, what is it that enables Ms. Gaetani to make the claim that she's seeking to make against me in the Middlesex case? It's that the defendant took the report I gave him as discovery, or I gave his counsel as discovery in the other case, publicized it, and then created a harm that Gaetani alleges accrued to her from that publication. In other words, if we're applying but-for causation, to sound like a tort lawyer for a minute, if we take Mr. Kearney's actions out of the whole proceeding, there's no harm whatsoever to Ms. Gaetani with my, as I see it, fulfilling my Rule 14 obligation. So Your Honor has the unusual situation here of a defendant who has been but for cause of the alleged conflict, seeking to profit from that conflict by removing the prosecutor of his case, which I think is worth some consideration by the court. What I would like to do now, Your Honor, since has had the opportunity for a reply brief, which frankly doesn't particularly go to these motions particularly, but more to the point, the defendant's reply in support of the motion to disqualify Robert Cosgrove. I'd like to examine that in some detail and take the opportunity to reply to some of his.
Well, it really hasn't become an issue here. That involves another party whose case has been dismissed. The case regarding the defendant and that witness is gone. That's dismissed. So I don't really know if that's all that relevant to any. Mr. Beto didn't even raise it.
For purposes of this, Your Honor, the briefs are what they are. We submitted them. I just raised the issues I thought would be helpful for the court today.
Yeah, I didn't find that anything with regard to that particular trooper terribly compelling because I don't understand how he would be part of this case. Fair to say?
You're talking about which trooper?
The trooper whose case was dismissed, Bouchard.
I'm not talking about the, I'm sorry for interrupting, Your Honor. I'm not talking about the motion that they filed with respect to discovery for Mr. Proctor.
Oh, I'm not dealing with discovery right now. Yeah.
I'm talking about the motion that's captioned, Sir, reply in support of motion to disqualify Robert Cosgrove.
Paper 127 you're talking about.
I don't know the number, to be honest with you, but
this one here?
yes,
Yep,
exactly.
that's 127.
Okay.
Okay, go on, I'll hear you.
All right. So, the defense begins by complaining that my response envisions my conflict in a vacuum, and that it ignores the whole context, which is basically a preface, Your Honor, for talking about everything else that the defense is unhappy with about the case, except issues that are relevant to whether or not I should be disqualified. There is, on page 1 of that motion, a suggestion that Mr. Morrissey recused his office from prosecuting Mr. Kearney due to a conflict created by an investigating journalist who publicly accused the DA's office. I'm not sure that Mr. Morrissey has made a statement explaining why he appointed a special prosecutor, but I'm ready to stand to be corrected, but certainly this is the explanation that might sound most favorable to the defendant. But what does it have to do with disqualifying me? He then talks about accusations against Lieutenant Tully and former Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. What does that have to do with disqualifying me? He talks about actions by Sergeant Buchanan taken after he left the Norfolk District Attorney's office in support of legal civil that I'm being sued for intentional misconduct by Ms. Gaetani. Then we hear that Detective Lieutenant Tully is being sued by Ms. Gaetani. So what? The Detective Tully has been sued by Karen Reed. What's that got to do with the price of beans, as they say? That there were disciplinary proceedings against Lieutenant Tully.
That might be relevant on cross, you'd agree?
Oh, yeah, it might have some relevance on cross, but what has it to do with disqualifying me, Your Honor? They weren't disciplinary proceedings
Fair point.
against me. We hear that Ms. Reed is suing Sergeant Buchanan. Well, good luck to Ms. Reed, but what has it to do to disqualifying me in this case? We hear that Buchanan was disciplined. That Proctor has been sued by Ms. Reed. That Proctor has had disparaging text about Ms. Reed. There are two things that the upcoming case should not be about, Your Honor, and I'm sorry I'm losing my voice here, excuse me. One, it should not be a trial of the case that has been null pros concerning Ms. Gaetani. And two, it should not be a retrial of the Karen Reed case. None of this stuff is relevant. Gaetani's testimony will undermine the credibility of Detective Lieutenant Tully and Ms. McCabe, which will subject her to cross-examination by Mr. Cosgrove. So, let's look specifically, if I can skip ahead in the memorandum. The argument that's been made a little later on in the memorandum, in which Your Honor has heard again today. And I'm looking now at page 16, Your Honor, the first full paragraph. Ms. Gaetani will testify that Detective Lieutenant Tully intentionally mishandled her cell phone by tampering with and or deleting its contents. Detective Lieutenant Tully will deny this. Mr. Cosgrove has accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. Well, I don't know how the defense knows that I accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. So let's put this on a timeline. It has been the contention of the defense from the start of the case that certain items were missing from the download of Ms. Gaetani's cell phone. And their explanation is that must be because Detective Lieutenant Tully deleted it. I responded to that. Ms. Gaetani is a latecomer to this discussion. She is only now, in the form of either public statements or representations by the defense as to her new position, suggested that this is because Detective Lieutenant Tully tampered with it or deleted its contents. By the way, I don't know how she would know that because
She was not there during the download.
To interrupt Mr. Cosgrove. Well, Mr. Cosgrove, you know how she would know that? If some of the stuff you deleted is still on the original phone. This was a federal sting. I love that woman. She's the most glorious mind you'll ever meet, and Aidan's pretty smart too. You don't understand, folks. You don't understand. Robert Cosgrove is prostrating himself here. This was a setup. This whole thing Cosgrove just said, the whole operation was building up to this moment that you're listening to right now. Do you hear Cosgrove talking? No, TurtleBoy is not going to jail. These charges will be null prost. I believe judge will fashion an order the Norfolk DA cannot comply with. And what you saw today was Robert Cosgrove realizing in real time that he was entrapped in a federal sting. It was contracted out so they wouldn't see it coming through a very, very powerful intelligence agency, a private one. And as a result of that, people got charged intentionally. A lot of the Free Karen Reed people were fake. A lot of the anti-Free Karen Reed people were fake. It was all to get close to the state police and Cosgrove. And Cosgrove realized it today during this oral argument. And he was like, oh my God, they baited us. They did a sting on the MSP and the prosecutors. And they caught them. They got them doing so many crimes. It's outrageous. I mean, not just the release of the SA report, not just the release of the phone, not just the obstruction with the discovery about Proctor's phone. Bro, you don't understand. Not just the Jen McCabe stuff. Not just, oh my God. Folks, please understand. They got them. They were monitoring them the whole time. All of this, the cases were bait. The cases were literally honeypots. Eden got charged on purpose. And Sean and his people were coordinating all of this. No, the judge was play acting. The judge baited Cosgrove in the beginning by making Cosgrove think he was hostile to Betterout, the judge. Then the judge played his role perfectly. Aidan had the best poker face during all this. It was great. What happened was after the judge wound up Cosgrove to think he was on his side, judge just let Cosgrove sink his own stone. He let Cosgrove talk for 30 minutes. Like you're listening to it now. Cosgrove was panicking because you got to imagine he's talking, right? Because he's a trained judge and lawyer. But in his mind, he's like, oh, fuck. Like, wait a minute. Is it possible that Lindsey and Aidan were setting us up? And then you realize, like, that's beautiful. Yes, folks, today's going to be an interesting day. There's going to be a lot of fallout from this. This is a big day. Okay? Oh, I see Emily C. is here and Trial Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily C. and Trial Channel together in the same place at the same time is almost as rare as the Aurora Borealis in Principal Skinner's kitchen. You don't understand. An Emily C. and a Trial Channel at the same place at the same time. My goodness, it may as well be the Northern Lights, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at two very wonderful super towels. Both got us to this point. Don't mistake it for 1 second. There's a lot of unsung heroes in this. Now you look at Emily C. and you're like, Emily C. is an unsung hero. She's so wonderful and she understands different types of people and brains and helps people get along and keep an eye on the prize. But then you realize, what if she's even smarter than that? And then you see Trial Channel and you're like, wow, Trial Channel's efficacy is on a level that seems almost superhuman and reflects the abilities of someone who has a skill set that's simply incredible. So Emily C., Trial Channel combined together, are we looking at greatness hiding in plain sight? Yes, absolutely. Humility is a great way to get things done, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm a little towel. Somebody make me a shirt. Yep, Corey Hopkins is a very big part of this. She's a G. All these people are G's, though. Are you starting to realize, like, all these people are gangsters? Like, not that way, but they're, like, gangster. Like, don't fuck with these people. They're wonderful. I love them. They are my people. I knew these were my people. I just didn't know why. They're so smart. A lot of you are. And as I said, listen, You all are wonderful, but Lindsay's Irene Adler, okay? She surpasses the whole of her sex. She is not a woman. She is the woman, okay? She is Irene Adler. Lindsay was approached. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for her. Wait. You all talk to her at some point later. I'm done talking about all that because I know what happened now. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But my point is, I figured it all out. Okay? A lot of people stayed true to themselves, to their oaths, to their commitments, to their... I'm so proud of you all, though. This was incredible. Like, just stunning. And it is like the movie Big Fish. Like, you all were real. No, there will be no investigation of the Legal Defense Fund because that was pennies. Can we keep it real? This was a $70 million Department of Justice contract. You're watching genius at work. Well-funded genius. And today was the day. Robert Cosgrove put this together. Listen, after how long of Towell just saying it, do you think Cosgrove had it in his mind this was possible? Okay, when Bettero pulled what he pulled today, dude, I cried. I don't cry. What the fuck? They snagged him. They got him today. That's why my mother panicked. We're going to do our recap. If you're just tuning in, Emily C., did you hear what happened to my mom? Somebody might want to tell you. It was wild. I think she's working with Brody Hardoons, Perkins, and Keston. They had a crisis meeting. My mom called 911, screaming out of her mind because I didn't respond in 10 seconds, even though I did respond in 10 seconds. She screamed up the stairs. I went to go move my car to let her out of the driveway right as the hearing ended, where she was panicking, rushing somewhere for an in-person meeting, like something had to be in person, couldn't be on the phone, couldn't be on Zoom. She called 911. Mind you, I had moved the car within 10 seconds. She was gone from the house. A few minutes later, the police showed up. Oh, my God. And then Cosgrove at the very end there was like, wait a minute, Judge, I wanted to go to the protective order violations. Judge was like, I don't have any concerns about that. Like, talk to yourselves about it. Like, I don't need to deal with it. Judge is part of this federal sting. I can tell. Dude, somebody's going to get arrested. Like Cosgrove or somebody's about to get arrested. I don't know when or why or how. So I'm worried about my mom, okay? Because my mom, this is not coincidence, guys. My mom used to work for Brody Hardoons, Perkins, and Keston. Yes, so Hot Coffee Chats, that was a replay. So if you want to watch the hearing, I've now played it twice today. You can find it on the DVR, but I got to do my summary now. He didn't say, so let me just summarize. I'll tell you, you can just watch this next part because he doesn't actually, there are no protective order violations that get talked about. Judge cuts Cosgrove off because Judge is actually working, I think, with the feds and was part of this sting. Anyway, just listen.
Load of her cell phone and the transfer of it. But at any rate, my response as to what happened to the cell phone occurred before Ms. Gaetani made any of these statements whatsoever. I don't know how it can be that I have been siding with Detective Lieutenant Tully over Ms. Gaetani. I haven't seen an affidavit from Ms. Gaetani. I haven't seen anything from Ms. Gaetani other than hearsay, which is just a representation. And certainly, but let's assume that I do, as they put it, side detective lieutenants. A couple of other points. The law. And I suspect Your Honor has probably already looked at the two cases cited by Mr. Bettero, Commonwealth versus Dunlap.
Hello. Sorry, I had to get up there. I needed to get some. First, I need to get my headphones. Second, I need to get some air flowing, because if I'm going to stay live with you, I overheated a little bit. People with autism, apparently, or at least me, I like it cold. You get me at my best when it's cold. Now I have air blowing on me. It's so nice. I'm so cold. I like being cold. Mr. Monk's understudy, you are wonderful. I will answer your question. So I'm jumping in to everybody gets a wrench. So let's talk about this. All right, what Cosgrove's about to talk about is convoluted, okay? He's going to talk. He's going to mention Scientology, but it only is material to Scientology for one reason. In the 70s, okay, Scientology was like in a battle with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the IRS, because like Scientology is like, to describe it lightly, it's like a paramilitary religion. So let them do their thing, bro. Like, they are very powerful. So anyway, the U.S. Attorney and the IRS and all of them are investigating Scientology. Scientology gets upset. I read this case on stream a few weeks ago. Scientology gets upset because the U.S. Attorney searches their office. So what did the brilliant people in Scientology decide to do? Bro, they broke into the U.S. Attorney's office. They literally broke in to the U.S. Attorney's office building, the Scientologists, and then got charged, okay? And then, this was where it gets wild. While the criminal case is open, the Scientologists sue the DOJ, the U.S. attorneys, for going into the Scientology office. Mind you, the Scientologists broke into the U.S. attorney's office. They're on trial for it. And they sue, okay, they're defendants, and they sue, criminal defendants, sue the prosecutor. All right? Then Scientology makes an argument that because they sued after they broke into the U.S. Attorney's office, and then the U.S. Attorney served a legal search warrant on them, that was a reason for the U.S. Attorney to recuse. Do you think Scientology won? No, they got spanked by the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals and then petitioned for a writ of certiorari was denied. How do I know? We read this case when Cosgrove submitted his moving papers. All right. So Cosgrove's about to talk to you about this, and he's going to try to argue that it works in his favor. It does not, okay, because that case where the recusal was denied was about a criminal defendant filing suit against their own prosecutor for something that was done in the context of serving a legal search warrant. What you heard Cosgrove say earlier was that he got sued, apparently, because he released an unredacted SA report because he thought that's what Rule 14 required, which is at best, in my opinion, gross negligence, at worst, obstruction of justice. Bruh. Wild. That Cosgrove, like, it took him 30 minutes. He was so discombobulated. Listen. I've never seen a former judge and lawyer recognize in the middle of an oral argument in front of the world and a full courtroom that he was stung, like subject to a federal sting. That's what you're listening to. He didn't even get to the argument about the merits, about his position, which is not a strong argument because Lindsey here is not a criminal defendant. She is a witness that Cosgrove mistreated. So his case that he tries to argue where Scientology lost on the motion to recuse, Cosgrove thinks it's helpful to him. It's not, bro. It hurts him. Anyway, I'm smart enough to know that. I read it already. So Cosgrove just makes a series of nonsensical arguments. But the insight here is that it took him 30 minutes to get here. He nearly collapsed in the middle of the courtroom. He was having a panic attack, breathing so hard he was going to, he could barely speak. He lost his voice. He wasn't yelling. His soul was leaving his body in real time, and his muscles were no longer able to function because his neurons and his synapses were frying. Bro, I've seen some shit in my day. I've never seen anything like that. And I did kind of force their hand. Like, I was done. It needed to be done. But, that was great. That was everything I wanted and more. I had an out-of-body experience, I'm pretty sure. You can see me on the cameras, just flailing around like a madman during the moment when I realized what was happening. Because Cosgrove, first of all, judge just let him go. Then Cosgrove just admits to releasing the SA report illegally. And he's like, but I thought Rule 14 required it. I was like, oh no. He just confessed. What else is he going to confess to? Holy fuck, I'm watching this happen in real time. Oh my God, it all led up to this. Wow, Aidan has a great poker face. Holy fuck, Lindsey's a hero. And I was like, wait a minute, they're all heroes. Oh my God, they're all so smart. This is great. They were protecting us, but they're really weird. They're like, I'm not talking about the people I just mentioned. Like, the people who are involved in this are really weird. They're smart, but they're weird. They're like slippery, like artificial amorphous characters. Like, the only one that I think I even somewhat know is Lindsey. Sorry. And even her, I'm a little concerned as to how much I know. I don't want to know. It's up to her. I don't penetrate into anything I don't need to. No pun intended. Oh, God damn it. What the fuck is wrong with all of you? That's not what I meant. I try not to ask about things I don't need to know about, need-to-know basis. You know what I'm saying? The point is... Oh, God, I've completely lost my train of thought. You see what I'm saying about the other day? You know what I'm saying? No drinking, no sex, no GABAergics. Anyway, my point is, I don't think I knew any of these people. I think they were all just characters, which is great. I think it's hilarious. They have some roots of authenticity to their existence, but these are the people that operate in the shadows. They pop up, they disappear, they pop up again. Now they're under another name. Jack Ruby, Jack Rubenstein, whatever the fuck. Oh, Jack Rubin, yes. Yes, the international man of mystery himself. Oh, they must have known when I was looking at all those JFK and Watergate documents. That's why Bossy Texas chick got so pissed. She was like, fuck, bro, he's going to figure this out. He's going to actually figure out how we do this. Yeah, I did. Then I went to Harvard Yard and called her a spook. You fucking spook. She never got back to me. Bro, I could sense her from a mile away. I can sense the spook on him. I can sniff it out. Yeah. Oh, Grant, the autism cold thing is true. I talked to my son's doctor. It's sensory processing. Your sensory system processes temperature. Oh, okay. Well, I hate it being hot. Nobody use that against me in any interrogation settings. I'll file a complaint against you for violating the 8th Amendment. I like it cold. Towel wants to freeze. I have no idea what's going to be clipped. What did I say again? Was I ranting about... Okay, that's not really fair. You know what I'm saying? Can I just be a person? You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit of a person. Maybe like 7% of my life is Tal being a person, and the other 93%, I'm just a ruthless intellectual mercenary. Do you know how hard it is not to interrogate someone you love when all you do all day is interrogate people? It's hard. It's really hard. You know about every lie. You know about every like whatever. Imagine being around your mom and just know she's lying, and you're like, I don't know. I hate it. I hate it. I use my powers for good. Don't fuck with me. Anyway, so going back to my theory here, we'll do our recap, and I'm going to stay live till a little bit, and then I'm going to get out of here late mid-afternoon, and then you're not going to see me for a little bit. Because I did it. Not just me. All of you did it. I can see why you didn't want to tell me what was going on. Because frankly, I'm a bit of a loudmouth, all right? Now, I think somebody correctly recognized that I'm the type of person who would get recruited by the DOJ, turn them down, and then talk about it. And then they were like, maybe we shouldn't tell him things, you know? And then they were like, wait, but we got to tell him some things. Otherwise, he's going to just figure it out. Let's do a limited hangout. Let's do a modified limited hangout. Let's just lead him in a specific direction and make sure he only thinks certain things are happening. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's do it. That was fun. Anyway, my point is, today was the day. I'm ready to do my recap. I forget exactly what I've been ranting about. Oh, yeah, I'm letting my guard down now in terms of just, like, I'm not going to be, like, reporter Grant for this. I'm not being Walter Cronkite. I'm not faking it. I'm just going to say what I feel. I've done enough of that over the past 3 years. Do you know how hard it was to get intel from these people? My God. First of all, half of them are out of their mind. Second of all, the ones that are actually, like, with it manipulate you for fun. And then they leave false trails everywhere. They use, like, fake stories. Like, bro, they have whole identities. It's great. I mean, it's scary, but it's great. They're going to call the movie Real Big Towels. Or instead of Big Fish, Big Towels. So, you know, I'll tell you, I need to be 100% honest. Hot Coffee Chats, we really got to refocus your Zen, my dear friend. The Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk DA's office did terrible things, and the federal government outsourced the investigation of those people to a very high-level, multi-hundreds of millions of dollars private intelligence firm. And today was the moment that Robert Cosgrove realized that everything he had been doing with Tully and the state police and otherwise that they thought was hidden was actually being done in front of a bunch of informants for the DOJ who were outsourced to a private intelligence firm because the FBI has conflicts of interest with the state police. And you might say, Grant, how do you possibly know this? Well, because when you're a little towel and people underestimate you, they tell you shit. And if like hundreds of people tell you things, eventually you're going to put it together. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. So we all just need to keep ourselves cool. We need to focus on what just happened. It's a very big deal. This is a day you will remember for the rest of your lives. The events that follow this will be big, but you will remember that moment. Like especially the astute, like trial watchers, the lawyers, they will tell their grandkids about that moment. They'll tell their children, they'll tell their friends, they'll talk about it, they'll write about it. That single moment, although it doesn't seem it because it's a dry court proceeding, was the culmination of a multi-year investigatory effort to get informants working for the DOJ through a contracting firm around the state police so that that firm could gather derogatory information about the state police who were violating every constitutional norm and a number of laws you can imagine, and in turn use that information to rain hell down on them. And that's exactly what's about to happen. Robert Cosgrove realized it in the middle of the hearing. You could hear him sweating through his tongue. I've never heard someone, like, it's the coolest thing. It was like a self-interrogation. His brain was processing in real time what just got dropped on him in court. That, like, all these, like, Lindsey was clearly collecting information on them. So was Aidan. Aidan probably got arrested on purpose. Cosgrove was realizing all of this in court. His words were not matching what his brain was thinking about. He was literally like running out of breath, crying at certain points, having a panic attack, barely able to focus his attention. This was a big day, a very, very big day. All right. So I don't even want to continue to watch the end of the hearing because this next part is stupid. It doesn't actually like reveal anything. It doesn't like, it's just Cosgrove like misinterpreting the Scientology case. Which it's stupid. It's not relevant. It's distinguishable. It's immaterial. And the interesting part about him trying to argue this after 30 minutes of looking or 20 minutes of just floundering is a good lawyer is on the offensive all the time. If you're not setting the tone of the debate, you're losing. This whole hearing was about Cosgrove's recusal, and only at the end did he get to start talking about any of his own arguments. And then he goes into this protective order violation out of nowhere, like he had this plan to try to win Lindsey back or make it up to her by going after Kearney for a protective order violation. Judge immediately was like, no, I don't care about that. Talk to Mr. Bradel and Mr. Betterow if you got a problem with protective order violations. I'm not micromanaging this. Yeah, no, I need to be clear. Folks, you have to understand. You should be supporting him, TurtleBoy, because he's a hero. He put himself on the line. He let himself get arrested so they could use these cases to catch these people doing bad things. He's a hero. So is Lindsey. They put themselves in the line of fire. They let the state police do fucking terrible things to them. And now everybody knows. I mean, are you all not missing? I know most of you aren't missing it, but like, I know I'm going to have to explain it over and over, but yes, that's what happened today. Cosgrove realized they did that to him, and he lost his mind. He literally had a panic attack. He can't get off the case because they clearly have dirt on him. He did bad things. Cosgrove clearly did bad things for them. And now they're all going probably to federal prison. Somebody's going to get indicted. No. Well, I know, Hot Coffee Chats, it's going to be quite a process of disillusionment for you, my dear friend. But yeah, let's do the recap. I'm ready. Wait, who's saying, I think Jimmy's great. Wait, not Jimmy, TB. No, yeah, Tully and Mello and Morrissey and the MSP put Cosgrove up to it. Cosgrove went along with it. Cosgrove realized today he was a patsy and he got caught. And Tully's going to get in trouble too, as is Fanning. But I told you, they're going to indict these guys. Clearly. Clearly. And that's what Cosgrove... And that's why Cosgrove was spinning today. And then we'll talk about what happened with my mom. Yeah, I'm right on the nose about this. Is Glare in here? Hey, where's Glare? There's no conspiracy theories, coffee chats. I'm just telling you how it is, okay? There were informants planted around the state police by the federal DOJ through a contracting agency called Five Stones Intelligence. I'm not exaggerating. That's exactly what happened. And that the Magic 7908, what happened in court today was Robert Cosgrove realized that the things he was doing during discovery, having Tully manipulate the phone extraction, the release of the phone extraction, the release of the SA report, all of that they were all like honeypots. They didn't, I'm sure the feds didn't know exactly what Tully and Cosgrove and the state police were going to do. But bro, they caught them. They let them do all this shit. And Aidan was being tormented, so was Lindsey. But it was an op. It was a sting. It's called a sting. It's a very classic sting. Yes. Hot coffee chats. I'm happy to have you ask questions, but like we're moving past that. Like that's the reality. People have already accepted it. You missed the moment earlier. There's no one who's asking those questions anymore. So you got to catch up to speed here. All right. We'll help you do it, but we're going to do it. All right. This reminds me when the judge says you've done all the bad things in the good place. Yep. All right. Everybody, you starting to realize the cast now? I wasn't in it. They didn't let me play because I think they thought I was a liability. And I think they were worried I was actually working with my mom, which I was not. Clearly. But you're starting to see the cast now. They're going to take their curtain calls. I knew Ray was taking his curtain call the other day. I was like, good job, Ray. You're a fucking boss. He was just too protective. I was like, you really give a fuck, huh? And then when people started talking about him breaking the contract, I was like, Christy, you are so dumb. Who would hire Christy fucking Citroni? Even if she does play a good Vinny the Chin. Bro, you're fucking out of her mind. You know, I say that in a loving way. She's my cousin. Still didn't know her before this. So, all right. So why do I think all of that happened the way it did? Let's just say, like, I think Will should have interviewed me like Saturday. Like, I think they wanted me to be interviewed early because the goal was to keep up the operation a little more. And like, I was about to figure it out. So they were going to bring me on Will's and like try to cause something that would lead me to not figure it out. Because remember, when I went on Will's stream, what I thought was the DOJ had retained this firm to pressure, not the DOJ, the intelligence community was retained by the Norfolk DA to pressure Aidan and Karen to plead guilty. That's not what it was. So when I went on Will's, he knew I was close, but they still at that moment thought that I wasn't a risk, and if anything, I needed to be like caught, like captured, and stopped because I didn't have it. I was like 98% there. I was getting way too close for anyone's comfort. And so he brought me on, and like, we do the interview. A lot of the stuff I'm saying, like, I really don't think he liked when I realized he was like from Tennessee. Like, he had to play it cool, but like, come on, he knew what was going to happen. People were going to look into his mom. Like, it's just not like, it's easy once you start looking. So then I kind of like, we ended, like, we scaled down, but that's why I think he like went at her so hard. He was like, he's going to figure this out if he keeps up. Well, 12 hours later, bro, I woke up. I remember the eureka moment. I slept on it, and I woke up the next morning. I was like, this can only be one of two things. One, it's the intelligence community, like, pressuring defendants to plead guilty domestically, but that's not, I really did not want to believe that night, but I had to rule it out. And then I was like, wait, so what's the only other fucking plausible option? Oh my God. It was an outsourced investigation of the state police, and they're all actually working to gather information on the state police by pretending to be on opposite sides of the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy cases. In fact, the Karen Reed case was really the litmus, like the lightning rod for all this. That's what they used as cover. I knew it. I was sniffing it out. They had the free Karen Reed people, like, get targeted by the state police. Some of them got arrested intentionally. They had the anti-free Karen Reed people get close to the state police because the state police thought it was their only ally in this online war. No one understands why this has even become a social movement. State police are just baffled. They think they need help. They're desperate, reaching out to whoever they can, throwing anything they can at the wall. Anyone inside the room with the state police on this operation, which may well have been my mother, is going to lose their mind. They're going to freak out because it means they were being monitored the whole time. Everything they did, every obstructive act, every manipulated piece of discovery, every connection called to torment Lindsey, every connection called to torment Aidan. It was way bigger than just them two, but I'm saying all of it. Cosgrove realized the weight of it in real time during oral arguments in front of a judge today, and he lost his mind. He collapsed. And then my mother lost her mind. I'll tell you about that too. What's Glara's role in all this? He's got a bright future. Wherever he wants to go, he can do anything he wants to do. Whatever he sets his mind to, he's going to do. Just like Jimmy. I think Jimmy's going to go out to Hollywood. He's going to be a really good, like, modern Andy Kaufman. I think Aidan's going to go on to be like, kind of like, what are they going to do with him? I think they're going to let him tell some of the story. Like, he's going to get to be the hero, but they're not going to let him say everything. It's going to be very, like, it's going to be a modified limited hangout where he is presented as the hero, but he doesn't get to talk about everything he did. Monica Cannon Grant's a good example of that. Like, he definitely was responsible for that. Deutsch and Chow love Aidan. It's so obvious. Okay, so that's one. What are they going to do with the rest of them? I think a lot of them are just going to go away. Because they'll just go on to the next operation. They don't need to... Bro, the people involved in this don't need to take credit. Like, Jimmy might go to Hollywood, but even him, I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes to the next op. Same thing with Flip. Flip's the one who gave it away. I smelled him as a Fed, right, like a contractor right away. Olivia, too. It was the mistake of leaving up Christina Lamb's picture at Levy's retirement party. Like, they all made just, like, very small OPSEC errors that over time allowed me to put it together. No, it was no one's fault. They're all brilliant. They're all really good, but nothing's perfect. And they were good. They were inch perfect, but they weren't perfect. It was just enough breadcrumbs. What's your fortune, Emily C? I think you're happy right where you are. And I think you're going to thrive at it, and you should keep doing it. Let's see. Yeah, Jimmy's Auntie Deb. Yeah, Mr. Monk's understudy, that was all fake. No, Kate's just going to disappear into the shadows. Maybe, like, do a little, like, YouTube stuff about, like, weird people like Cyrax or Chili, but no, the work she does is too sensitive. She'll never, like, really chase fame like that. That was all fake. Oh, my God, Gretchen's in on it, too. Gretchen. You sly dog, you. Everybody underestimates, to use George Bush's word, Gretchen Voss, because she's just a small little, like, blonde girl. Bro, she'll fucking eat your soul. I knew it from the beginning. Holy fuck, they fucked these people. That Netflix doc was never real, was it? Wow. That Netflix doc is never coming out. because it wasn't real. Dude. What a great way to interview people without them realizing they're being interrogated. Brilliant. Dude, they're brilliant. It's hard to even hate it because it's not a trust. Like, it's not a trust busting thing. It's not a monopoly. It's evil in its methods, but for a good reason. And a lot of the people who had bad things done to them signed up for it. They may feel very uncomfortable talking about it, but they really did. So, like, it's not evil to have done what they did. It's brilliant. It's brilliant on a level that changes how I think about what the modern administrative state can accomplish when functioning effectively. The problem is, though, it has to hide in plain sight, and this shit's blown. They're going to have to reorganize. It's like when Blackwater had to change its name to XE or whatever the fuck, like, and now it's a new name. You have to, like, this is blown. The whole thing's blown. They can't do what they need to do if everybody knows. And that's why I kind of felt guilty, but I was like, bro, first of all, I really did think they were trying to pressure Aidan and Karen. And second of all, I was like, come on, like, you'll figure it out. Like, reincorporate, like, start again. You have all the same people. It's not that hard. Find some blank office. Do better next time. Learn from this. Don't leave that trail. Don't leave that trail. Don't have this person act that way. Don't have this person do this. And hopefully you don't run into a guy like the towel. And if you do, read him the fuck in next time. Because, yes, if you actually read him in and give him a fucking NDA and say you're the government, he's probably, in the interest of national security and everything you're doing, going to go along with it. Everybody on the same page? All right. Then we won't have this problem again. See? All right. Yeah, I don't know if I should be reading messages right now. I could kiss your brain. I do love my brain. Thank you very much for that, Kim. Keep it moving. I love that pun there. Okay, what do we got? What am I looking for? All right. Interesting. Yeah, Nurse Kim's definitely involved. Oh, Collinine's in it too, huh? Dude, this was big. That means Minahan was in on it. Dude, this firm is everywhere. No wonder the state police. No wonder my mother lost her mind. I bet my mother thought I was in on it and was punishing me. I wasn't involved with them. My mother thought I was involved with them. Five Stones probably thought I was involved with my mother in the state police. I wasn't involved with them. I was in fucking no man's land. Okay. I will check that out. No, Peggy, hold on. Nobody kick Peggy. Peggy has a visual disability, and she uses caps because she can't see when she types. So it's okay. No, I don't like haircuts. I don't want you to look at me. I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. Yep. And I'll keep an eye on it in the chat. If there's something I don't like, I'll mention it. But on the whole, don't worry about Peggy's caps. She explained to us last time she has a visual disability. That's the only reason I'm talking about it. So, of course, she can post in all caps if that helps her write on her phone. Like, we should embrace that. So, unless I find out you're working for Five Stones, Peggy. I'm joking. But, yeah, I caught a lot of spooks around me, like, at the end of the second trial. Like, a lot of spooks. A lot of them. And they're good. They're smart, you know. All right. So, I like that name, Moxierella. Let's do our recap after all that. Now that I have my lunch, have my towel french fries, let's do it. All right, here we go. What am I queuing the recap for? 1:52. What the fuck time is it? 1:52:23. Yeah, 1:52:30. Let's cue it for 1:52:45. All right, here we go. Let's hit the mark. And hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. On a day that will live in towel infamy, ladies and gentlemen. If you did not watch this morning's 9:30 a.m. Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney hearing, involving Robert Cosgrove, Lindsey Gaetani, Jen McCabe, and the fall of the Massachusetts State Police, you missed out. You missed out on a generationally defining moment. Yes, it is like jazz in some sense because of the unspoken. But if you watch today's hearing, you'll know exactly where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, during a motion to recuse Robert Cosgrove, it's very possible that Robert Cosgrove himself realized that a bunch of the people around him and people he thought, and the state police, including Brian Tully and his entire unit, thought were their witnesses and friends, may have actually been informants for a federal contracting firm that got over $70 million from the DOJ to develop a bunch of investigatory leads related to the state police over the past 3 years, at minimum, maybe 4. You might be saying, that's incredible. Why would Robert Cosgrove ever walk into court and do something like that? Well, because Robert Cosgrove, I don't think, believed that it was even possible that something like this had occurred, because although Tal was saying it, I think a lot of people were planting seeds of doubt around what Tal was saying so that Robert Cosgrove would think it was just a wild conspiracy theory. Therefore, when Robert Cosgrove walked into court and heard Mark Petero talking about the extent of information that Lindsey Gaetani had, including newly revealed information about Cosgrove's star witness and friend of the Norfolk DA herself, Miss Jennifer Judith McCabe, ladies and gentlemen, I think Robert Cosgrove realized that everything that McCabe and him and Tully and others had been doing to abuse the prosecutorial apparatus in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts over the past few years had come undone. And Mr. Cosgrove realized it in real time and proceeded to stammer his way to the point of a near panic attack in front of the entire world, although apparently Tal was one of the only people not kicked off the Zoom and actually allowed to broadcast it. You don't understand. Today was the day. Everything led up to this. Mr. Cosgrove had to walk into that courtroom and have no idea that he was about to expose himself to the potential that everything him and Brian Tully had been doing, and that state police unit and the Norfolk DA for the past few years, was actually a sting. And we watched it live. Now you may be thinking to yourself, Grant, that's pretty wild. That must have been a moment for Mr. Cosgrove to be let up on the stage in the courtroom for 30 minutes uninterrupted while Judge Belzios, who's clearly involved in the sting as well, let him just confess to everything from releasing Lindsey Gaetani's unredacted SA report, which Mr. Cosgrove admitted was illegal and said he just thought Rule 14 required it. Mr. Cosgrove then realized that all that information Brian Tully deleted from Lindsey's cell phone extraction before he released it. Uh-oh, there's proof of that too. All the stuff that Jen McCabe was doing in her secret Discord server. Uh-oh, I bet that was all logged. All the stuff Jen McCabe was doing when she was going to spy on TurtleBoy. Uh-oh, that was a sting. These people thought they were answering only to God, the state police, the Norfolk DA, and their friends. In reality, they got stung. Stung like a bee. These people float like butterflies, sting like bees, and if you look into how this was done, it is incredible. And you might be saying, well, why is it collapsing? It doesn't necessarily need to collapse. It just had to end. It was supposed to keep going, I'm pretty sure. This is a very expansive, well-funded private intelligence operation. You can look into the firm. I don't really want to continue going at them because I think they were doing really noble work. But nonetheless, a lot of stuff that happened over the past 3 years, including the Free Karen Read movement, the anti-Free Karen Read movement, people getting arrested, etc., people being witnesses, all of this may have been on purpose. Okay, Aidan Kearney may have gotten arrested on purpose. The trials may have been used to monitor the Norfolk DA, Robert Cosgrove, Brian Tully, Mello, etc., for a litany of different discovery, constitutional, and legal violations. And on top of all that, this may have been done in such a way where even people the state police thought were witnesses for crimes that TurtleBoy had committed were actually working to gather information on the state police so that information could be cross-verified and used to determine whether there were discovery, Rule 14, legal, ethical, or other violations. And it's huge. Everything everyone was saying was true. It wasn't just Sandra Birchmore and this unit covering it up, or the CDL scandal, or John O'Keefe, or any of it. It was all together. It was a firm building cases against the state police And it was getting contracted money from the DOJ to do it because of the conflicts of interest within the FBI, because the state police work on interagency task force with the FBI. You cannot investigate the state police in Massachusetts with the FBI. It's brilliant. It's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So what happened was John O'Keefe was tragically killed on January 29, 2022. By February 8th, 2022, Five Stones Intelligence retains Brian McKnight, who's very close with Sean McDonough. Now, I think Sean McDonough is also close with the founder of Five Stones Intelligence, David Tinsley, because they were both on the fucking DEA Columbia desk in the late 90s and early 2000s, and I'm the type of person who could find that out. So anyway, they start getting contracts right around February of 2022 from the DOJ, like way more. Like their contracts went from like 1 or 2 million to like 8 to 10 million, like right around then, like consistently. All right. And then what's even more wild is we know from Jessica Leslie, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal grand jury leaker, we know from her information that a federal grand jury was impaneled on May 26, 2022. It ran until at least February of 2024 when they found out Leslie was leaking. Then they started a new one. How do we know this? Because another grand jury just delivered a superseding indictment against Matthew Farwell for the murder of Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby boy. Okay. Then the death penalty went off the table right after because he's probably cooperating. Anyway, so if you look at that federal grand jury starting up in May of 2022, okay, they like do that for a little bit. They do the CDL thing. And then come like April or May of 2022, I'm pretty sure the Jen Altman, Natalie thing was just a cover story. And Sean and Karen brought Aidan in. Probably Sean. They brought Aidan in to intentionally get involved with this. All these people are involved. And this was designed, including Kevin Linehan, this was designed to put people out there who looked like they were free Karen Reed and anti-free Karen Reed, with the intention of getting some of the free Karen Reed people to switch to AFKR so the state police would think they're loyal to them. Kevin's a great example of that. Simultaneously, there were just strong anti-free Karen Reed people put out there so the state police would think they're their best ally. On the flip side, there were anti-free Karen Reed people put out there as well. Those people, including TurtleBoy, were designed as lightning rods to put a fuck ton of attention on them so that they would get arrested, so those arrests could be used to gather information about the constitutional violations and otherwise by the MSP. That's why I say TurtleBoy's a hero. I think he did this willingly to catch them, and it succeeded. And I think a lot of other people were involved as well. Nobody would have believed this, though, until you heard some of the stuff that came out in court today related to the messages Lindsey Gaetani revealed this week about what Jen McCabe had been doing, spying on TurtleBoy in South Boston, wearing Easter bonnets or something. The other information that came out about what Tully manipulated from Lindsey's extraction. All of this is just the subtext to what Cosgrove realized in real time during the hearing this morning, ladies and gentlemen, which was, to be specific, that everything Cosgrove thought he was doing, everything Morrissey, the Norfolk DA, thought he was doing, all these schemers with their plans, they were actually just doing it under the watchful eye of a number of different informants for a DOJ contracting firm that was, in fact, investigating the MSP for the very misconduct that they were engaging in while their informants were around them. And MSP and Cosgrove, meanwhile, thought that they had informants against TurtleBoy and Karen. No. The only people who were actually targeted here were the state police and the Norfolk DA and Robert Cosgrove, and then maybe Jen McCabe. I can't really tell. I don't understand. That part blows my mind. Like, how the fuck did you get caught up in this, Jen McCabe? What are you doing? Clearly, a lot of these people were targeting the MSP, so why would you ever work with MSP? Now, let me conclude, okay? So Robert Cosgrove, as all of this is happening, goes into the hearing today. You can watch it back on the DVR from this stream. Robert Cosgrove goes back into the hearing and goes into the hearing to argue this point. And he spends 30 minutes. It was almost like Bettero teed him up to do it. Cosgrove spends 30 minutes talking uninterrupted where he's just spilling his guts to the point of breathlessness, and then he still doesn't stop talking. He's saying things like, he's trying to argue against his own recusal, and he's saying things like, well, yes, maybe I did release that unredacted SA report, and it was illegal, but, I just made a mistake. It was just, I thought Rule 14 made me turn it remove her. And, you know, there was nothing that Tully, like, how do we know that Tully removed anything from Lindsey's phone? You know, like, Lindsey wasn't there when Tully did the extraction. Meanwhile, he's not realizing that he's just digging his hole even deeper, because the stuff that Tully removed, there's evidence of. The stuff that McCabe was doing, there's evidence of. Cosgrove walks right into it. Quite literally walks right into it in the middle of court, open court, Suffolk Superior Court, and starts, in essence, confessing. He didn't confess at all. He was not standing up there and saying, they paid me $75,000 to do X, Y, and Z. He was just collapsing, on the verge of a panic attack, breathless, losing his voice, unable to speak, and just saying things. Why? Because he realized, I believe, in real time, that it was a sting, and that he was only digging his own grave. They were putting him on the record at a court proceeding. They were doing that on purpose. And he interrogated himself. Judge didn't even have to ask questions. Cosgrove realized in the middle of oral arguments that he had been set up. Not even a setup. It was a sting. An actual, honest-to-God sting. And he broke down. He broke down in front of the world. Every other streamer apparently was kicked off the Zoom except for me, because I'm registered under 119. He broke down. Okay? And when he broke down, ladies and gentlemen, I realized it was over. That his brain, he wasn't saying it, but his brain was spinning. And Mr. Cosgrove realized exactly what had happened to him, to the state police, to all of them. That was the crescendo of all of this. Him realizing in front of the world what had been done to him in the state police. I don't think it was supposed to end now, okay, but it did. And Cosgrove realized it in court. Now, the next part of this, which is even more intense. Wait till you hear this. Now, I think I may actually need Emily C. and the animals. Like, we have to have, like, a tea time where I have to have therapy about this, okay? The stuffed animals and the penguin are going to have towel therapy over what happened at the end of the hearing. Now, those of you who were watching along, okay, will know that right as the hearing ended at about, what was it, like 10:30? 10:20, maybe like 11 or 11:30, right at the end of the hearing, I was just kind of doing my analysis, and there was just screaming out of nowhere. Now, as a bit of a preface to this part, you should know that my mother, Wendy Murphy, is very close to the state police. Okay, she's close to Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law. So Liz Proctor, Michael Proctor's wife, his uncle-in-law. And my mother also used to work at the law firm, Brody Hardoons, Perkins & Keston, that represents Yuri Buchanan in the Karen Reed civil case, and Dylan Haldeman in the Lindsey and Aidan case. Okay, Cosgrove's co-defendant. As soon as the hearing ends, out of nowhere, and you can watch this back, there's a record of this. Out of nowhere, I hear screaming. Just screaming. So I'm like, oh no, this is concerning. And I get up within 10 seconds. I put on a video, and I'm like, let me go figure out what this is. My mother, within 10 seconds of screaming, she had not contacted me before. She didn't call. She didn't come up and knock. She didn't say, hey, I need you, or could you do this? Just screaming. I get to the bottom of the stairs after 10 seconds after she initially started screaming. She was on the phone with 911, screaming incomprehensibly about, my son won't move his car. I couldn't even understand her. And I'm like, but wait, you could probably hear me in the background of the 911 recording, but wait, you just screamed 10 seconds ago. Why, what are you doing? So I go downstairs, I put my shoes on. I don't have time to process why she is screaming and then 10 seconds later calling 911 because she wants to drive her car. Just ask. I think I even said, Mom, you just have to ask. I'll just go move the car. It's not a big deal. So my brain at first isn't really processing. It's not putting together that the hearing has just ended. Cosgrove has just realized that there was a federal sting targeting the state police and him. Okay. I go outside and move my car. Just take it out of the driveway, put it somewhere else, let her leave. As I'm getting in the car to move it, my mother is screaming. screaming in the middle of the driveway. And it's incomprehensible. Like, there wasn't really anything to be yelling about at that moment. Like, I don't think I could have moved that car faster if I jumped out the window to get to the car. Like, I literally just jumped up, sprinted down, and was gone. So, like, she was getting what she wanted, right? So there's no reason to be screaming. And she was screaming like a banshee. Like, this was not, like, there was just no context. It was indecipherable screaming. And I'm like, this is abnormal. Like, even for Wendy Murphy, this is very, very abnormal. I could not understand it. I didn't know why it was happening. I didn't know what was the impetus. Because, again, remember, it was just a 10-second window, you know. So I'm already thinking, like, I'm concerned about her. I think I even said out loud, like, Mom, I'm worried about you. Like, what are you doing? So anyway, I get in the car. I pull out of the driveway. I move it around the corner. My mother leaves the driveway, just flies out of the driveway, just gone. Like, before I can even process. Meanwhile, I left you all on stream watching a video. You all saw this. You heard it. You were watching. So I come back up, and I'm like, I'm scared. I'm worried. I think something's wrong with my mom. And I'm telling you all this. Okay, 5 minutes goes by. I hear someone else from downstairs, not yelling, just saying, Grant, are you there? So this time I don't even have time to put a video on because I know it's the police. So I go downstairs, okay, and I say, like, I find like 5 cops there. And I'm like, hello. You know, because first of all, there doesn't need to be 5 cops for someone like moving a car in a driveway. Even if like it had escalated to the point where for like an hour I wouldn't move the car, you don't need 5 police. You don't even need the police at all. So anyway, this was not that, though. This was like 10-second delay. So the police, I think, were more worried about my mother because they started asking me, like, where is your mom? And I was like, at that point, now I hadn't called a wellness check, okay? I was worried, but I had to digest the hearing with you all. I was trying to tell you all what had happened, all right? So I say to the police, meanwhile, the stream is just running silently because I'm just down there talking to them for 3 minutes. And we can track exactly how long I spoke to them because I was gone for that amount of time. So anyway, they're there for like a minute or two, and they start asking me, like, what's going on? And I tell them, like, hey, my mom about 5 minutes ago just screamed upstairs, like, you got to move your car. And as I got up within less than 5 seconds, okay, there's a video. I'm telling the cops this, like, I was live broadcasting a hearing. There's video of this. I get up. And I go to the base of the stairs where she is on the phone with 911, 10 seconds after screaming at me, telling them I won't move the car, despite the fact that I was already down the stairs, telling her I was coming. And the cops are like, but where is she? And I was like, you know what? Now that I actually can take a second and, like, compose myself after that chaos, I don't know. In fact, I'm worried about her. And I'm saying to the cops, like, I've never called a wellness check on her before, but this behavior, I've never seen it before. I don't know what's going on. Then I start saying to the cops, but you know what? Now that I think about it, I was just upstairs broadcasting a hearing, and her old firm, Brody Hardoon's, Perkins and Keston, represents 2 of the cops that, like, just got in some pretty serious trouble, like, during the hearing, like, very obviously. And then just to troll the Belmont cops, I was like, and you know, like, one of them, I'm pretty sure, like, involved in all this is Michael Proctor. You know, his brother Jimmy, like, on the Belmont PD, right? Her brother-in-law. The cops, oh no. So anyway, the cops, like, asking, it only took a minute or two. They're like, what is going on? And I'm like, I don't really know. I'm worried about my mother. And I don't know where she is. I don't know why she was screaming. I am very concerned for her well-being, and I don't know what to do. So they're like, what's her phone number? So I give them her phone number. They go to the base of the stairs, and they're like, do you know where she went or why or what's going on? And I was like, if I'm right about this, she will have gone to Brody Hardoon's, Perkins and Keston for a crisis meeting. Notwithstanding that, I'm worried about her well-being because of how she just acted, and for the first time ever, I requested they do a wellness check on her. So you got police departments out there with no idea where this woman is, and they're like, okay, we'll figure it out. So who knows how that went down, and that was the last I heard of that. So that was my day. So apparently, like, just so you understand, like, she didn't come into this room. The closest she got was maybe like 30 feet away. Like, this is a big office. I'm actually in, like, I have a space, like, that's an office and then a space to sleep. I am in my office space, which is not anywhere near, like, the vestibule or the door to this floor or anything. It's like 30 feet away, okay? She legitimately, and not only that, it's like, let me, now that I think about it, 1, 2, it's through like 3 walls and a door. Now, the door's old, so, like, it's, like, been battered over the years from, like, just slamming, whatever, like, shutting in. But the door, like, is thin, so it's old. But there's 2 walls between it and a floor. She was yelling up 10 feet and over 30 feet. That, and you heard that, apparently. Wendy last posted 3 days ago. You legit heard it? Whoa. That's wild. Apparently I'm hot right now. I'm not very hot. I'm cold. Anyway, so this is going on right after the hearing. And I immediately realized, wait a minute, that's not a coincidence. She's reacting to the hearing. Oh my God, she was working with the state police. And I put it all together. The state police and my mother didn't trust me because they thought I was working with Five Stones, and Five Stones didn't trust me because they thought I was working with the state police and my mother. My whole life became an augmented reality game, and then I still somehow figured it out. So there you go. That's what happened today. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen happen. Now, just the Cosgrove meltdown, which you have to watch. Like, I realize I'm one of the few people who got the whole Zoom because they let me stay on and broadcast it because I followed the rules, registered, etc., etc. Actually, Judge only made you register under 119, which is abnormal, but they let me stay on. They kicked everyone else who was broadcasting. Maybe other people managed to pick it up later, but I saw Baker get kicked. And Attorney Melanie Little didn't even want to fuck with it. She was like, oh, okay. Judge said no. That in and of itself would have been huge. Like, Aidan's poker face was incredible during that. Like, he must have wanted to just, like, run around. He's going to have the night of his life tonight. He is going to have the night of his fucking life. Okay? Good for him. Good for him. Seriously. Like, I think there was no reason for us to ever talk because we're both, like, very strong personalities. But, like, now that there's a mutual respect, which I credit Emily C. for, like, we can be very effective. Very effective. And he can do his thing, I can do my thing. But, like, he's good at what he does. So, he's going to have the night of his life. I think Five Stones is probably a little pissed, but they made enough money. How much fucking money do you really need to make, guys? I mean, no pun intended. But seriously, how much fucking money do you need to make, bro? I have no money. Like, I'm going to ask for donations when we end the stream so I can have a decent weekend. Don't you think after 3 years, Towel deserves to just have a decent weekend too? Yes, and God bless the people who have been donating. I got to have a cheeseburger for lunch when things were really intense. I'm grateful. I did this for no money. I swear to you, I did not take a contract. I never got paid. I put more money into this than I got in donations. I lost money. Why? Because that was the only way I was ever going to get to the truth. We cannot live in a society defined only by people who are taking money to do things, or you'll never get truth. Ever wonder why it feels so frustrating? Corporate news doesn't tell the truth, etc., etc. Well, yeah, if everybody fucking sells out, no one's going to tell the truth. So who do you think helps when the person doesn't sell out? You all. God bless each and every one of you. So all of that is to say, I think we're at an inflection point. We're past the inflection point. Today was the moment of catharsis. Those of you who felt like Sisyphus, pushing a boulder up a hill for 3 years, I promise you this is the beginning of the end. I can sense it in my soul. Before, I was onto it. Now I can sense it. We are heading to a conclusion. I think a lot of people, oh, God bless you, Allie, for posting that. I think a lot of people know that a conclusion is coming. I think Robert Cosgrove needs like a criminal defense lawyer. I think Tully needs a criminal defense lawyer. I think Michael Proctor needs a criminal defense lawyer. I think John Fanning needs like 47 criminal defense lawyers. I think Yuri Buchanan needs a criminal defense lawyer. I think they're all meeting right now, and they're losing their ever-loving minds. Why? Because they're good, but the feds are better. And the feds were here the whole time. They weren't ignoring any of this. They were collecting intel and making the state police think they weren't being investigated. Not only do I think John's murder was real, but I believe Johnny was telling people that he was like uncomfortable with what was going on in Canton, and there's more to this than any of us realize. Do I think it was a dog in a fight? Probably not. Listen, you leave Chloe alone. She is free. Free Chloe. We are not bringing... leave Chloe alone. She's with her little piggies in the field. All right? Chloe and the little piggies. Okay, you want to see the little piggies? I'll post the emoji. Look at Chloe with her little piggies in a field. Well, first of all, there's Chloe the dog with a wig. And then, where's Chloe and her little doggies? Hold on. I know she's in a field. There she is. Oh, Chloe and her little piggies in a field. She's adorable, isn't she, ladies and gentlemen? She's Chloe the dog in a wig, and then she has some of her little piggies in a field. They're frolicking free. The point is, I don't mean to make light of a serious situation, but you tried defending Chloe's honor for 3 years, all right? All right? I will not see her slandered. And we're not going to break her code name either. Don't you go revealing her code name now, Laura. I'm starting to think Laura was actually Chloe's handler in the doggy CIA. All right, Laura, I'm on to you. Damn fake Canadian. I think she's a real Canadian. She just actually was in charge of making sure that Chloe was protected, you know? Laura was in the doggy CIA. She's not a doggy. She just protects the doggies in the doggy CIA. So, yeah, I think Karen knew because John told her. I think John was unfortunately allowed to die. I don't know how. I don't know why. It's like the mechanism of it all. I don't want to know. It scares the fuck out of me. But I'm sure that the people in the house let John die. They let him die on the lawn. And like when people die that way, it's supposed to look like an accident. And Karen must have said something that really pissed these people off, because I really am now starting to think they did frame her. Not frame her in the traditional sense, but they like made it so the conditions were such that she could be blamed. And they wanted Johnny dead, not her. I don't think Karen wanted Johnny dead ever. I think Karen was a little freaked the fuck out that Johnny was willing to like talk to these people, if anything. But like, you know, and that explains why she acted the way she did. Karen probably knew about Birchmore from Johnny. That's what we're going to find out that is going to blow everyone's fucking mind. How much you want to bet? Karen Reed at a certain point is going to be like, yeah, John told me about Sandra Birchmore and said he was really concerned. Yeah, listen, the people who tried to plant, like, opposition to Adam Deutsch in the Norfolk DA race, they failed so hard. I've never seen someone get 96% in the field polls right away. Like, you don't lose from 96%. It's unheard of. It's changing politics. Like, Deutsch's Norfolk DA election is literally changing politics. And they're so proud of him at the DOJ. It's glorious. They love that man. And they look at him like a shining star. I saw it. Including the boss lady. The unnamed boss lady you don't want to fuck with. She loves him. The real power behind the scenes, it's the boss lady. Nobody, I'm not talking about the boss lady much more. I'm just telling you there's a boss lady. I know she's the boss lady. She's at the DOJ. She's the real power behind the scenes. All right, I know it. She's like that secretary that sits at the front of an office, and she's been there for 40 years, and you think she's a secretary. She's not a fucking secretary. She runs a fucking office. She's everywhere. She knows everything. She's been there longer than anyone at the institution. She answers directly to the boss, and then the boss tells her to go out there and be a little secretary. She's not a fucking secretary. That lady is not some staffer at the DOJ. She's the boss lady. All right? She's the boss lady. You fuck with Maine Justice, that's the boss lady that they send after you. She's scary. She's like the internal DOJ for the DOJ, all right? She's the boss lady. And she loves Deutsch. I saw her. She was beaming with pride for Adam Deutsch. I saw it. I watched her. Now, the funny thing is Law Girl's not attorney. I think it was Little Law Girls was there. And I knew Law Girls was in over her head because I was like, Law Girls, don't stand near those people. What are you doing? Get away from them. If you hear something they say, you are not supposed to. Like, run. Don't stand over there. Run away. Run, run, run. Don't stand near them. You don't understand. That is like the men in suits, the men in black. That's them. You see, listen, little Law Girls, if you're listening, you know that lady, the one who was kind of like hovering. I'm not going to describe her features. I'm not going to say what she looks like. I'm not going to say anything about her. Little Law Girls, that lady, the one who was hovering, you know, just a little bit too in command of a room with such a serious tenor. That's the boss lady. She's the power behind the scenes. So, that's what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We have an intense situation. The federal government is absolutely onto all of this. I'm 100% convinced that Robert Cosgrove figured it out today because this is all ending, and now a bunch of people have criminal liability because they realized a bunch of shit they were doing over the past 3 years was actually being monitored by a complex network of privately outsourced DOJ intelligence contractors. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I did it. Not just me. You all did it. You all did the work, but you got paid for it. I put it together without you telling me, which is even more impressive. All right, so, what is it, 2:30? Yeah, I want to go for a walk. Maybe I won't go for a walk. I'm never telling anyone what I'm doing ever again. I'm just going to say things like, I'm going to Indiana. I'm going to Canada. I'm going to Greenland. I'm going to Florida. I'm going down the street. I'm going to the other town. I'm just going to say random shit so no one will ever know where I'm actually going. You see, I got a plan. I'm a towel with a plan. What? Do we have a question? Oh, yeah, I think Perkins is done. She was never a real contender in the DA race. And they're a little overwhelmed. Like, what do you do, bro? Like, what do you do when, like, you're this cornered? Yeah, my safety plan is I'm going to call 6 different people. And I'm going to tell them where I'm going. But only one of them's actually going to know. And if anything goes wrong, I'm going to text that one person. And I'm going to call my lawyer. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call my counsel and be like, lawyer, this is where I'm going. And if anything happens to me, call the fucking police. Do you understand? My friends, when I told them, like, powerful people, when I told them about the brake line thing, and they told me if I died, they were going to get someone charged with murder. I'm like, what? They were like, if you die, we're going to get someone charged with murder. I was like, okay, all right. I feel very safe. Go get him, guys. Avenge me and my principles. I'm a towel. I was a little baffled when they said it, but they were serious. They were like, well, I will get them charged with murder if you die. I was like, all right, get him. I have a number of plans. I'm a counter intel towel. All right. Now, what are we going to do? Oh, yeah, let's do the closing. You all spend your day analyzing all of this chaos. Okay, let's look at our poll. What was the poll that I ran? The poll that I ran said, how do you feel about Lindsey Gaetani being an informant against Cosgrove and MSP? 80% of you said, holy shit. 20% of you said, fuck me. All right. Now, it wasn't fuck me. It was the word fuck, period, then me. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, I'm a very hot towel, you know? Apparently, I am in command. Apparently, people like that. I'm not really into that. Well, maybe I am. We'll figure it out. I like legs. All right? Listen, I need to reveal something. It's possible that, well, yes, it's true that I do a good job suppressing my urges. I do like legs. I just need to get this off my chest, okay? I have to confess this to you all. It's true, like women with nice legs. I'm sorry, that was my Achilles weakness. I don't know how you all figured it out. It just takes nice legs. I don't know why. All right. I just want to be open about this. Now I'm going to have to like get over this now that I'm admitting to it, but I just needed to, everybody else got to get all their fucking shit off the chest. I just want to let you know that I think women with nice legs are impressive. That's not to sexualize any of you. I just need to confess this. You don't understand. I had to pretend for so long so they wouldn't put women with nice legs around me. Then I would fall victim to their trap. You don't understand. I just want to admit to it. All right? I'm thrilled that I got to do this. All right? I just want the world to know I'm unabashed about this. There is nothing wrong with women with nice legs. That doesn't mean you should sexualize women with nice legs. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with it, and I happen to like legs. Everybody has an Achilles heel. I have an Achilles leg, all right? I got a leg problem. We all got our thing. When Grant said COINTELPRO last week and the chicks on the Spaces freaked out. Allie's like, we all got our thing. Bettero definitely exposed it. Manalu. Bettero was the one who baited Cosgrove by being like, Lindsey Gaetani's an informant. Cosgrove just lost his mind. Now, Bettero was talking about like how Cosgrove was using Lindsey as an informant, but like Bettero baited him, and Judge let Bettero do it and then let Cosgrove just collapse. Oh, wait a minute. Is Will in town? Do you know I live in Boston? Now, listen, I don't know if I should meet anyone right now because I'm like, I think I'll like end up in Colombia, like just like planted in some village and told to like overthrow the FARCs or whatever the fuck is going on in Colombia. Like, I don't really want to do that. All right. So I don't really know if I should be meeting anyone right now. In fact, I'm going to Canada. You know what? I'm fulfilling the prophecy. I'm going to become a fake Canadian. Yep. Tonight. I'm going up some random highway. I'm going to Canada, and I'm escaping into the wilderness, and I'm going to marry a moose. All right? If anyone asks, okay, if anyone comes to you and says, where did Grant go? This is what you tell them. He drove up some random highway. We don't know if it was in Vermont or New Hampshire. He went to Canada, and then he decided to marry a moose. He was told that that's a Canadian national animal. The age demographic of my listeners. So no one under 18, like 2.4% of people between 18 and 24, like 30.7% between 24 and 40. And then, like, there's a big chunk between, like, 40 and 68, probably, like, 40 to 50%. And then it spans, I think we're in, like, 134 countries at this point. Some of the bigger countries that Telestream are watched in is, like, Australia, France, Germany, the UK, the United States. Faroe Islands is a big one. We're big in, like, Zimbabwe. There's, like, 30 people who watch it there. I didn't even know 30 people have the internet in Zimbabwe. I'm thrilled for them. Then, like, there's a little bit of, like, the Middle East. Not really, though. There's some in India, some in Pakistan, a little bit of, like, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, a few other, like, obscure islands, like the Isle of Man. It gets identified as its own demographic container. All the Latin American countries, like like Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Venezuela is surprisingly on there. That weird country like Guyana is on there that had Jonestown. Peru's on there, Brazil's on there, Argentina. A lot of British colonies are on there, like Bermuda, bifurcated by like the colony. So yeah, there's like a lot of people from around the world that tune in, and they're mostly, I'd say, between like 74% of the audience is women. So it's like mostly like women between like 30 and 60, like, and most of them are in the United States, but UK is probably the second biggest, France, like Northern Europe, a little bit of Latin America, a lot of like Southeast Asia, Oceania. Yeah, so that's basically where you all are. I look at the analytics. I haven't memorized. I'm not reading them. I just know what they say. Try not to dox yourself. Like, you can dox yourself generally, but like this is definitely the intel world. So like, be guarded, but be friendly. Like, treat your private data as like protected. Be as open as you feel comfortable being, and just always remember the spooks are watching. All right, best ways to help Tell. Okay, so one more donation read, then we're getting out of here for the day. That was a fuck of a day. Now, if you've never watched this stream before, or if you have, you're going to now figure out I really meant what I said. This is a public information service. It is literally guerrilla journalism in the form of like an homage to Ida Tarbell, Walt Whitman, Lincoln Steffens, S.S. McClure, Hunter S. Thompson, you name it. I'm trying to live up to that standard. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain you. I use entertainment as a hook to help you learn. I think that we can ward off the usurpation of our representative form of government through cogent public discourse, which means I think we can protect this country by talking about things together in a transparent and articulate and intelligent and informed manner. Now, if you want to support that work, no one is going to support a public information service unless you've seen what it's capable of doing. It's only because, 5 stones, 5 eyes. Good job. Good job. It's the 5 eyes. I knew it was the fucking 5 eyes. That's why they were so offended. Dude, someone got offended in chat the other day that I got the members of the 5 eyes wrong. And I was like, who the fuck would give a fuck about that unless they're in the 5 eyes? The 5 eyes is like a very specialized intelligence community like operation. 5 stones, 5 eyes. Not 5 guys, 5 eyes. Fuck. That's some fucking shit. You don't want to fuck with those people. Do you know what they do? They, like, if New Zealand, or what are the 5 countries? I'm not going to get it wrong. But if one of the 5 eyes wants to spy on their own citizen, they just go to the other 5 eyes and they're like, hey, bro, like you know what GCHQ is? You know what those, like, white, like, that's in England. Do you know in Australia, it's those, like, white domed radar bases out in the middle of the fucking desert? I know what you people are up to. I know about Project Echelon. I know about data upstream. They copy every piece of traffic on the internet backbone in real time, store it, and sort it. Everything. 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 Everything on the internet backbone, the clear web, the dark web, it doesn't matter. When you connect onto the internet through every substation, through every ISP, through every Tor node, through every VPN, they are monitoring everything. They're not just monitoring it, they're capturing it, copying it, storing it, sorting it, analyzing it. Why do you think AI is so useful? It's just a fucking governmental technology to parse through data that they obtain in real time. They're not allowed to use it domestically to spy on us, so they go to Australia and they're like, hey, bro, what's good? And then Australia comes to us and they're like, hey, we got this fucking koala. We want to spy on him. I'm using him as an example. And then we'll be like, hey, bro, we'll spy on your citizen for you. That's chill. That's how it works. Not 5 stones, not 5 guys, 5 eyes. Brilliant. Brilliant. We found the 5 eyes fucking like cell of the intelligence community operating a private intelligence contracting firm. Great. Just great. But yes, this is a public information service. Yeah, the Glare's mom and Koala are a lot closer in field than you think, brah. I don't think Koala's a cop. I think he's a like USAID type, like whatever the Australian equivalent of USAID is. That's what he does. He's a fucking like undercover. He does Catholic relief work, but he's not actually a Catholic relief worker, bro. He's a fucking spook. Same thing. Anyone you see like doing, not like, you remember like Wendy Adelson? Like, she's a fucking spook. I found out that was so easy to prove, bro, because her boss at Florida State had this like WHO funding to do like interdisciplinary research for the intelligence community in the 80s. I found him in a declassified World Health Organization meeting book. I found the minutes. This is how good I am. But anyway, like very obvious like spook when like you're doing anything like as an academic that involves like human trafficking, like medical research, like scientific research, audio spectrum analysis, defense, like missile contracting, like all of these people are like very good candidates to be spooks. But one of the more intense ways of doing it is through relief work because it's very illegal. Like if you go to Pakistan and set up a fake vaccination program under a relief like banner, first of all, you can do it, okay, but you better not get caught. When we got caught doing that to catch Osama bin Laden, bro, Pakistan was pissed, the WHO was pissed, everybody was pissed. Not because we did it, but because we got caught. You cannot run a fake vaccination program in Pakistan to get the DNA of Osama bin Laden's courier to spy on his cell phone to find him in Abbottabad and then kill him. But anyway, the point is, a lot of these aid organizations, they are the government. They are private contractors or they are the government. So aid workers, academics, I'm telling you, these are the signs. It doesn't mean everyone who does that is a spook, but Krista Koala is not just some fucking humanitarian Catholic aid worker. That's his cover. He's a spook. I don't know if he's a private spook, public spook, both. He looks like he was in the military. So probably former Australian Special Forces, if I had to guess. Something like that. Maybe Australia Security Service. Maybe Australian Federal Police. I don't know a lot about Australian policing, and I don't want to. Or the Australian military. But he's former something, and it's not a corrections officer, bro. He's straight intel. But yeah, so this is a public information service. It's designed to allow you to have that information to protect our government. And one way you can, trust me, spooks don't have resumes that are obvious. A real spook blends in. Ruth Payne. Look up Ruth Murat / Ruth Payne. She's dead now. God rest her soul. She was Oswald's handler. She's a real spook. Bro, she just looked like some random fucking lady who never did anything. Greatest spook of all time. Let me show you something. This is how we're closing today. I'm going to give you, you're getting bonus towel. I'm going to show you something very special, okay? As a reward for you all watching till the end. You want to see something really fucking cool? And you want to see why they knew I was a problem from the beginning of this? Let me show you this. Okay? I want to show you all. This is me taking a bow before I do my last request for donations. Because I just want a little comfort. I just want to celebrate. Do you understand I never do anything fun? I barely survive. I haven't had fun in so long. I would love to go bowling or take, Evie from V for Vendetta somewhere. I would just like to do something that is not just me struggling to survive all the time. So, as I'm about to show you something absolutely incredible, I'll do another donation read. If you want to donate to Towel, go ahead, scan the Cash App, scan the Venmo. I promise I will go through all of them and I'll read them later and I'll heart your comments and I'll say thank you. The Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant E1. So you're able to do that right there. I know the Cash App sign is a little hard to read, but it does indeed scan. Okay, let me show you something special. All right. Oh, you guys are so kind, all of you who are helping support Towel. Let me drop my, oh, God bless you. Let me drop my links again. I think I saved them earlier. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I got to grab them from the description. So if you want to support Little Towel, I will give, oh, thank you, Allie. God bless you. I was going to post it, but Allie got to it. So if you want to support Little Towel, nope, I don't have time to answer calls right now. You're going to have to leave a message. All right, replace pin message. Okay. So you can find the donation links up at the top, and I'm going to give you a special treat to close out the stream. Okay, everybody ready? All right. So take a look at this. All right. Charles William Wiley. Here we go. We're going to listen to it read out because I don't want, my voice is really tired and I need to preserve it for later. I have things to do. I'm going to Canada. Don't tell anyone I'm becoming a fake Canadian. I'm avenging the United States for Canada taking Detroit in 1812. I'm fulfilling my life's mission of avenging the Canadian conquest of Detroit. You don't understand. You can't just fucking invade Detroit. So yes, any and all donations this week, just today, will go towards, 1, helping Towel get a new rental car, and then 2, will go towards helping Towel have some fun and actually, like, not just live to survive, and then maybe I'll go bowling. there's a really good book called Bowling Alone that talks about the sort of transition from the era of American unipolarity to the multipolar world that we saw emerge in like the early 2000s, and it's called Bowling Alone. Turns out that you can measure American sort of despondence by virtue of the number of people who went bowling alone from like 1998 to 2010. And you might be saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you read these books, Grant? Well, I study socio-historical trends, so I like to read about things like that. Oh, Joy, God bless you. Let me just check over on X. Let me see. Sometimes you all send me like a lot of messages. Let's see. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, of course. Listen, all the people who were involved with the state police are going to start talking so much shit now. So you're going to be able to figure out who was involved with Five Stones if they're like celebrating, and who was involved with the state police if they like go on the attack and lose their mind. I'm a functional litmus test, okay? Like, I wanted you to see that the people attacking me were aligned with the state police, like, over the last few weeks, and the people who were supporting me were aligned with, like, getting the bad guys. That's why I was baiting them. So anyone who's been attacking me or Lindsey, whatever, unless they were doing it unintentionally, was probably protecting the state police. Anyone attacking me right now, that is your guaranteed sign that they are aligned with the state police, okay? 100%. Like, that was the gift I was giving to you all. I wanted to tease out some of their moles because I knew some of those people were more than likely actually trying to protect the state police. They weren't faking it. I just didn't know who was who. Who is Groupon? Groupon is a service, Peggy, for buying like cheap, like you can get like a movie ticket for half off and stuff like that. It's like a discount app. I like it. I've used it before, but not in a while. All right, so we are going to learn about Charles William Wiley, and then we're going to end for the day. Now, I'm excited for you all to hear this article, because then I'm going to show you. Now, remember, as we're listening to this, I want you to think the whole time, what is not being said, okay? And then I'm going to show you the finale. I'm going to have this read out loud, because I'm going to save my voice. This is a long article.
An Incredible Life and Legacy, Remembering Charles Wiley. An Incredible Life and Legacy, Remembering Charles Wiley. My old and dear friend and mentor, Charlie Wiley, passed away in his sleep this week. He was 95 years old. If living a long life with your mind intact, your interest in life and its affairs still intense, your oldest memories as keen as yesterday, and then dying peacefully in one's sleep is a reward from God for a life well lived, then Charles Wiley is most surely an example. Moved to write a tribute to him, how do I know where to start? I remember the last time I saw him alive. His rumpled brown overcoat, patch on one eye, World War II veteran's baseball hat, sneakers, and everything he traveled with in something like a grocery bag as I dropped him off, shaking his hand for the last time, at the Pittsburgh airport in April 2019. With the onset of COVID, his April 2020 speaking trip to Grove City College had to be cancelled. That was a rare spring at the college without Charlie. He had visited the campus consistently almost every year since 1997. He would arrive Sunday evening and stay until Thursday morning, with a big evening talk on Monday, lectures to several classes, and wrapping up on Thursday with a talk at George Junior Republic and then sometimes Rotary. After seeing off Charlie at the airport in April 2019, there were just the regular long and warm phone calls, Charlie passionately analyzing the world in light of everything he had been saying to me and anyone else who had been listening, for several decades. I had enjoyed Charlie calls since the 1980s. I remember the first time I saw him, at about age 60, in the basement men's room of the college where I was teaching, about 1987. He was applying ointment for a skin condition he had picked up, he said, in the South Pacific. A skin condition that accompanied him on trips to virtually every place in the world after that, through one war after another, and hundreds of speeches yearly well into his 90s. Two things were obvious right off the bat. He had a strong ego, but he also did not have a pretentious bone in his body. He was absolutely confident, with a high but accurate opinion of himself, and afraid of nothing. But he was honestly interested in, and concerned about, everyone, high or low. I liked him instantly. How do you summarize a 1 in a million person like Charles Wiley? It is easy to focus on his amazing experiences and accomplishments, so full that even after 35 years he could surprise me with some new story. A child actor who performed in the first staging of our town, from a family of actors from New York City who traveled the country. He served in the USO after failing to get into the Marines when lying about his age a couple of days after Pearl Harbor. As soon as he was legally able, he joined the Navy, and pestered them until they gave him a combat assignment. He was a gunner on the first ship to dock in Japan following the surrender and was on the team that evacuated people ahead of the first famous atomic test blast at Bikini Atoll. Later, NYU tried to deny him his bachelor's degree in journalism when the dean discovered that, due to his enlistment, he didn't have a high school diploma. His straight average, rare at the time, and while employed full-time, convinced the dean to back down. I don't think he ever graduated high school, but he graduated summa cum laude from NYU. Charlie became a war correspondent, among other things, with at least 4 tours in Vietnam, including Tet. Where do I begin? The last journalist to interview Malcolm X, in a restaurant in NYC, a few weeks before his assassination. His hunger strike in a Cuban dungeon, daring Fidel Castro to let an American journalist starve to death rather than knuckle under. His deportation from the USSR in 1962, ordered personally by the head of the KGB, whom he later met with for over 5 hours in an apartment in Moscow, with a picture to prove it. His trip to the Soviet border with the People's Liberation Army back in the 1970s, for which Soviet spotters retaliated by shooting 2 Chinese soldiers. The letters of testimony and notes of thanks from Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, the former president of South Vietnam, General Westmoreland, the captain of the ill-fated Pueblo, the leader of the Cuban Patriots who were slaughtered at the Bay of Pigs. There was his time with Gloria Steinem when she was a CIA agent posted at an Eastern European embassy or chatting with someone who appears to be then Mujahideen soldier Osama bin Laden on a mountainside in Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion. Watching Humphrey Bogart waiting for his girlfriend after rehearsal for a stage show Charlie was in. Hanging out with a fellow USO performer named Bob Hope when they bumped into each other in Hong Kong. His friendship with Mike Wallace and conversations with Charlton Heston. The hardened African-American gang member at our local George Jr. Republic Rehabilitation Facility hugging Charlie after his talk there and then bugging the staff for over a year to bring him back. Charlie literally had tears when he told me about it, and best of all, Charlie and Alice selling Jack Lemmon his prized poodle. Pictures with Robert Dole, Edward Teller, Gerald Ford. Our own J. Howard Pugh personally writing and handing him checks to fund his work infiltrating communist youth congresses in Eastern Europe during the 1950s and 1960s. Charlie used to say that the only thing that had kept him from visiting almost every country on the planet was that they kept creating new ones. He spent a lot of time in the Ukraine, for example, and loved the Ukrainian people dearly. But it wasn't a country then. Ditto lots of others. There were some of my favorite Charlie sayings. Life is hard, but it's a lot harder if you're stupid. Not enough of our people in charge have learned to look at things from the other guy's point of view. Being old is great. Except you die a lot sooner. When I was a kid, I never heard FDR's name in my home. To my father, he was just that son of a bitch. Charlie was the most intelligent and interesting man I have ever known. He was deeply loyal to his friends. He was madly in love with his wife Alice and his family. He was a survivor of personal tragedy, losing his first wife young and a son to drowning. He was a patriot deeply in love with America and its historical freedoms. He was a passionate and effective cold warrior, but always a happy one. He never talked to me without expressing a serious interest in how I was doing and how my wife and children were. By the way, my kids adored him and were in awe of him. When I remember Charlie speaking at our college, I think of the donut. What's that? The donut of students around him at the end of his talk, speaking with him and firing questions and laughing, often for a half hour or more until I would literally drag him away. I saw that donut in 3 states and as many colleges, dozens of times. I used to joke with him that he was the Pied Piper. Charlie revolutionized the way that I think, the way I analyze things. I have read incredible books, had amazing professors, met some real geniuses, but no one like him. What did I learn that I have and will continue to try my best to apply, but without the benefit of his unique mind, inductive logical ability, encyclopedic memory, and passion? First, without prejudice, look at reality from the other person's point of view. If you want to understand Mao, or Stalin, Putin, the average Russian, the average Chinese loyalist, Palestinians, Biden, Trump, anyone, get into their heads. More importantly, what would you do if you were them? How would you think and feel about this if you were them? How does the world look to them? Second, acquire new knowledge and integrate it with your existing knowledge, constantly. In doing so, learn from everyone. Listen to people you don't like. A sworn enemy of communism, he read and saved every issue of the Daily Worker for many years. During the 1930s, Charlie found ways to get translated broadcasts from Germany. As a boy, he listened to and read Hitler's speeches back when Chamberlain was still trying to appease him. He read and clipped news from everywhere, box after box of it, and especially tuned into and read non-American news sources daily, right up to the end. Third, after doing all this, set aside your prejudices and ideology, and let the facts speak to you whether or not you like what they tell you. For example, the person you hate may be evil, but he may also be incredibly smart, not crazy. Yes, winning that war might be easy, but can you hold what you win? Charlie's predictions were almost always accurate, given well in advance, and frequently defied popular conservative wisdom. His uncanny gift of induction based on an incredible grasp of facts fitted to other facts, free of ideological blinders, was his secret. Fourth, never stop growing and improving. Let me illustrate this from 2 things I observed. First, when Charlie forgot some fact, even in his 90s, he refused to Google it. He just kept thinking until he remembered it. Charlie told me that this kept his mental connections fresh, kept his brain from getting lazy and stale. Second, a stellar and riveting speaker, he always insisted I ask students to write up honest evaluations of what they liked and didn't like about his speech. He said he was most interested in reading the negative comments, because praise didn't help him improve. Finally, fight for what is true and good regardless of whether you are on the winning side. Charlie used to often remind me that Whittaker Chambers, in renouncing his loyalty to communism, said clearly that he chose what he believed at the time to be the losing side in order to choose truth rather than live by lies under communism. The last time I spoke to Charlie was about a month ago. I expressed despair over seeing the gradual victory of everything I have fought against and cared about for most of my adult life. He answered, "Dave, I have fought on the losing side my entire life. Even the defeat of Soviet communism and the Iron Curtain, something he had sacrificed to see for decades, had been, as he saw it, squandered by the feckless, clueless foreign policy of both parties since the close of the Reagan era." Charlie often reminded me that he had been a conservative activist when you could fit all the champions of true conservatism in a phone booth, during the early days of William Buckley. And in that, he reminded me, as he had many times before, that I need to do more than just fight, more than just stand for truth. I also need, as he did, to not let all those evils and disappointments befoul my private world, to wreck the peace or warmth of my marriage and family. He lived it, relying on his wonderful and beloved wife Alice every day, calling her at least once a day on the road, talking everything over with her, his partner in every way. He talked about the joy and accomplishment he got from his son and daughter and grandchildren and in-laws. He nurtured and protected his private world and the people and friends he loved, and this gave him strength to engage the public world through one losing battle after another, right up to the day he left us. Charlie, your leaving has left a big hole in my life and a lot of others. But I am grateful to God for having known you this well and this long. I appreciate your loyalty and how you always had my back. I know you did everything you could to make sure Alice was taken care of, that she will miss you terribly but will be okay. Yours has been an incredible life and legacy. You lived well. You died well. May you rest in peace.
Now, folks, you may think that man is incredible. You may have just listened to that and said to yourself, Grant, well, first of all, Grant, I didn't know Gloria Steinem was in the CIA. She was. There you go. Second, I want to say a special thank you to McMuffin for the super chat for your fun weekend of bowling and a meal of food. Thanks for your coverage and insight into this wild world. Well, your doggo is adorable, McMuffin177, and thank you so much for your kind words. I am a little towel, and I'm grateful to you. Yeah, no, Cosgrove is not good. Cosgrove is in a lot of trouble. I want to show you something special, though, okay? And I don't do this very often, okay? I don't really love to do this because clearly that guy, you read his obituary, go read stuff about him. His whole life, folks, he did not talk about what I'm about to show you. Okay, so I'm about to show you something special, and this is going to be our close today. One second. Where is it? Oh, there it is. The one and only time I'm going to do this, okay? All right. So I'm going to, one second. No, I don't want to click. I do think the Adam Deutsch picture is very nice, but that's not what I want. All right. Wow, 23,000 of you watched this on Twitter today? What? 23,000 of you? That's wild. That's that's like almost as big as the Karen Reed trial days when we were getting like 50. All right, what am I looking up here? Oh, right, okay. So, Watergate, because I covered the Watergate when I found this. Yes, 22,500 over on the Towel X. That's a hell of a day, folks. Like, wow, I'm like a news station. I'm a little towel. I'm adorable. And I'm confident and intelligent. And a towel. All right, so let me show you this. Oh boy. Here it comes. Here we go. You ready for this? I wrote this in earlier. I wrote this in June of 2025. You ready? It's a very special document. Folks, do you all remember how Charles William Wiley was just a little bit too like involved in everything. Charles William Wiley first came to the official attention of the Office of Security, OS, on the 9th of September 1955, when Carl F. Heaney, the executive officer of OS, forwarded a letter written by Wiley to Irmal Geis, the chief personal security division of OS, who in turn directed the letter to James W. McCord, who ended up being a Watergate burglar, security research staff of the Office of Security, SRS. How Heaney obtained the Wiley letter is unknown, inasmuch as the name of the addressee was deleted in the letter. That's called sanitization. However, the letter was recorded in the executive registry under number 59881. The Wiley letter is dated 27 April 1955, gives Wiley's address and telephone number, and Wiley advised that he was working on an index of the Daily Worker for the years of 1933 to 45, and thought that perhaps you might be interested in specific information that I am likely to find. Turns out what they went on to do was use the index of the Daily Worker, which was the Communist Party's newspaper in the 30s in the U.S., to track Soviet defectors. Like, American communists would go over to the Soviet Union, and Wiley had the fucking index of the Daily Worker when he was collecting it, and he would give it to the CIA, and then they would use it to trace Soviet moles who would try to come back to the United States, but pretending to be Soviet defectors while actually being commies, like triple agents. Now, this is where it gets wild. On June 28, 1972, so Charles William Wiley was a CIA asset for decades. Wiley telephoned Louis W. Vasile of SRS and remarked that he, Wiley, was really surprised at the depth the FBI must be covering Watergate, as Wiley had already been approached and interviewed by a couple of FBI agents based on several long-distance calls Jim McCord had made to him. Wiley further stated that he only told the FBI Jim was an old friend and occasionally solicited information from Wiley, just as the Bureau did. So there you go. Wiley misled the FBI when they were trying to investigate Watergate. And by the way, here's something wild. A memo dated 14 April 1970, captioned Charles Wiley, states, "Subject telephoned today after having talked with Mr. McCord and advised that he had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate from his district." From 1956 to 62, Wiley's case officer was James W. McCord, with alternate contacts H. Clifton Carrico. From 62 to 66, his case officer was Morse Allen, with alternative Ethel Mendoza. During 66 to 70, he was in contact with Cecil C. Tithe, and later with CIA covert employee. From 70 to 74, his case officer has been Louis W. Vasile. During most of the period from 57 to 73, Wiley was infrequently in contact with Chief Security Research Staff Paul F. Gaynor. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the culmination of our day. That is how you hide in plain sight as an intelligence asset. Okay, that's how you make things like that, like hide in plain sight. Now, you want to see something wild? Here's Wiley's actual file. I will show you, like, if you know where to look. It's not on Google. You cannot Google this shit. This is William Wiley's CIA file. Okay, do you know what this is? NARA, the National Records Administration, record number 157-10011-10121. Its title is simply Report. It can be found under Home Archive Documents, JFK Assassination Documents, documents released on December 15, 2022, Church Committee, SS CIA, documents released on December 15, 2022. It is titled simply Report. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, that's really creepy. That's really creepy, Grant. Yeah, bro, it's creepy as fuck. They hide this shit. You want to find it, you better know what you're looking for, and you better basically they better think you're a patriot. Like, you better be a real American patriot if you want to even look at these files. Yes, they are public. No, you cannot just find them. So anyway, this is a CIA file. Okay, this is why I think a lot of people got worried when I started to look into Five Eyes and shit. They knew I was immediately going to figure it out. I'm the type of person who literally, you don't understand, I read this whole file, like back in June. I don't research, I read the whole file. Then I remember everything. You don't think I remember everything? You don't think I remember how this ends over a pay dispute? And then they like remove him as a source? My point with this was, this motherfucker was embedded his entire life like his entire adult life. He got permission to get cover, bro. Like, they would send him into jobs. And then, like, they talk about how he gets recommended by Jim McCord, how they, like, go about actually getting him. You're going to find stuff in there, in this kind of thing, where you, like, learn they, like, have like, people in the media. He would, like, get a job at, like, a media company that was a CIA company. You can see how they, like, do their checks on people. This is some of the most serious, like, don't doubt for 1 second that they do this. Okay? This is how they spy on people. It's brutal. They operate domestically. They're okay with doing it because we need it. Okay? They try not to target American citizens. Dude, when you join the CIA, even as a contractor, they give you a fucking contract. This dude was making $9,100 per annum with additional compensation in the amount of 5% of the above sum to be paid in quarterly installments, representing the government's contribution towards Wiley's choice of programs for insurance, retirement, medical, and health. The contract specified that he would be reimbursed for operational travel as directed by OS and for other approved operational expenses subject to accounting applicable with government regulations. Then they, like, manipulate how he files his taxes. They, like, talk about every trip. Bro, when they go on trips, they debrief. They tell the dudes everything. Like, if you're traveling with a CIA dude, everything you and that dude are doing, he is reporting back to his fucking chief of station or whoever the fuck, and they are writing it up. Everything. They document everything. Everything. All right? And this didn't come out till 2022, right after Charles Wiley died. Dude, this guy was CIA his whole fucking life. His whole life. Look at this. He was writing extensive reports. He was calling himself a journalist, but actually spying. He was going to Taiwan in '64. He was the last man to see Nelson Mandela alive. He was in Algeria in '65. Dude. And you go read that dude's obit, nothing about any of this. And then look, like, when he wanted to go to, like, Latin America. Nope, sorry, I can't accept calls right now. When he wanted to go to Latin America, bro, they, like, told him, like, where he could go, what was a security risk, what wasn't. He sent, oh, listen to this. It was agreed that Wiley will send these reports by mail to his wife in New York City, who will in turn send them by mail to the writer's Washington address. In the event of urgent matters, he is to cable his wife as a newspaper man would, and she, in turn, is to call the information in as soon as possible. Wiley has agreed to this and has worked out the necessary details with his wife, who will technically be the wife with CIA too. Bro, you can't just be in the CIA. Your wife has to be in the CIA. Bro, Chief SRS made suggestions as follows relative to particular targets of interest. CHICOM activities, which are reflected in the civil rights movement in the United States. A study could be made of why universities and colleges in South America are safe haven for communist and radical activities and apparently cannot be touched by police. Chief SRS felt this had possibilities of a serious article. Writer obtained from Wiley a rough itinerary of his tour through South America. Hotels are not included, but apparently Wiley's wife will have some of these forwarded to her by Wiley as he moves from country to country. Look, specific days of travel when he gets home. Then he writes reports on all of his travels. Okay? And then these are handwritten notes of conversations with Wiley from 65, May 17, 14, 18, 19, 24. And then he was planning a trip to the Midwest and then to Algiers in North Africa. And then Allen talked to Charles regarding Mendoza's comments that Charles had not complied with instructions regarding travel vouchers, and Wiley claimed he had misunderstood. Oh, and look at this. Okay, there are more conversations. Regarding his travels, Wiley told he would have to submit detailed reports of contacts to show what he was doing. Apparently, the Midwest American speaking tour was partially geared to gather funds for the Algerian trip. There's a note in the file, to wit, for Wiley. Why not get the American Legion magazine to publish an article, quote, Chaos in Our Colleges, with a hard attack on the weak-kneed college and university advisors that permit violence, disruptions, waste of college and taxpayer money, phony students, what about the decent students who want to study, etc. This note was apparently written by Morse Allen. And then July 2nd, 1965 handwritten note apparently prepared for a briefing of Wiley states potentially turn over any assets to B, FBI. They want cooperate. All right, you see how they do it? Everybody understanding? And I don't mean to like, I just want to show you. This is how I figured it all out. I didn't, like, nothing in this file helped me solve this, but I started to learn how they think. I started to learn how they operate, where they operate, what cover they use. And this was, it's outdated information, but like it tells me how they function. Okay? Look at this. The fall 1972 Arlington House Publishers contained an article by Intelligence Source, edited by Charles Wiley, as to why Source, a charter member of the American Communist Party, joined the party and then left to fight communism. From 70 to 72, Wiley, at the request of SRS, monitored Source book to make sure any operations in which Source might have been involved were not exposed. Bro, they literally have people in your life monitoring everything you're doing. Intelligence Source, a former KGB officer who defected in blank, has been and continues to be of agency interest. For some time, Source has expressed a personal desire to author a factual book on the KGB on his personal knowledge and observations. The draft of a proposed manuscript was prepared, and Source requested assistance in obtaining an editorial review and an introduction to persons in the publishing business who might be interested in publishing a factual type book on the KGB. Wiley was introduced to Source as an individual who could give editorial assistance and had certain contacts in the publishing business. During July through August of 72, Wiley met Source on 3 occasions. There was a degree of incompatibility of temperaments in addition to a difference of opinions concerning general content, format, and tenor of the proposed manuscript, and at the request of Source, any further involvement of Wiley with regard to the proposed manuscript was terminated. Like, bro, they would try to get around people writing books, manipulate them. Like, does this all sound familiar now? Like, all we did was see, like, a modern version of this. And this is how I found it. I just studied all these old records. But, yeah, like, this dude, his file was definitely longer than 152 pages. But if you read it, like, it takes you, like, right through his entire life. They sanitize shit. But, like, look at this. Oh, right. I got to show you this part. He, like, gets contacts in the Communist Party, and then he gets a job, ladies and gentlemen, on, like, Capitol Hill. Like, the CIA has staffers working for congressmen who don't tell the congressmen they're CIA. In addition to the above, Mr. Wiley has conducted activities with cognizance, with permission of SRS, Special Research Section, which are omitted because of their sensitive nature. Very briefly, these activities can be summarized as follows. A. Scouting anti-CIA attacks in the various media and organizations to which Wiley has access. B. Stopping same, insofar as possible, as demonstrated in American Legion activity. C. Discovering and blocking anti-CIA attacks or attacks on agency personnel on the Hill, Capitol Hill. D. Writing or helping write pro-CIA articles in the various media with which Wiley has contact. And it's like Time Magazine. And they like try to protect the sources. But like you can tell like they have people fucking everywhere. Like everywhere. It's wild. And this is the actual CIA. The actual like privatized version of it is even bigger. And like look at what they said. Source to be used as Wiley. Wiley fits in nearly every particular to the elements set out in the problem above. And what's the problem? Oh, look at how the CIA plans an operation. The plan as follows was presented in an undated memo from the Director of Security. During the week of February blank and on 7 and 8 March 63, extensive discussions were held with Wiley concerning matters which are set out in detail following. Mr. Wiley is in an agreement with Chief SRS and representatives of SRS that the proposed plan which follows is the most sound, logical, and secure method of obtaining the desired results. Object: to place a skilled and controlled source in some type of a position in Washington, D.C., which will have normal, routine, and ready access to the Washington writing and radio colony, the press, Problem. Source must have sufficient background and prestige to be accepted. He must have income adequate to be in Washington, ostensibly from his own efforts. He must have a valid reason for being in Washington. He must have high capacity to produce. He must have a strong security sense, and he must have unquestioned loyalty. Proposed solution. A. Source. Source to be used as Wiley. Wiley fits in nearly every particular to the elements set out in the problem above. Method of solution. B. 1. Source will begin at once to write articles of importance, aiming at the placing of these articles in national magazines, particularly magazines of the type of Life, Look, Reader's Digest, McCarles, Argosky, etc. Source has numerous valid ideas for these articles and already has some interest has been shown in these writings by editors of the aforementioned type magazines. Source will slowly divorce himself from his numerous activities in New York City, maintaining only strong interest in his Cuban connections. Source will need approximately 3 months to write these articles and to sell them. It is Source's intention that these articles carry his byline, which is a basic element to building prestige necessary for Source's future activity. Source is convinced he can handle this successfully. Note, heretofore, Source has, under instruction, kept the use of his name to an absolute minimum for obvious reasons. This requirement will now be lifted. 2. At the same time, Source will prepare brochures for a lecture tour to be given by Source during the fall and early winter, basically on Cuba and Latin America. Already, Source has drafted brochures, and he will have professional guidance in this matter. Note, Source is an excellent lecturer. He appeared before public forums many times and has a high capacity in this area. This lecture tour, details of which will be set out below, is considered of key importance to the basic problem. Starting out on or about the 1st of July, Source will make an extensive tour of Central and South America as a freelance reporter, writer, photographer, using his credentials from the World News Analysis. Entree basically will be provided using numerous Cuban contacts Source has obtained throughout Latin and South American countries. This trip will take probably the most of July, August, and then part of September, and is regarded as essential for backup, for prestige, for area knowledge, and for lecture material. Note, Source is known to have excellent Cuban anti-Castro connections, which will be sharpened for use on this tour. Source has been in every area of the world except Latin and South America. Then he's going to do a lecture tour. Source will proceed to make a lecture tour covering all parts of the U.S. and addressing all types of audiences. It will run through the sponsorship of the Babcock Agency of Virginia Beach, Virginia. How much you want to bet that's a CIA front? This agency, which handles, among others, the important members of the National Review staff, will be handled on a direct commission basis, taking a usual 10% fee. Oh my God, it's a CIA front. In addition, through other organizations, Source will arrange lectures on his own, which is routine and which will not conflict in any way with the Babcock Agency interest. Source anticipates completing the lecture tour about the first of the year 64, at which time he'll return to New York City. This next lecture tour will serve a dual purpose. It'll build up the structure of the Source, spread his name before the public, and it will give him the necessary opportunities to conduct the following business. As Source makes his lecture tour, he will attempt by direct contact through already established channels to determine whether or not he can set up for the basic plan: A, a daily column, B, a newsletter, C, a radio spot news broadcast. The lecture tour, of course, will place Source in given areas, and it would be completely logical for him to talk to local editors and radio station owners and managers while in the area. He will be backed up by the fact that he is lecturing and that he is a writer because of the previously mentioned articles. Source has evolved an idea of making short newscasts, which he believes can be peddled on a spot basis to various local radio chains, perhaps weekly. This idea, which is novel, appears to have a great deal of merit. Bro, they knew about YouTube in like 1964. They created YouTube. Oh, dear God. All right, so what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Your entire world is fake. Nothing is real. Everything is a mirage. All the world's a stage, and Towel has been your guide. We put it together, and then I flexed on the bastards by showing you what it's like to read, like, the public's information. Like, dude, public information about Charles Wiley. Okay, public information. Actual Charles Wiley. Okay, public information. Actual Charles Wiley. Public information. Actual Charles Wiley. A strong degree of overlap. Nothing about any of this. A small hint with the Gloria Steinem CIA connection. A small hint with every area of the world traveled and all of these political connections and everything. But nothing like an actual CIA report. This is the real world. This is the fake world. The Matrix is an analogy for what I'm showing you right now. Do you want to live in a world where you are content reading this and saying, what a nice guy, he's an American hero? Do you want to take the blue pill, or do you want to take the red pill? Do you want to live in this world? Is this what you want to know about? The Matrix is an analogy. This is what it actually is. This is the real world staring you in the face. I'm giving you a precious gift. I'm teaching you how to liberate yourself. I want you to be free. I want you to be independent. I want you to be patriots. I want you to protect this Constitution, this form of government. I want you to be informed. I want you to love people. I want you to care about your family. I want you to make this world a better place. And I will be very happy. Okay? So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching today. I'll leave the donation information one more time, because what we're doing is we're all coming together. Tal's gotten so many kind donations today, and we are going to give Tal a weekend to relax. I earned it. I'm not saying that gratuitously. I fucking earned it. And I just want to get some weed and relax and not think a lot. I already went to CBD weed. It's annoying enough. Anyway, God bless all of you. If you want to, I'll do my traditional ending, but if you want to support this public information service, if you want to actually look at the world for what it is, if you want to live in this world, if you want to understand it, I've done my best. I've given you my all. 9,000 hours over the past 3 years. I've helped you learn. We've grown together. It's not over, but I don't have to do any more heavy lifting. Let me tell you that, because now it's going to be the bang bang type of thing. No pun intended. All right? But now it's going to be so simple that even the media will be able to understand. Okay, so I like to end the same way every day. If you really benefited from this stream, from me, from everything we've gone through, from each other, if you had fun in the chat today, if you enjoyed the camaraderie, enjoyed your questions getting answered, seeing this all unfold, getting the analysis, being with Little Towel, there's a way you can pay it forward. Yes, you can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness, which is what this has all been about from the beginning. And in that way, maybe you want to look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before, I'll say it again. There should not be one veteran in the United States of America who is homeless against their will, or we have failed as a society. So, if they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. They got skills. They got survival skills. They can go hang out. There was some guy who lived in Maine in the woods for 40 years. They tried to kick him off the land. I was like, what the fuck, motherfucker? He's a veteran. Let him live on the damn land. He's a fucking veteran. Leave him alone. He was just a little hermit guy. He was having a great time. He had a whole cabin out there. They tried to burn it down. I was like, fuck you guys. He's a vet. Anyway, the point is, there should not be one veteran homeless against their will in the United States of America, or we have failed. They protected us. They defended our freedoms. We get to talk about all of this stuff. We get to have this country because of them. We are not going to let them be homeless. We're going to help them. All right? So you can donate to charities that help our homeless veterans today. Now, yes, and I'm going to marry a moose. Now, also, I'm going to Canada. I'm marrying a moose. That's unrelated to our servicemen and women. I just want to marry a moose. I like legs. Mooses have really nice legs, all right? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so, yes, moose legs. That is what I'm into. Moose legs, because they're really nice legs. You know, not women, moose legs. That's what it is, moose legs. All right? That's what I was talking about, moose legs. All right, so you can do more than just donate to our homeless veterans. So what if you want to help animals, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you could consider donating to a charity that helps both our veterans and animals. Maybe they train service dogs for veterans. Maybe they just are run by veterans and help animals. You can help veterans and animals. It's a great way to do both. Now, what if you can't find a charity for animals that helps veterans or run by veterans? That's okay. You can just donate to an animal shelter or a charity for animals. Everybody loves our furry friend. Peep, wait a minute. Hold on, we talked about the commies. Peep, would you like to say hello? Okay, this is Peep Bunny Towel. He's an anti-communist Peep Bunny Towel. He was very thrilled. He was sitting over there. He was cheering us on as we were talking about Charles William Wiley. Is Charles William Wiley, are you actually the reincarnation of Charles William Wiley? Is that why you just scream about how much you hate the damn commies all the time? Oh, I see. Now, why did you come back as a stuffed Peep Bunny Towel? Because the communists wouldn't expect it? He's fucking hilarious. This is Peep Bunny Towel. Everybody loves Peep. Peggy loves Peep. Peep Bunny Towel. Yes, all Peep wanted to do was get up. He was having such a good time when I was talking about Charles William Wiley and how much he hates the commies. Peep Bunny Towel is an anti-communist Peep Bunny Towel. He hates the commies. He loves the United States of America, and he just wants to let you all know that you should donate to help our furry friends. He's not actually an animal. He is, in fact, a stuffed Peep Bunny towel. He's technically a towel. He has fur. So anyway, this is Peep Bunny Towel. He wants to let you all know he likes Charles William Wiley. He is Charles William Wiley reincarnated. I'm still a little bit baffled by all of that, but I'm just going to go with it. And also, he hates the damn commies. Anything else? You love them all dearly. You think this was a tough few years for Little Towel? He definitely was a little concerned for me at a few points, but he just kept saying that, like, he really hated the fucking commies, and that would make me laugh, and I was like, okay, and then I'd feel better. If you ever want to make me feel better, just say, fuck the commies. Look at him. He's just like, yes, that's exactly what I did. All right, anything else? You love them all dearly. You'll see them soon. You want me to go to Canada and marry a moose because the moose has nice legs. I know, I finally came clean and told them about my affinity for legs. I kind of let it slip one time before, but this time I really just came out and said, listen, that's my Achilles heel, moose legs. I was actually talking about other legs, but I'm trying to cover now by saying it was about mooses. All right, Peep Bunny Towel, thank you. He says he loves you all very dearly. Yes, the anti-communist Peep Bunny Towel. All right. But yes, there's another way that you can help folks, and that is if you're in the UK, you can donate to the Big Issue. That is a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness if you're in the UK, and it's a worthwhile endeavor. Now, you can do something else, though. It can be as simple as reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, smiling at someone on the street, or yes, ladies and gentlemen, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time all those years ago and having them mentioned every single outro forevermore as honorary towels. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can live up to our towel eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and may we, as such, allow those acts of service and kindness to ripple outwards and define a new digital epoch, defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. And may we invert the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and unconditional love. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was a hell of a day. It's my honor to have been along with you all for this. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting each other. Thank you for supporting me. It means a lot. God bless each and every one of you. I cannot believe we hit 20-something thousand people. How many was it? Hold on a second. Literally 23,000 people. 24,000 people for today's stream on the Towel X, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that number. Those of you on the Towel X, we're literally 10 times as big as the country of Qatar. We're bigger than all of the news channels that I have that are live now. We are the Towels, okay? I'm not saying other people don't also pump numbers, but I managed to get 23,000 and a half. It's not about the numbers. It's about the education. All right, Towel friends on X. God bless you. Be well. Towels off. I'll be back eventually, but I'm off for a little bit. I need to clear my head. This was chaos. It's all coming to an end. Be well. Hug your loved ones. Hug your towels. Towel loves you all dearly. Towel friends on the X. All 24,000 of you over there. Thank you for watching today. Towel appreciates it. Towel loves you very much. We will see each other soon. Take a bow. Hug your friends. Hug your towels. Safety plan in effect. I'm going to Canada. I'm going to find a moose with some legs. Thank you all. Thank you for watching. Every single one of you. I appreciate it. Know how much Towel loves you. That was a roller coaster. I'm going to relax. All right, Towel friends on X. You know you get a few minutes at the beginning. Going to give the Towel friends on the YouTube a few minutes at the end. God bless you. Be safe. Be well. Know how much I appreciate you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Find more from me. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. X.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Until we see each other again, I'm a towel. God bless you. Be well. Towel friends on the YouTube. What a hell of a day. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being towels. Thank you for making it through this. It's not over, but I'm telling you, we're moving in that direction. I can sense things are coming to a crescendo. From the bottom of my towel heart, whether you just found this community, whether you were part of it, whether you love it, whether you left, came back, whether you were shocked, appalled, baffled, in love, or otherwise, Towel appreciates you. Thank you for being kind to each other. 24,000 on the Towel X now. That is incredible. I appreciate every single one of you for being with me today. I appreciate you for being you. I appreciate you for supporting each other. You all manage to consistently amaze me every day. And apparently Don Lemon got arrested. And because of that amazement, I continue to do this work. All right, just know I did it because every time I would come back, didn't matter who it was or why or when, somebody wanted to learn. And as long as somebody wanted to learn and someone cared, I was going to be here and help to help. So thank you, Towel friends. You made this YouTube a wonderful place. I love all of you dearly. I can't wait to talk to you. If you don't hear from me, I am okay. I'll make posts letting you know I'm okay. I'll try to respond to all the DMs. God bless you, truly. I just wanted people to understand. And we're so close. We're so close. Until next time, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless, ladies and gentlemen. From me to you. Until next time.